From over a week of competition ago, we've whittled down the many to the few, and now only 16 of our top teams here in the PUBG Mobile EECA finals remain to scrap it out. Max, we've arrived at the finals, and with the talented teams we've got left, it should be a hell of a few days.
I mean, it was a grueling task for all of these teams to make it here to the EECA finals, and right now, actually this weekend here, Jackie, we have 4 PMGO regional finals happening. But if you're here, you're watching the best region here out of the 4. It's the Eastern European Central Asia region, and 16 teams will be playing these matches today and the entirety of this weekend. And after that, Jackie, as we know, 4 teams will be moving straight to PMGO Season 1 main event over in Jakarta. So there's a lot on the line, and especially $500 million if you qualify to that event.
Exactly. A lot of prize money, a lot of pride, many things to be excited about over the course of today's broadcast. Max, one of them being, of course, what's in the bottom of your screen there, the cellular device powering these things. Yeah, beneath me.
For once, it's under you. Yeah, but right now you can check out the Infinix GT50 Pro, the official sponsor of not only this tournament, but the entirety of PMGO 2026. And of course, one thing that I really like is the fact it's got liquid cooling, which, since when do we have liquid cooling in phones? I didn't know that was even feasibly possible, but Infinix makes the impossible possible here today. And of course, up to 144 FPS, which in esports, right, is great. And even though it's not written down here, there's actually an esports mode, Jackie, in the phone, which... Come on, okay, that since when does a phone have an esports mode? I don't know, Infinix just ahead of the rest when it comes to mobile gaming.
Yeah, they're making, you know, not only sort of ahead of the curve, but a brand new curve. They've gone full circle, mate. Yeah. That's how advanced it is. I suppose you could say that's reinventing the wheel. But there you go. Big to see. So obviously shout out to them. I'm sure you'll see some of the sick plays that are happening on stage today off the back of that device. But if you're curious about where we're going to be, let's have a look at the format of the tournament overall. Of course, we're quite far through this now, Max. When we first showed this graphics, we were way back in calibration. Now we're all the way on the other side here in the finals.
Yep, finals, of course, is going to go from the 8th to the 10th, so we're going to be ending everything here this weekend. We do have the Smash ruling, by the way, into play, so something to keep into consideration as we end day 2 tomorrow, and especially enter into the final day on Sunday. But it's so interesting, right, because we started every regional tournament before making it to PMGO, with thousands of teams playing in their region and then able to make it through their PMNCs or PMCOs, then through knockout stage, last chance qualifiers, and now these 16 teams stand strong. And especially with the Smash ruling, this is going to be very exciting. The last day in particular, Jackie, is going to be absolute cinema, as we could have literally only 2 games here on that final day.
Yeah, exactly. You know, obviously the Smash rule adds another element of potential spice to things. Sometimes it doesn't come through, the prophecy is never fulfilled, but there's always that chance, and it can be very exciting to have that looming over our heads. So we'll dial in with that when it becomes more of a talking point a little bit later, and see if we'll get a Smash this time around. Let's check out the prize pool as well, of course. This is the sweet Skrilla that our teams are playing for. You can see it's got surmountably bigger the longer the event's gone on, and we're down there now with $48,000 US on the line for our 16 teams in the finals.
That's where you can get all the do-si-do here. Of course, 48K for the finals are going to be significant. We talked a lot about the rookie of the season, right? Who could be taking that one home? MVP. We'll see if Doc is willing to share that trophy. I don't think so. Doc typically is very hoarding mode when it comes to his MVP trophies, though this is going to be the overall breakdown, and your champions not only will be taking home $15,000, also will be advancing straight with the top 4 into PMGO main event in Jakarta, which is going to be very exciting. And actually, this weekend is going to be the first time outside of Team Pandem from SEA that we are going to be some teams fully qualified for PMGO Season 1, which is exciting to see what that lobby is going to kind of shape into. But this tournament is going to be very exciting. And we've seen, right, all the stories, Jackie, of these teams being built throughout calibration, mainly during knockout stage and also last chance. So it's fun to see how this is going to go down and who will rise to the top.
Exactly, who's going to be able to stand head and shoulders above the rest? Because as you can tell, mate, in terms of the prize pool breakdown there, specifically for the finals, you want to have a great finish on this one, not only for those slots, but for that increase of cash money that gets substantially bigger for some of our upper echelon teams. Talking of which, these are the squads that have made it through. You can see on the left-hand side of your screen, of course, those were the 4 teams that effectively got a free pass right through, right, Max? Max, they absolutely smashed it in knockout and had their safety. The other squads on the right-hand side all joining them now, following an intense few days of last chance qualifier action.
Yeah, I mean, those 4 teams on the left side, TT Project, DG77, Aurora, and Vicious, made it all through straight away in the knockout stage. Also had a decent lead between the Vicious and Champions in 4th and 5th place, respectively. And the rest of the teams did make it through in the last chance. Of course, the teams that didn't qualify to this point were Motion, KZ Esports, Star Soldiers Epic, and Metacourse. If you were a fan of those teams and you missed out on a few days of broadcast, those teams have ended their run early. But really, I would say some teams in particular that I want to bring up as the center point of today, which is going to be the teams that I would say upset us a little bit during knockout and last chance. I want to see AMIX step up massively. I want to see some comeback of like Champions Esports in particular, right? Those are teams that I think we initially went in this tournament with, okay, these could be top 4 in knockout and make it straight to the finals, but last chance was a bit of a weird one where teams that we expected to do so well just fell flat on their faces, and I'm expecting a comeback hopefully this weekend.
No, massively so, especially sort of, you know, the Champions one as well. That was a terrifying sort of last ride they had for the viewers at home in the LCQ. It went down to effectively one targeted fight between them and Motion. If they didn't actually finish that one in the way they did, Max, we wouldn't even be speaking about Champions today. So obviously a big upwards draft needed for that roster. Mirror your sentiment as well with a message about AMIX, because, again, all they had was one big game, right? Otherwise, the rest of the LCQ was pretty timid from them, and that can't afford to happen here. They're a great squad. We were expecting big things from them. It just wasn't really there in the last chance qualifier. So hopefully, at least the fact is, we still get to see them for a few more days. They'll be able to rise back up throughout the ranks. But it does get way harder, right? Some of the teams that we've got rejoining this pool, there's a reason why they cleared that point threshold for top 4 so dominantly. They looked mechanically and individually like some of the best we've got in this lobby.
Yeah, I mean, actually, talking about the teams that made it through knockout right away in this tournament format, I have one, and this is serious, I'm genuinely serious about this. Do you think, Jackie, Aurora Gaming are gonna troll today?
You know, the crazy thing is, through no fault of their own, I feel like day one will be very topsy-turvy. I genuinely wouldn't be surprised if our first 2 to 3 games of the day here, Max, they are pulling some absolute shenanigans. If it doesn't go well, I imagine they'll wind it down and try and focus up like we saw last time. But yeah, I think first few games, they are going to come out swinging and just do classic Aurora shenanigans, because it's just the way that team works, right? It's either sort of like an all-in hard win or an all-in we go bust.
It really is just the Aurora way, it seems. But all I'm going to say, my only request is, Doc, if you see a hovercraft, just don't try and 1v1 the hovercraft, okay? It's like the meta in Eastern Europe, Central Asia, so just go the opposite side if possible. But actually, the team that did have the hovercraft up against Aurora during knockout was GOAT Team, and this is actually going to be my next topic I want to go on to. GOAT Team, I would say, dominating the entirety of last chance, being super consistent, getting 135 points, always getting close to that top 4, top 5 position every game, it seems like. But that was in a lobby where we didn't have TT Project, DG77, Vicious, Aurora Gaming. Can we expect similar results from GOAT Team keeping that in mind, or are they just going to fall flat on their faces knowing that the big dogs are now in this lobby? Because this is going to be way tougher to get consistent when this lobby is so much tougher in the finals.
I'd actually say, compared to what we had initially in Knockout from GOAT, where it was still looking good, but felt like it took a little while for them to sort of ease into it, here, I'm really hoping they flex those muscles early, Max, and disprove both of us, you know, come out swinging, upset the known quantities, because they're a great team. And their run, even back from the Club Open to where they are now, it would be awesome to see it. So fingers crossed for them. It would be cool to see GOAT Team playing well. This is the lay of the land of where they will have potential to steal away points from some of our best and brightest. Of course, we're starting it out on Rondo. We get our 3 Erangels in the mid-portion there, and then 2 Miramars to close us down towards the end of today's show on day 1 of finals. Obviously, same flow, Max. You know it. You love it. 6 games a day. Plenty of opportunity to get points, but the biggest one being right at the beginning.
Good old Rondo. If we see anyone get Avalanche-esque results, getting himself a 22 elimination chicken dinner, whew, you'll be off to an amazing start here in the finals. Also, keeping in mind that we do only have maybe 2 matches in the last day. If we get an early smash, possibly it tends to be 6 because it's very rare we do indeed see a smash. But here we go. Looking at the studio, everyone is going to be in the studio today. It's going to be really cool. They got the proper professional setup with their Infinix GT50 Pro. And even got their water bottles. Truly staying hydrated here on the Battlegrounds, Jackie, which you need to do if you want to qualify to PMGO.
Yeah, dude, you got to stay hydrated, play your best. Switched in as well. They've got the power there to work with. So no dying phones. That won't be a possibility with the bad boy tech they've got between their fingers. Nice to see all the players as well, Max, right? Obviously, you know, we've known that they're basically getting themselves ready. They're easing in. The pseudo LAN where we can't see them. But now we get to catch them in 4K as they make their plays.
Yeah, and we're seeing so many of the big players. We're seeing Hardboy, Muller Boy, Bad Boy, all the boys. They're back again, right? It's going to be exciting to see which one out of those are going to do well. We're going to different POVs. I saw Fleeky there for ARCRED. Also a team very similar to GOAT Team, right? I would say, Jackie. In last chance, definitely a way better showing. They got himself overall second place in that position for that stage of the event. 110 points. Very slow start, but towards the end, able to build a lot of momentum. But you do have that break day. And I'm wondering, for teams that were looking so consistent, is that break day going to maybe just kind of hinder their consistency they had earlier on? Or is that a break day that was heavily needed? Because before that, it was 6 days back to back right until the end. So that break day, I think some teams are really going to reformat their drop locations, their early rotations, and their overall kind of strategy going into this tournament, because again, with the top 4 now joining the fray once again, you need to come up with a strategy if you want to be up there with the very, very best of EECA.
Mate, I think it's a good talking point, because obviously it is one of those where for some teams, Max, they thrive in effectively that constant state of always being switched on, right? Where you're just in the flow state, you can just go game to game to game, and it's a known quantity. Yeah. I think for other sides, having that bit of downtime to rest and analyze the competition as well. Maybe if you're playing against teams you're not as familiar with from different domestic regions, it lets the coaching staff kind of unpack the bag so you're prepared. So it will be a curious narrative to see how it affects things, and we'll get answers to all of those questions and more here on Rondo. The players are ready. We're easing ourselves into the action for our opening plane path, and we can kick off our finals. This is what we've been waiting for, what the teams have been fighting for such a lengthy period of time now. Started way back on the 1st of May. And we're here 7 days later with the 16 best teams in the competition. Starting it out on Rondo.
Yeah, it was a grueling week of action for all these teams to make it this far. But by the way, this is the best plane, Jackie, you could have asked for this Rondo. It goes over Yulin and Neox Factory, which we know those are the two main hardcore early game drop locations. Everyone likes to go for those spots. And Aurora in particular, they love a good old Yulin. We'll see if they commit for it. Looking at champions, they're going to be sending their way over to western side of Test Track, so it seems like they're not going to be fully committed. Of course, you want to go for that 3-1 drop early on, but AMIX and Afterlife already clashing in the fight. It's going to be good old Yulin. AMIX already up to 3 eliminations. We are expecting a step up based on their initial performance, and they've done it already in style, eliminating the entire 3-man team of Afterlife in Yulin, and now the focus is going to be shifting over to champions that so far do surround their location. But AMIX are a little bit more secluded. They're over to the west. They don't have to force a fight they don't really want to commit to. As we also do have over here Ozarox. You have 777. You have Aurora. So everyone is joining the party in good old Yulin.
Yeah, pulling up early, mate. Red carpet's down. They want to start things out as they mean to continue. Surprised we've already got a few of those elims being racked up from AMIX, but it's a far better flavor that they're showing us initially here. Ozarox as well gave us so much to be excited about previously, and I'm glad they're coming out swinging, handling themselves in the early encounter. They do match the output of opening elims with AMIX, and that was up against champions, by the way. So again, their reign of unfortunate starts to games from the LCQ seems to be continuing, Max. They can't quite come in with a hot hand. Sideline swipe, though, from Tapok onto Havlik, and he gets lit up. So AMIX might buckle somewhat now with the pressure mounting.
Oh, that's a good off angle, secured by 27+. A team that also has been somewhat topsy-turvy throughout the entirety of this tournament, though that's going to be another off angle secured by the man himself. It's good old Doc. Able to find himself that angle, instantly able to flush out spikes. So that's going to be a nice early elimination secured by Aurora Gaming. You can see here some frags have been secured. There is a recall tower inside of the city. I would not recommend committing to it because if you die twice in a row, that is your 2 lives down the drain instantly. So you will not have a second option after that. So I would say if you want to go for a recall, better to do it outside of Yulin and then just kind of sweep back into the city if you really want to go for these early altercations, though I would not recommend it. Though I do have to say, I do like Aurora taking this a little bit slower, but except for Doc, I mean, look at the minimap. He's so deep in Yulin. He does not need, he does not want backup, apparently, as the rest of his team, Reefus and Ziol, are just over to the eastern edge. Okay, Doc, again, one against the world, it seems, as he's surrounded by foes.
Mate, a man like Doc, backup's a burden, Max, because it's someone else he's got to be thinking about. He likes to just be on his own, so he can just cut his losses in these types of situations. Honestly, if Aurora can make it work early into the day on Rondo, it would bode a whole lot better for the entire flow of their fire throughout the day. So we'll keep with that, see what they can bring out right now. Of course, you've got GOAT team starting to rise up in the opening bouts as they throw themselves onto 3 points. Tapbox been consistently sitting in wait as well to steal away any other points from this encounter. This is the Doc madness we were talking about. Comes unstuck up close and personal as Bad Boy gets the line of sight onto him. Good to see Bad Boy early in the Elim feed, Max. A bit of a legend on the server last time around the LCQ. He was very consistent.
I mean, every time he was getting on that top fraggers list, I think on one day he was up there 3 times total out of 6 matches. So he was very consistent. And as you said, I couldn't say any better really for this player. So we'll see if, again, he can bring that kind of similar heat in the grand finals. We'll be excited to see if that happens. Over to some of the POVs. So, yeah, the fight did definitely calm down in Yulin. Overall, it's been a really big win from AMIX, right? They got 5 early eliminations. They can be really happy-chappy about that early performance. A big step up compared to what we've seen throughout, I would say, even the entirety of this tournament, except for calibration. It's not been the AMIX show. So, over also to Test Drag. Yeah, Destine to Rise having an absolute field day. They're loving the fight over there. They still got 3 members in the city. Betts is going to be out there next to Mayran, going for a quick recall in case their teammates do get eliminated early on. So they're off to a banging kickoff of the finals. But Ziol, we see his POV. Good chuck with the nades. Got 6 nades overall. Now down to 5. And this is good. They know the fight has calmed down. They still held on to a lot of their resources. He's got really good helmet and vest health. So they're going to be looking to tank a few bit of extra damage coming their way. And as a duo, definitely better than just one player going solo. So Doc might want to calm down a little bit. Because the docketing, sure, it's fun to watch. But when you want to make in top 4, that might cause a few issues down the line.
Yeah, it could be problematic, especially when things become a bit more important, right? Where you don't just have a recall in your back pocket to sort of treat as a safety net, a second life for the Doc. But yeah, as soon as this game gets a bit more serious, it's going to be far harder for those decisions to be as beneficial. You could see those nades being put to use here to try and flush out Bad Boy from the elevated position. Problem is, they've never actually been able to fully get it on target. Ziol here does actually know exactly where he is, but the quicker throw might force the reposition from Aurora, so it's a good call from Bad Boy. Doesn't cook it for the knock, instead uses it for space, but he runs straight out onto the outer skirting and is seen by Aslan Boy. This is that consistent hawk play from 27 plus Max. They haven't had to move from their perch. They've just been nibbling on the leftover bits.
The thing is about Yulin in particular, as a city, it's very open between specific buildings. So if you have players transition and keep on trying to sweep the edge of the fight, you're going to get so many good angles. Look, they got another one. They just picked off a play of Aurora. Is that going to result in an actual flush and elimination being secured? Not sure. But still, able to get some good damage on the board. Aurora really struggling to defend their spot, and that is going to be actually flushed out entirely. Yeah, 27 plus, as you said, just perched up here, not having to move an inch whatsoever. And they even have their teammate way further away that can go for the reset if needed. So 27 plus are looking confident because there's really low risk. There's a very slim chance that they might just get fully squad wiped with their 3-1 engage. Now over to another side of the map. It's going to be good old Vicious here. Over to the east of phase 1 circle. Good shots coming in from Koa. Looking to convert it instantly, swapping on over maybe to his DBS and CQC, but Retro's looking for the engage. He wants to save his teammate. It's time to save Soldier Ryan. As though the util, I think you heard the pin on that nade. He's looking to reposition a bit deeper, though it's going to be a 1v2. Koa gets overwhelmed. The S12K is going to be connecting for Retro, and Icy will be there to reclaim Koa from a distance and go for the recall.
Tries he might to get that flush then. Not possible with a quick response time. We get another little glint of the POV of 27 plus as well. Now the shoe's on the other foot. It is Aurora playing up behind the rafters. Ooh, and the peek out from Joel is perfectly timed. Good damage from the elevated peak. Unloads onto Aslan Boy. They will try and go for the wrap round the back to grab him. Meanwhile, Top comes unstuck with his head being absolutely blown to bits there on the face from 27 plus. It's a good response. Dive out from Joel. Ooh, they didn't expect the smooth moves, and the acrobatics of this man pay off.
Yeah, it was a really good plan, by the way. They sent Top back into the fight because he had that extra life. You know that he was the one that recalled his 2 squad mates earlier of Reefus and Doc, so he's the one that can be on the front line joining up with Sion. So it's a really good strategy overall. But 27 plus, they woke up and they mean business on day 1 of finals, loving the overall gameplay. 6 eliminations, elimination leaders of the entire lobby. We'll have to go for the recall very soon, though, which they do have a split, so it shouldn't be too hard to execute. But I don't know what it is, Jackie. I just looked at the map feed. We have another river finish. We keep having those in EECA. I don't know why. Yeah. It's a circle magnet up there. And it's going to be almost a 50-50 split here. It's kind of looking like a yin-yang position right now. With that position, you've got the positive side up north and the negative side down south. The team's in really good spots. GOAT team in particular, I think they were up to 5 elims. Team that dominated during the last chance. We'll see if they can build off the back of that. But GOAT, their position, if it heads anywhere near north, they could have an absolute banging top 5 finish off the back of that position.
And for them, I suppose it is legitimately about beginning as they mean to proceed, where obviously, you know, that kind of answers the question of, are they going to look a bit scared? Are they a bit slower, having that slight time where they could reset, have an off day? Well, at the minute, it's worked pretty well mechanically. They're hitting their shots. Positioning looks good as well. So a little bit of luck could go a long way. This is a roster we haven't really had time to speak about yet, though. Been a bit quieter for them, but by no means are they a side that can't get loud. DG77, good to have them back in the lobby, Max.
Good times, yeah. Able to get himself some little decent positions in the circle. I'm really happy to see so many of these teams back on board. Maybe looking to get a bit of a leg up on the competition. This is going to be a fun position. We did see a team win from here. I believe it was GOAT team actually during knockout from where Ravo is standing for Afterlife. There's a really strong ridgeline kind of stretching throughout the entirety of the east of this position next to the water. So really good overall. Though Mad Esports got to be a little bit more cautious here because you might be limited on resources. You are dead center. If you don't shift, you've got to be very cautious about how you use your ammo and not waste it, especially when it comes to meds. So you can hopefully lick your wounds in case of an altercation coming your way. But Raver, yeah, his car in really bad shape, so he's going to be stuck here for a hot minute. As also, TT Project looking their way. So knowing TT Project, they were kind of like one of the most consistent team, I would say, Jackie, during knockout. Able to get these positions time and time and time again. They're just so good on the macro aspect of their gameplay. So because of that, actually, I wouldn't be surprised if they just win the entirety of finals with how consistent they were in the past.
Yeah, I think that's why it's perfectly acceptable as well, where if we're not seeing too much from them in sort of the first 15 minutes, it's not that surprising, because they have been very much more a team that focuses on their late game placement, the positional play, and then still finds ways to get important picks to give themselves a good elim bubble as well. So yeah, it's nice to have them back, like we touched on, right? I think all 4 of those top teams were sorely missed from the element of sort of high-tier PUBG Mobile. So we'll see how that spices up the lobby, specifically when I'm thinking when we get into Erangel as well today. Could be a nice element there. Little bit quieter, though, right now. It's finally hit that mid-portion where teams have been running to run low on recalls. The towers are becoming more lucrative, so everyone's not as willing to run their entire life through a blender for 1 or 2 points.
I mean, the thing is also when you do have these northern circles, you have way less recall towers in play. You have a lot more in the center of the map where it's greener over there when you can touch grass, but here there's going to be a lot less available. I believe in the circle itself there's almost none. I'm looking at, yeah, I believe there's just none available. So if you do go for the fight, it's actually going to be decent for like TT Project, Avalanche, DG77, as they do have still a lot of recalls, and even Destined to Rise have a lot of recalls available. But will you be able to actually get access to it? Oh, that's going to be a different task at hand, a bit harder to execute. I was actually talking about Destine to Rise, going to have a bit of a clash with TT Project, it seemed like, and TT Project not losing a single player, not wasting any life, and still getting 2 eliminations. That's a strong, strong trade-off for this team. Though, I did see the circle shift once again, and it is going to be another 50-50 split on the river. This is our 3rd game in this exact area, Jackie. Why does it keep happening? I don't know, but these teams now have a ton of experience in this location. They should know every nook and cranny of this terrain and hopefully leverage it to get themselves a strong finish on game 1.
Yeah, you've been given the groundwork. It's all just about the follow through. Oh, mate. Avalanche. Feels weird that it's been quiet from them on Rondo with how much they were being able to squeeze out of this previously in the LCQ. But up against Aurora and co, it'd be a hard fight to actually achieve too many nice elims on this one. Talking of which, still points being acclimated there on the side of GOAT as they rise up to 2nd place off of elims alone in the lobby. Tied with AMIX and Aurora, 5 in the back pocket. Ozarox joining them as well. 27 plus. Looking like they've been having a good run of things on this game. Taking duel after duel. It was a lot of nice opening third-party safe fights in the opening moments. That gave them 4 picks. Now they're adding to that total tally. Could be up to 8 here. If you can just get that adjustment shot off over towards Havlik. Ruzen's low. Rest of the squad trying to create space between one another. Paranoid about the backstab from GOAT as Focus fires some bullets downrange.
I mean, you should be scared. You're surrounded by AMIX, by Vicious, by GOAT Team, by Champions. 27 plus if they can. They're not even in circle. Better to just get in your car and get the hell out of Dodge. It's not worth it at this point, but unfortunately the Blue's going to start ticking harder and harder. We'll have to consume your meds if you want to survive. Out of the zone, and he goes down south of the river. So this is great for Aurora, for Avalanche, TT Project. The dash, though, over the water for any of these northern teams is going to be insanely tough because you do not have bridges in this particular area. You have 1 bridge next to Afterlife, but that is going to be in the blue in the next minute or so. If you want to go for that rotate, you better be quick and swift about it. Otherwise, the blue zone might be then the top frag of this game. I wouldn't be too surprised. This is going to be unkind to this lobby. Vicious Narvalo able to find a nice knot for himself onto GOAT. Though Ozarox, up to 6 eliminations. This team has woken up massively during the entirety of Last Chance. And it seems like they don't even need the Pachinki loot truck to do well. Up to 6 elims. We'll see if they can get maybe a 7th onto Retro. Though the nade will be tanked. Will be able to go for the first aid himself. Go for the peek. Good damage onto Bad Boy here. Gonna have to go instantly for the first aid. Retro might be low on U-tilt. So that's going to permit Bad Boy to get back to 75% HP. But this 1v1 is taking so long that DG77 and seen on the minimap, they're looking to encroach and take up this fight. That would be an easy 2 points for them to secure.
Yeah, they're the side that would thrive in that situation if they can catch LOS onto them down here. This awkward battle through the gulch that's resulting in time being the big factor. The blue slowly eating away at Bad Boy. Can't really stop the rot realistically over the pop in the meds and hoping eventually you'll get the shot off. But no, not meant to be. That's the connection back over on Ozarox. So goodbye, Bad Boy. The Bulls go down. 7 elims is all they muster on this one. Decent, but not enough for a late game finish. DG77 as well, taking the scrap straight to Afterlife and removing 2 members from the equation there. So being able to punish on their bigger rotate, effectively backstabbing up towards Mad & Co as well. Retro from TGM still alive. He's going to eventually look to try and solo snake his way back up further towards the zone. Zadira does find Zixi swimming in the blue. Bullets towards him, but barely with a bubble of oxygen lives for now.
I was going to say, wait, isn't the blue? No, it's the water's blue. It was like, oh, okay. I was like, wait, this is in zone. He's okay. He's safe. That's going to be a really good knock, and he's going to be, unfortunately, drowning to his death. That's going to be 27 plus, also fully eliminated out of this game. So all the teams that got early high elimination counts here have been completely swept under the rug. 27 plus, Ozarox, GOAT, TGM maybe to follow suit very soon in that kind of trend. So right now, the teams in the middle of the pack in particular that got around the 4-3 elimination mark are looking to be true contenders for this chicken dinner. Good nade, though, from Effect. Able to hold off. Up-and-coming team over at Southeast as Vicious. Also, they had a little bit of a break day. They qualified straight through knockout. And Champions team that needs to step up massively. Having so far a really good hold-off demo. Headshot to Narvalo, that's huge. but Demo also will be traded back and forth. So far, things are not looking great because Champions sure have position, which is not the case for all of Vicious. So they got to try and make sure they can reposition a bit deeper. Thing is, even if they do get in the zone, the water's still down south of you, so you're not going to be set up for success. Koa, Doran, trying to keep the dream alive in game one. They're going to be right next door with Mad. They're going to be neighbors. As the nade's raining on down in that spot, the nade looking good. It might find the knock. It does get the damage on 2 members, but unfortunately not converted. As here we go, Koa raining absolute hell down from the heavens. Will get one, but they're going to get pincered by Champions. Vicious in an unescapable position as Koa survives as a solo.
Yeah, punishing stuff here. Got to cut your losses and completely give up. Doran, no chance to stay alive, and that sentiment could also be mirrored on Koa here as the bullets will connect. It's pre-pod way off in the distance, able to light his eyes up and take down the Vicious. So they fall. 7th place finish for them inside of the game currently, with 5 elims tied in that mid-portion bubble with a lot of our squads. This could be a prime opportunity for someone else to start to rise up now. Your DG, your TT, ARCRED even, or Aurora, possibly thinking, all right, take a deep breath. This is a big chance for us. And see where they can go. Zerich on his last legs as well, so it's a little bit rougher on that side of things. 6 amongst a magnitude of different bits of cover, trying to keep himself out of trouble. Here's the crash as they do unload. Nomi, armed with a heavy weaponry, absolutely gats them on the crash into TT. Freezer seeing the nades flying towards him as he'll commit onto effect as well, but the bombardment delivers.
Yeah, that's going to be a mini red zone here, dealt right on the heads of DG. Pre-pod, though, getting a good angle with a backup of Zadira, so that's going to be a deadly duo. Can they get the resale onto Nomi and Freezer, though? They're going to have to wrap up this fight right here, right now, if they want that to happen. But even then, you're not safe from a potential third party from the likes of 777, Champions, or even ARCRED south of this spot. So you've got to be quick and swift about it, as Yol able to also have a bit of a clash with ARCRED. So Aurora still looking healthy this match. We'll see if they can convert into a high top 3 elimination game. But most of the teams are in circle except for already Champions that still not only have to get in zone, but also have to cross the river. So Champions, haven't they cut their work cut out for them in match 1? Not an easy one. And actually, oh, this cover flare setup, Jackie, they felt like the perfect angle to create this kind of fortress for himself. So could be really useful later on down the line.
Yeah, it could save your life, just having that sliver of extra space to play off with. It blocks them incoming damage. FS. Ooh. Thought he had a chance to really flex his muscles on this one, but off the back of revealing himself with the initial tag damage down onto Zadira, it all goes wrong incredibly quickly as DG77 are starting to clean up. Tied first place now in terms of the elims, but Aurora are vying for control once more up against ARCRED, and that reactor's gone cold. We say goodbye to them out in 6th place, just outside of getting themselves into a safety net of point earning from the placement points. So Aurora looking scary as well. Some of our big fish trying to scrap. Didn't expect Champions to pull any punches on this one as they roam back over. Good initial engagement. Kino suspicious of the repeat from pre-pod as well. Bides his time for the lineup on that. Few shots on targets, but the nade will blow him back down. Knocked for now.
Almost a post-mortem nade there, able to connect onto Kino. Though he's got the first aid. That was actually going to be his last first aid. Now he's got 1 med kit remaining. Come on, pre-pod, got 1 nade. You better make it count. It's looking good on the angle, but a little bit too short. Fearless will be able to make it over to Kino. Freezer trying to make his way to the cover flare to just give more insight of when the recall is being pulled. So pre-pod's going to use that intel to make the push forward down this hilltop and not get him punished. It really seems like Fearless is really committed to the hill on his teammate. As unfortunately, it's too late. Freezer will get flushed out, and so will pre-pod. That's going to be still a strong finish from DG, able to make it so far in this game top 4. But now the top 3 teams remaining in this match is going to be 2 Mongolian teams in Aurora and Champions, and also the Uzbekistan team of Avalanche that have had so much success in the past on Rondo. Can they convert their second Rondo chicken dinner of the tournament right here?
Hey man, it's one thing to do it in the LCQ in style, but if they can do it to kick off the actual finals themselves, it would be a miraculous feat for Avalanche. Instantly snow the competition under and show us what you're made of. Crazy to see as well that storyline, the age-old adage of Aurora and Champions fighting against one another and actually being in these late-game circles has again reared its head. It was a rough LCQ for Champions, but looking far better here. Top with the engagement, up close and personal, annihilates Groza. The rest of the squad do try and reposition quickly, but he's already been flushed out. Meanwhile, Butcher bites down onto Joel, and they do trade 1-for-1. Opportunities to recover that man are slim to none, and if you anger Butcher, you best be ready for the blade.
Really good timing from Avalanche. Sure, you do lose Groza, but you reclaim this high ground position away from the grasp of Aurora. And now they still got some util. They've still got a few grenades willing to chuck them at their enemy. It's going to be Top also down to just 3 more nades, but it's looking good. Top, he hits it perfectly onto Butcher. Molodoy and Tommy, still the surviving duo. Butcher's going to be a bit of a hard rest to commit to, as they know exactly where they're hiding behind that rock. But one team that's not involved in this fight here, Jackie, is Champions. They still got 2 players in Kino and Fearless. They're up north. They're not involved. If the timing's right, this could be a Champions win, as that is going to be the end of the line. Avalanche wrecked in that finish, not able to reach the silver medal. There's now the 2v2, the Mongolian team versus the other Mongolian Brethrens. Champions versus Aurora for the win on match 1. Has really good use of the vehicles here from Top, and Reefers looking to take control down south, going for a 1-1 split. And same for Champions, meaning if you are in this split and you do get knocked, that reset, that recall on your teammate, it's just not going to happen.
You got to win your ones effectively. Play your individual firefight to perfection, as it can be the difference between the chicken dinner or a bust. Going out second here in game 1 on Rondo. Rufus on the move, sprinting between cover to cover, trying to stay tucked in behind the trees. Eyeline set towards the backside there, scouting the hillside to see if he can catch a read on where exactly the Champions players are. Not privy to all of the information right now. Slightly further around, Fearless as well, in a good position with the zone moving towards them. Kino can eventually start to readjust.
There's actually a really good ridge line in the center of the circle next to that airdrop that just came down from the heavens. And also one big highlight is that Kino's got 5 nades. The only good amount of cover you have in this circle are trees and rocks, really prone for nade damage. So if Kino is on the money with that util, that alone could convert this into a chicken dinner match 1. And this is a team that we said, right, we need to see more from. They were so disappointed in the previous stages. And now, I don't know what happened, but they just had a realization that actually they are good at PUBG Mobile. They are some of the best teams out there. And they can take a win, maybe, against one of the best squads in the world. Reefers Top, also decent amount of util. 3 nades in the arsenal of Top himself. But again, they're so split. You lose one player, your entire setup falls apart, crumbles to pieces. It's Top. Good angle, but he does have the GS9, not playing with any DMR this game in particular.
Not his classic weaponry on display. And having one of those in the arsenal could have made a matter of difference from a distant firefight. But perhaps it will just be the close-range collapse. You can see no one wants to be the initial domino to fall here, though, realizing how much the additional points, those 10 juicy big ones from taking the chicken dinner here, could come back to save their legacy in this tournament the longer it goes on. So everyone's doing their due diligence, playing far safer. Only issue with that is, will this come down to paralysis by analysis, perhaps, for the Aurora side? If they go for a bit of a fragmented push on this, lose one player, it could quickly start to unravel. Top in the driving seat again, links up with Reefus. You could have that 2-1 fight, but it's getting over the ridgeline, a downhill battle towards Fearless that makes it uncomfortable.
Thing is, they don't know exactly where Fearless and Kino are located. Compared to Aurora, we saw they've been using the car for the past 2 or 3 minutes now, so Champions know exactly where the players of Aurora are somewhat located. If they knew exactly, pretty sure they would have started throwing grenades by now. The circle ends on the ridgeline again, taking all of the water out of the equation, so it's going to be shifting down. Kino's off angle. Yeah, it seems like Top has a good idea that someone is located over there. This cover flare, by the way, also might have given some insight. But now it's just going to be calm. It's literally going to be down to who gets the first opening spray and knock. And that's when you're going to create an advantage for yourself. And hopefully leverage it to convert into an actual chicken dinner. That will be the natural progression of this game. But they're trying to get to the ridge. Reefus in particular, he's got a good angle that Fearless is just not looking his way. He's looking fully locked onto Top. Reefus could get off with a scot-free limb if he really doesn't get seen until the very end of this game. Oh, he got the treat.
Oh, mate. It's dicey. At least he does have that small area of cover. And Fearless, as he gets a little bit closer, that audio cue becoming louder and louder, you're going to be getting antsy about it. Maybe he just goes for the rotate back around, though, jumps in the vehicle, tries to make them second guess what the actual play will be. Kino tucked in behind the rock on the off-angle side.
The thing is, this circle is kind of tricky because it ends perfectly on the ridge, meaning you can't just go low ground for Fearless and Kino and wait for them to push and just get headshots. Oh, that's a good nade onto Fearless. It won't be converted. Same actually as he clasps back onto Reefus. That's a decent bit of damage on those two solos. Instantly going back into hiding, trying to recover from that damage, lick their wounds. But yeah, same for Aurora. They can't just wait for Kino and Fearless to peek over the ridge themselves and get an easy headshot, so they will get closer and closer until eventually someone's out of position, and it will get turned into a free knock and maybe even flushed out fully. Although this is the last grenade off top, will it get the knock onto Kino? That could have been so detrimental, but it will not convert whatsoever in a knockdown I'm sure he was heavily waiting for.
Yeah, he thought that stone being cast could have been the opening moment for them to commit to this gambit. But instead, it's just a slight drain on the very precious resources that there aren't that many of for the Aurora side. Using the last of the defensive utility as well. One molly in the back pocket for his teammate, whilst Top is having a lot of shrapnel land right by him. He's going to go between those small dips that have been created. Depends on the timing of the pin being pulled. It's a reset on the nade for Fearless, so he won't throw it out just yet. If this one lands close, it could be deadly. Instead, it's just a bit of chip onto Top. The peek up, he sees the head over the ridgeline. Fearless playing on a knife's edge here, with Top and Reefus actually having a little bit of additional space to play off of now due to the divots created by those nades. You've really got to hope they can peak on this one with both players' attention on one player and Kino able to commit to the stereo hit from the side to clean up.
Yeah, these dips made by the nades are just keeping Top and Reefus alive for the longest portion of this ending. Really good use of that feature of Rondo. Also, Top, I saw earlier, looted up the airdrop, right? So he's got a tier 3 helmet and vest. Any damage coming his way, he can tank for a little bit longer than Reefus. So it's good to have him on the front line, just soak up a bit more of that overall damage of Fearless and Kino. Again pushed, it's going to go slightly over to the west. Fearless is going to get pushed over the ridge really soon. This fight is going to happen in the next few seconds. As he goes, it's going to be Fearless first to peek over. The damage is going to be looking strong. Reefus first to fall, swapping on over to a secondary, but it's just not enough. Champions wrestling that chicken away from the grasp of Aurora, and will be your first winners here of the grand finals of PMGO ECA.
There you go, tempered celebrations, happy with themselves on that one. Great form for Champions overall, considering the slippery slope of an LCQ they played. This is them sending a message as they come out swinging on game one. Surprised, realistically, as well, Max, how well they were able to handle themselves in that final sequence, the actual scrap on the push-up. It was decent damage from Aurora, but no commit, and the Kino just handles it very nicely. They're able to absolutely pop off in the final moments and snatch that one back, claim the chicken dinner.
I genuinely did not think Champions were going to win this game because the circle was continuously shifting down south, right? And they were one of the few straggling teams just struggling to make the cross over the water. Yeah. Everyone was fighting each other after that transition, especially DG77, ARCRED, AVALANCHE, that they're all so committed on fighting each other, they're not looking at the water, and that allows Champion to find an opening, even as a duo, and kind of make their ascent up that mountaintop and claim the chicken dinner. So it was unsure who was going to get it, but Champion's able to subvert expectations in game one of the finals. And if this is anything to go by, this is going to be, of course, a true telling point that the entirety of these matches for the finals are going to be absolute peak PUBG Mobile Esports, because, whew, that was a lot of action and a lot of great fights taken in match one.
Yeah, good, exciting early game. Controlled, smart plays as well towards the end there. No one wanted to throw away what could be a potential lifeline in a couple of days' time from now, right? Squeezing as many extra points as you can out of these games. And kind of poetic, we go back to it being an Aurora versus Champion encounter as well. Something that was happening in the mid to early portion of games back in Knockout. Glad if it had to happen here, it was at least our final bout between these two teams. Kind of saving the best till last there, Max, for the Mongolian fans.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that game one we have the two Mongolian teams in first and second place is kind of a statement that this region is one of the, well, not even region, this country just creates absolute raw talent in this esports scene. So champions looking especially strong. And one of the players that usually was always really strong for this team was Kino. Kind of repeating that previous success we saw in the past. He's able to get 8 eliminations, but luckily enough, it's not just as a solo. It is going to be also with Fearless here to wrap things up with a bow on top for the win. But Atomic and Demo went out a little bit earlier, but I can't really fault them too much, Jackie. It's not like they made a big mistake. Crossing that river when you had so many teams between you and the other side of the riverbank was just always going to be hard to execute. Only losing 2 players for that tough of a transition, I'm going to say, definitely subverting expectations and taking a win that should not have been theirs to begin with, and they do it in absolute style in game 1.
Yeah, massively so. Oh, mate.
Almost.
Missed the mark by 1 elim, Max. We've been so close to breaking that 100 elim game. I think, what, 3 times now we've been on the precipice. This is the tightest by far.
Yeah, I was really hoping we're going to see 100 eliminations on the Rondo, because compared to the previous stages, we only have 1 per day. At least you know what that means. We will have 3 total, because you cannot smash in match 1 of day 3 of the final. So at least we will have an opportunity of seeing that 2 more times at these finals. Though overall, 11 grenade eliminations, looking really high on that front of things, and also almost a 400-meter longest elimination. So whoever was sniping over there, definitely having a field day on this game on Rondo, as Kino will be crowned your match 1 MVP, and not really too shocked, right? Kino was just absolutely dominating every single clash he was committed to. So Kino looking like a new MVP contender here, possibly for the finals. I know this is early to say it as match 1, but he's put up numbers the entirety of PMGO EECA.
Yeah, dude, that's the thing as well. I think that would actually be an even more viable conversation if we were to see, effectively, you know, a champion side that maintained the same sort of oomph in the OCQ. The only reason he sort of fell out of that topic as regularly is because it was a bit quiet for the roster there. But great to see when it matters most in the finals itself. He's back to his winning ways, and the squad itself has way, way healthier prospects ahead of it. Let's have a look at the other top players that are close behind him, though. Retro and TGM making the most out of that game, even when he went down to just a solo towards the ending. Ruzen, who has been an absolute boss for 27 plus continuously, Max, keeps that up once again, nearly 1k damage there. And then the duo, of course, of Top and Joel from Aurora.
It really feels like, coming to the early portion of this match with the hot drops, that 27 plus and Ruzen in particular knew, okay, we always have this super stretch out fight happening in Yulin. It's a fight that really is good if you're able to really dominate fully and not lose a single member. And 27 plus saw that as a weakness for these teams. And like, we can just go to the western side, get perched up on top of the mountain, and just wait for teams to do a mistake, positionally speaking, and get easy early eliminations. So if we had more Rondos, I would feel like they would actually create a really big lead with that kind of strategy. Of course, we won't see other hot drops on Erangel and Miramar, hopefully. But that was a really good strategy that I'm sure was worked on in the background, and it worked out beautifully in their favor on game 1. So 27 plus. Hey, that strategy might allow them to actually create a really big lead after this first game.
Yeah, I think for 27 plus as well, again, this is another team that, you know, the added benefit of playing those extra games did wonders for them. The more action they were able to play in the LCQ just let them bubble back to actually showing us a ton of confidence. So the fact that that's translated here to game 1 of the finals, that's good, Max. Clearly, having those extra laps has helped them massively. And they're a talented team as well. So fun to see them coming out swinging. We got some highlights from that game to look back upon, though. So let's have a bit of a look back before we set our focus forward.
I need to send a DM to Doc to, like, look, chill out. He did the docketing twice in a game. I thought that maybe the first one he can get away with because he can get recalled by Top on the recall tower. But the second time, when he got eliminated, I don't believe we saw it on the main feed. He was so far away from his teammate. He got completely surrounded by enemies and then just picked off easily. So Dog needs to calm the hell down. They're looking at the replays, of course, again, highlight on 27 plus. Yeah, I mean, this rock formation, if you're going to go for a third party on the city, is just the best entry point imaginable in that particular position.
Yeah, dude, it's honestly very fun coming into a Rondo like this and seeing some awesome gameplay from sort of the entire lobby. So I think, you know, the fact we get the highlight opportunity to look back over the plays is the dream. It's always fun.
There we go. Looking at some of the extra replays this fight. DG77 in particular were having a really good time. Thing is, they were in a very nadeable position behind these cover flares. I'm surprised we didn't see more presence from the MG3. It was actually looted up by Nomi. I guess no one had enough time to get to his death crate to actually get the airdrop weapon for themselves and play with it. But MG3, we saw a double MG3 finish, right, during LCQ, Jackie, from Avalanche. That could have been a really good way to turn the tides in whoever was able to loot it up in that game. It was just not meant to be. That's down to the nades. And I say every time, you really want to hold on to your nades until the very finishing moments. It can really make a difference. One more nade in the hands of Champions or Aurora really could have gotten themselves a way earlier chicken dinner, but everyone had to use it to just survive and create dips to survive even deeper at the end of that match.
Yeah, living on a knife's edge with the nades, just creating a little bit of a divot to keep your head down from. But hey-ho, those are the highlights. Let's have a look at the overall outcome, of course, and break down who's some of our biggest winners. On that one, both of the Mongolian sides in rank 1 and 2, certainly happy with their play on that. And then you've got Avalanche and DG77 in close proximity as well in 3rd and 4th. Nice to see DG coming out swinging into this, but the more surprising one is obviously Avalanche doing it consistently once again as well. And that was without Molodoy basically being a force to be reckoned with, kind of headhunting everyone, Max. So maybe it's going to be a bright day for them.
Hopefully. This is a team that I would say had an opportunity to do better in the LCQ because the big top 4 teams weren't present. If they can kind of subvert those expectations, that would be a really good kind of statement that this team is definitely looking like a true contender in PMGO EECA. Though, second page, actually, except for Afterlife, no one really had a terrible match. Even 777 got 3 elims to their name. Mad Esports gets 4, TT Project get 4, which actually, I will be a little bit more critical on TT Project. I think they were gifted a really good position in the circle, and when they got encroached upon by another team, I forgot who it was exactly, but they folded right away. So TT Project maybe got to set up a bit of a stronger defense here, because this is a team that we know can get good positions early match, but then you need to be able to defend it because teams are looking very desperate in the finals to make it to the LAN event over in Jakarta.
Yeah, dude, they're a team as well that I think it would be a shame if we see a sort of a collapse from them in today's games, right? Because, again, we were singing their praises the whole way through. In Knockout and Recalibration, even way back there, they were playing it as if it was finals the entire time. So it'd be a crazy fall-off if they have some bad results throughout the day. Let's have a look at the schedule, though, and see what's coming up next, of course, as that was our one and only Rondo match. We do have the bounty of free Erangels on screen next.
And of course, looking on the matches of Erangel and Miramar coming up right now, it's going to be the return of the loot truck, which genuinely, for those who maybe didn't watch the league stage of this tournament, the loot truck has been now pinned as one of the most meta-defining additions, features in PUBG Mobile Esports. The fact you can get an early game P90, MG3, any kind of airdrop weapons, and especially tier 3 vest and armor, and just a lot of meds and ammo to work with is a crazy thing to get. In literally Circle 1, we see it happening in Severny, Pachinki, Yasnaya Poliana, and also one does go down on Military Island, which who knows, maybe Aurora could try and get that early game. So that feature is going to be going in full swing on this coming match.
No, massively, mate. It was a big boon for some of our teams. But if you want to get yourself something tasty in the meantime, scan that QR code in the bottom left-hand side of your screens and get a nice little upgrade for the VSS there, so you can sport a swanky new look. 75 of those available, Max, so you've got to be pretty quick.
Yeah, got to be quick to get that swanky skin, as Jackie is calling it. But it's cool, 175 in total. You better be quick. I did try and scan it 2 days ago at the end of the show, and they completely disappeared. So if you're not quick, you might just be missing out. Also, we're not going to have only that skin to give away. We'll have multiple throughout the entirety of these finals. So do stay tuned during the in-between game segments. As back to the LAN venue here for these players, everyone is looking ready to get into the next game. I'm sure everyone's in the lobby as at this very moment. So, Miramar and Erangel left on the menu. Erangel's going to be the next one coming up with the grassy pastures. Drop locations were, I would say, pretty much sorted, Jackie, right? We didn't have anything weird happening unless you have a crazy, terrible plane path. I think early game should be looking really good for every single team involved.
Yeah, I'd think so. It feels like we've reached sort of a gentleman's agreement with a lot of the squads now, right? Where no one wants to just throw away opportunities for points, which is the better way to play things. Hey, nice to see the AMIX crew smiling as well, Max. A little bit of giggling there as they're getting themselves ready. You know, this is a side again, right, that we were saying has a ton of talent. So if they're looking happy outside the server, maybe they'll be playing well in the lobby. Because that start back on Rondo, at least, was good for them. They were winning some early duels, got a couple of points. Could it have been better? Sure. Could it have been worse? Absolutely so.
Definitely will be the case. Oh yeah, I thought my internet disconnected for a second. But no, we're going to be seeing the playing path. It's going to be from Primorsk up to Severny. And actually, one thing to really pay attention to, I know we've been talking about Aurora a lot today, but they're going back to military base. AMIX set up shop over in Solnovka military base while Aurora weren't playing. So actually, I'm looking at AMIX. What is there going to be their secondary option? Are they going to go back to spots like maybe Severny, maybe Rozhok? They're going to have to change it because otherwise you're committed to an early game fight. I would not recommend, even if you do get those 4 eliminations, losing a member really hinders your chances of a potential win down the line. So AMIX, keep an eye out for those lads. As outside of that, everyone's going to be just kind of spread apart. Rozhok is going to be picked up by the likes of maybe Destine unless they look to stretch it once again. But this is a very kind playing on match 1 on good old Erangel. And the loot trucks looking to head the way of Vicious, it seems. So Ozarox also giving up on Pachinki, giving it back to their true kings in Vicious, kind of expanding their domain in the center of the map. So that's some free good loot to get in circle number 1.
Yeah, and obviously the conversion rate that we've seen for that has been unbelievable in terms of how statistically backed up it's been. If a side is able to gain control of a loot truck early to give themselves a brilliant late game placement. And, you know, we were sort of having that topic of conversation where sometimes it's not even just having the loot drop weaponry that can save you in some big fights. It's even just having to skip out on a whole portion of slower rotate, sort of, you know, scavenging for loot. You can focus more on the end game zone. Lobby like this, mate, the difference of having an advanced position would be tremendous.
I do have to say, though, one thing that frustrates me a little bit is when you go to the next stage of a tournament and the groups kind of change and then now you have these 16 teams. I have to relearn the color combination with the teams. Like normally TGM were always yellow and now they're red, and I was like, literally for the first minute I was like, where the hell is TGM? But no,
where are they?
Over to Eastern Yaz as always. So yeah, just got to get used to it. Just adapt to what this lobby is going to be looking like in these games. Otherwise, yeah, no early eliminations. That's good. Let's go.
I know. What a surprise. You thought maybe there'd still at least be one little kerfuffle, even if it's not a full-on drop-in of one another. It seems fairly consistent. We've had the odd solo that gets caught off guard if they want to play a little bit of a free one early during some of the looting. So, yeah, actually kind of everyone keeping their noses clean. The air of competition. Well, you could sort of cut that with a knife today, Max. A lot more tension. I suppose everyone's kind of realizing this is it, right? Yeah. It's not top 12. It's not a few teams go through. It's not a safety net underneath you. No, no, no. It's you either play your best PUBG Mobile or potentially give up on the money, give up on the glory, and give up on that chance for what is a gigantic opening into the rest of this year's circuit for some of these teams. We'll come back to that later, though. For now, loot truck action, TGM. They loved trying to isolate these previously as well. They were another side that was making good use of early conversions on loot trucks, and Sanic here, dumping the mags in, has been able to shut it down.
Actually, a really good place also to explode the loot truck because it does get eliminated, destroyed. No, it's not a player, but it does get destroyed next to these buildings, right? So if you do get somewhat surrounded by maybe 27 plus that are, they know TGM are looting up the loot truck here, so they do have a little bit of extra protection around it. So that's actually, I don't know if it was intentional to explode it very specifically in that area, but wherever you do take down the loot truck actually does have an influence on if you can loot it safely or not. Though, wondering what they're going to get. One weapon outside of the MG3 that we've seen right in the past be very impactful, especially in the Avalanche win on Rondo during LCQ, is the P90. Every time I feel like we see the P90 is at least 2 eliminations every time. That weapon is just an absolute laser beam. If you have in the right hands in particular, I think Ked of Motion was doing really well in the past with that weapon despite not making it to the finals. So if they get one, maybe, who knows, Jackie, 2 P90s, whew, that could be a good start for good old TGM.
2 P90s. My God, mate. That's a PP180.
Oh, yeah. Quick math.
Yeah.
Just give it to one player. Just akimbo it. No?
Akimbo. Guy's just dual wielding them, running in. He'd blow his arms off with a recoil, mate.
I mean, you would love it too, because you. By the way, if you guys don't know the P90 how it works in game, you have ammo that only works on the P90. You have 200 and I believe it's 50 bullets in the chamber and an extra 200 bullets on the side. When you're out of ammo, that's it. That weapon is unusable because you can't find that ammo naturally in the battlegrounds. It doesn't spawn in like buildings and such. It's always going to be or in airdrops or you're going to find it inside of loot trucks. So you better be very sparse when you are using that weapon. Over to the POV of DG. Actually, I'm looking at the minimap. They're surrounded. Around them, they've got teams such as Ozarox. They've got Champions. They've got Destine to Rise. They've got ARCRED. So DG got to be a bit careful to not peek too hard out of their compound. Otherwise, that might be an easy player getting flushed out of that match. As they do have a horse parked up inside, which we talked about it a few times, right? The horse genuinely good in this esports mode.
Yeah.
And going to be one of the ways that DG move around the map.
Exactly. I mean, honestly, mate, if you find a horse, you might as well get as most use out of it as possible. We've had many discussions about the horse meta. That's quite a nice one. Look at that, bro. He's just sat there enjoying his field. You never know what type of horse you're going to get, but I can tell you one thing. They can be lucrative if you treat it right. Brush its mane, keep its hooves clean. You don't want an upset horse. Then it would buck you off.
I mean, you can feed it in game, so yeah, just make sure to feed it consistently. Otherwise, you might just run away and you can't move anymore. You're just stuck in whatever shed you're in. So, gotta be sure to feed it, because if you do also take good care of the horse, you can actually call it to your location. We talked about it a bit in the past. It's actually a very underrated feature that if you're stuck behind a hay bale, a rock, or a tree, and you want to be able to move, call your horse, and he'll come right back to you, and you can hopefully survive that fight. All right, otherwise, still phase 1. Almost every team are in the zone. We haven't lost a single player so far, except maybe for Sanich, which is going to be having to reposition. Respect the location of Ozarox. Not worth it in the Yasnaya fields. And it would be a really unfortunate state of affairs to lose TGM that drop literally next door to this area. They gifted a great early game position, so you want to try and keep your 4-man squad up and healthy. As, outside of that, yeah, the teams that I was going to mention that weren't in circle are Aurora Gaming, Avalanche, and Mad Esports. But the edge of the circle everywhere is really open, so we shouldn't lose any of those 3 squads upon this phase 1 transition.
For Sanich as well, it's obviously, you know, he's one of the men that was able to instantly get that engagement off on the loot truck and get himself some high-tier gear. So taking any unnecessary damage there, softening up some of the additional defenses he has, would be a bit of a thorn in the backside, perhaps, for a later game encounter. So lucky that he's able to tuck himself in behind the vehicle. Doesn't go down, doesn't throw away what could be a nice leg up for TGM into this game in the early portion. They can reposition off, like you say. Not realistically worth them collapsing onto Ozarox as things stand right now. More room to survive and have a little bit of peace before it really needs to kick off.
Hopefully they can find that peace as we're about to transition into phase 2. You can tell this is not just an early passive game for the sake of it, because there's just so much on the line. Again, a slot 4 tournament with a $500,000 prize pool. And that's not all. In case you guys are not aware of the format for 2026 or so, off the back of this tournament, you get PMWC and PMGC points. So if you do really well here, this might be your early ticket to 3 major global events for the entirety of this year. So this format, this tournament is particularly important. You can't afford to fail here. There's actually AMIX looking at them also on an early fragging spree, it seems, onto Afterlife. Afterlife down to a solo player very early last game on Rondo. They might suffer a very similar fate. It's going to be the AMIX push. They're looking to commit. They're looking to claim early fights once more, as Zexy also gets overwhelmed. And that's it. You blink and you missed it. That is the entirety of Afterlife eliminated. Down to now just 15 teams, and AMIX yet to lose a single member.
2 very different contrasts there. An Afterlife side that felt like their power level was increasing the more we see them. Kind of barely limps their way through the LCQ towards the final day of things. Whereas Afterlife, wow, they've targeted them, rack up those 4 eliminations, get themselves into a better start here. This is quite a different tale that's being told by the roster. Perhaps them smiling and laughing in real life goes to show they've got a bit more confidence back. They've unpacked the bag during that day off, perhaps, Max, been able to isolate what exactly was going wrong and putting a far better foot forward into these games.
I mean, you could say it was a bit weird they committed to the fight, but I'm pretty sure just looking at the fight kickoff in the map feed, they found a knock from a distance and they're like, yeah, we have a man advantage. Let's just try and really utilize all of our resources and take it, which they did indeed. So yeah, and flawlessly, right? Able to actually keep all your players alive is very, very important. Though they are not in circle, and actually just above them up north are going to be 3 teams. You've got Mad Esports, you've got Avalanche, and you also, I believe that is going to be 27 plus wrapping up behind. Maybe looking to go for a quick dodge over to the east in Yesnaya Field. So I would say AMIX, not worth really defending. You're not in the zone. I would say it's good to prioritize circle positions compared to trying to gatekeep on phase 2. Early gatekeeping really does not make much sense in my mind. But AMIX, maybe they got a little bit of a confidence boost after that win, 4-0 up against Afterlife. So maybe they want to commit to it. But again, I would not recommend it. This is very early to take 2 fights back to back.
It's normally the AMIX way, though. If they have a good start, they just keep going with it. They want to fight. I don't know, man. Honestly, I'd take that over the kind of, damp squib of a matchup we saw from them quite consistently, where they weren't willing to get stuck into engagements. A slight overcommit in my mind bodes well for this team. They'll just take shots from a distance here as the rest of the crews do roll on by, though. It's Mad Esports that breeze down on the roadside. Vehicles still nearby for AMIX to quickly make their sparse getaway. Shots from Havlik with a pre-fire, hoping the bullets would land for a bit of additional chip, but not quite hitting the broadside of the barn there.
So you're going to have 4 teams here making their dash up north. The thing is, a lot of the positions already secured. One of those teams is going to be DG77 in a 2-2 split up northwest, next to the mountainside of Potato Hill. So we'll see if there's going to be any kind of gatekeeping down the line. But yeah, because of this, actually, AMIX did lose kind of priority. Their positions they were maybe aiming for will be stolen away by the squads that made it through Yesnaya Fields. So I think that maybe going for a quicker pivot would have been a bit of a better trade-off. A circle you can see here is going to be focused between shelter and farm area. This road's going to be very important in particular, and the compound that TGM have is just a golden compound. It is so, so strong. You can see teams from a mile away, except for teams coming in from the east on Lumberyard. Outside of that, north, west, and south is going to be an absolute banging angle that TGM could try and use and abuse for themselves. But one team that's been very silent this entire game has been Destined to Rise, locked into farm. Also a golden position. Farm very flat all around it. If you see teams coming in from a mile away, that could be some early damage connecting, making that defense even easier to execute. So central teams can have a significant advantage compared to teams on the edge that are yet to find any kind of strong spot in the zone.
Especially when you look at some of the potential pathways in for a few of these squads as well. There's some teams set up to absolutely clothesline you. The Vicious springs to mind potentially for the pathway to Mad. If they see an opportunity to gain points, they'll take it with both hands. Ruzen, though, on the Mini 14 gets that opening tag back over towards the AMIX crew, and that's actually you dropped inside of the blue as well. So decisions start to become harder for the team. He's low on HP. The medic mission from Kvik has to be quick. He'll get up behind the tree and should barely be able to save his mate. But this isn't looking too tasty whatsoever for AMIX. But Default changes their fate. The 3-point arc on that. And off the back of that nade, they double up. 2 downed players on 27+. AMIX, you know they're going to chase.
They're on the run. This was a proper 2v4. They had no backup. Their 2 teammates were going for the reset up on their 4th member up north near school apartment. No way they take that 2v4. That nade in particular to open up the fight defaults up to 5 eliminations out of the total 6 secured by this squad. Okay, well, AMIX having an absolute field day, it seems, here on good old Erangel. Having a good time. We'll see if they can make their way into the circle, though. Still delaying their rotation. It's not going to be easy to find a position for free. Though, over to the west, I talked about that DG77 angle earlier. They had a 2-2 split, looking to head into a 3-1 split as Freezer. Really strong off angle out in the blue. The Mad aren't ready for. But as I say that, apparently Default has a bit of an idea of what he wants to do. As he instantly ruins the game plan of DG, they have to scurry away back into the building and hide with your teammate because I don't know what happened to AMIX. I don't know what they had for breakfast, but they are going crazy mode match 2.
They're moving differently right now, coming out absolutely swinging, and it's beautiful to watch. Surprised how easily they were able to turn that fight onto 27+, but not only that, go even further with that scrap against Mad. 8 elims already. We're 15 minutes into the game, and they are showing us what they're made of. The rest of the team's beginning to break down around them as well. Aurora looking for encounters against 777. Avalanche up against Ozarox is another head-to-head that springs to the tips of our tongues, as this one isn't slowing down anytime soon. I see just ahead of Kvik & Co as well. You start to have an even second where you're not moving. They're going to dive onto this. Ozarox are being cleaned up finally with the shots back over, though. So Avalanche giving as good as they get there.
Quick highlight also, we saw it just, I think, about 2-3 minutes ago. Destined to rise on the previous circle shift of circle 3. They actually were taking shots in the ground and at a distance. Just not really to get damage on anyone, but just to make it known that there is a team parked here. Right? Kind of activating a flare over the building, making it known that, yes, this compound is currently inhabited by a full squad, so you do not want to go for the crash. So it's a really good kind of noise cue to send a message in this game. And because of that, so far, no one has yet to crash onto farm. So it's been a successful way to do it. 27+, though, parked on that shed in the open. Oh, really going to kind of limit how much mobility they're going to have in the rest of this game. But AMIX finally going to be suffering some casualties, it seems. They're going to have a bit of a tough encounter versus the likes of ARCRED. They're able to fight back. It's Havlik with the Org doing some work. But every member is just getting completely wrecked, getting gutted over in their northwestern engagement. Not still a full squad wipe, but AMIX down to just one. It's going to be Havlik attempting to go for Hail Mary send and hopefully save the entirety of his team. But I think this might just be game over for AMIX if they can't get those resets onto both Kvik and Default.
There's Kvik going down as the zone will move in, finish what ARCRED started against the AMIX roster. So it is getting way worse for wear the longer it goes on. 8 elims might be the total they get rather than just the stepping stone. For Aurora, can they even find an opportunity to step any deeper into this one? I mean, you are being dove upon by TT Project. That is the final knock being completely flushed there for AMIX. So they are gone, but Top's nades are on point. Close range engagement, though. Got to be quick. Mirrors the movement of TT Project as he dives back round the corner. Zerich. Oh, you thought that might have been the knocking blow. Instead, it's just decent damage with the backup of Joel providing assistance from outside the window. And this fight is becoming incredibly uncomfortable for either side.
Actually, it's not just a normal fight here. You also have 777 third partying from a distance. Good nade onto Top. That's going to be able to find the flush from Effie's. Everything is falling apart for Aurora. It's going to be down to now just a 1v2. Zyol just going to try and scurry away. Not worth it. Just try and survive, get some placement points. You just got to outlive 4 more teams and you will get some placements. But that fight was initially a good initiation, but I think also there was no reason for them to go to the fight. If we do see the map feed very soon, you'll see what I'm talking about. Their compound, Jackie, we're still in circle. They're forcing a fight that's not necessary, taking a risk for no real good reason, and here, getting punished by both 777 and also the entirety of TT Project. So Aurora got to respect this lobby a little bit more because they are looking like some absolute top-tier teams are bringing their S-tier gameplay to the table. Seol getting surrounded, TT Project, they know they've got the man advantage. They know this is the one solo left as he closes the door, hopefully able to tank a few more upcoming damage from those nades. But Zyol in a 1v3, not looking too good for the start of Aurora Gaming.
Oh, it's looking brutal out there, mate. There was a sliver of opportunity on this fight where it seemed decent, but now it's just dense where Aurora used to be. The nade directly on top of Joel finishes him off. They're down and out in 12th place then in our first Erangel of the finals. Only 2 elim points mustered up by them as well. So opportunities for a lot of teams in that mid portion of the rankings to absolutely bloat and bleed their way up into the upper echelons of the standings here if they have a good run of things. TGM on the drive up, spotted out by Butcher, usually pretty good in these positions, but his teammates are hemorrhaging health. They try to just crash onto the max, shot out. Everyone goes flying out of the moving vehicle as Butcher banishes them on entry, and they need to bail now, as there is hardly anyone from that team left.
Tommy and Butcher, crazy defense there with the AR. looking like an aiming bullet in their weapon and able to actually get himself so much initial damage onto TGM. That's a really good play overall. Avalanche up to now 4 eliminations. Really good spread, actually. Every single member's got 1 elimination a pop. So everyone definitely, this is going to be a team-wide effort, though. Back into teams that are fighting in the circle, it's going to be ARCRED. Also taking the fight versus the rest of Avalanche, it seems. As they do also find some members down on the ridgeline. But Fleeky, that's going to be some big damage coming up. And Molodoy able to overwhelm. Molodoy, he was an MVP contender back in the last chance. You know what? He's showing why in the grand finals. ARCRED getting surrounded with a buggy. That's some good damage from Glory, but unfortunately, yet to confirm a knock and a flush. Butcher left with that nade in hand. If he cooks it right, that will be the save. It will be Groza from a distance on the roof, able to get the angle, kind of like the angel of his teammates, and able to keep the entire team in a healthy condition. That is another big win headed the way of Avalanche.
Yeah, massive stuff, providing very effective overwatch from the team, from the roof side, and now it all gets a little bit more topsy-turvy. I mean, they also mirror what was an impressive start to this game from AMIX in terms of the elims with 8 under their belt. This would put them in first place if we stopped the count right here, right now. But of course, it's all about the big finish on this one. And with Molodoy going down in a 1-for-1 trade as his nade blows away Goat, just as we see Champions light him up with some shots over in that direction. Well, this game keeps on delivering with the twists in the narrative. Nades from either team, but who will commit to get those points first? Molodoy from up top seems to be the man with a plan. Good use on the nades. Goat team gone. Another 2 points added to the bounty of Avalanche Max. They've hit 10.
Yeah, first team to reach actually 10 eliminations this match. So what a good, great sweeping motion to the east outside of Milta, especially onto TGM. Tommy, Molodoy, Butcher. Even though Butcher does not have that many high eliminations, I'm telling you, the damage he was able to deal, whew, that definitely made the life easier for his 2 comrades of Molodoy and Groza. So you don't want to overlook any of the members of Avalanche. Everyone's been putting on the work this game. Though I'm looking at the map. Champions, they're sending Kino. He's getting some insight. He's scouting. Trying to get some quick analysis done on what Avalanche's game plan is going to be later on. You've got to be respectful. You don't need to remember for no reason. And as I say that, he does over-peak. He does over-commit, and he will get punished because of it. Though Fearless will get a trade back, but it will not be enough to bring Kino back to life this game. That is going to be him done and dusted on match 2. Down to just a trio for Champions. But again, the back-to-back win is feasible. Can Champions make one of the biggest comebacks yet this tournament after a disappointing LCQ? So far, they're doing exactly that.
Yeah, it'd be a great rise for them. Does get harder, though. The real meat and potatoes of the team into that previous match was Kino. He was a fragging force to be reckoned with. So going down to a trio is one thing, but losing out on someone that's able to feed the hot hand could certainly pull them off even quicker into this lobby. Avalanche, though, moving on from greener pastures. They're just sitting and waiting for the commotion to come towards them safely inside the zone for now. D2R are still in the lobby as well, though. A team that's been quiet, playing a passive approach. We haven't said their name much today, but maybe this will be a game that gives us an opportunity to get excited about them once again. I'm curious to see if TGM's Pudding can actually do anything to be a bit of a backstab, an issue in the rear when we see that rotate from Champions eventually come through.
I was like, why are you talking about Pudding? But yes, the member of TGM was like, oh yeah, I keep forgetting he's called Pudding, but yeah. Actually, they did... Oh, good Pudding here in this game, but they did get the loot truck earlier. I do wonder if it is Pudding that has all of that extra loot from the early stages in his arsenal. Can make a difference. I'm seeing he's playing with the M4, so maybe doesn't have the P90 as a secondary. Definitely not an MG3, or he would be rocking that as his main primary weapon. But Champions pushing up. Thing is, they do not know Pudding is right behind them. Got to be a little bit careful. They are, you know what, they are looking. They're making their due diligence here, making sure they don't get backstabbed. But all they need in this spot, this is a very nadeable dip. One good nade from Pudding. And that could be a member, even maybe 2 members, instantly knocked on out, making things so much harder for the Mongolian super team to survive. Outside of that, every squad is indeed in the play zone, so really only TGM could be the team to get eliminated upon entry of Circle 7.
Ephes spotting out onto Pudding. Pudding waited, by the way, until he had both of the guns shot at the same time before he started to make his move. This was just as Atomic turned his attention, so he might have actually been able to pull off that flank play there with them believing no one was behind, but Ephes ruins that. So maybe now he just goes down to the blue. Tried to
We
deny
got
the
it!
points. Not possible. Neos finds it with the Org. Oh, mate. Worst case scenario. Feeds a free point to TT Project there.
Yeah, he knew, that's just too much damage, I got to deny, but really good on Neos, able to find that single bullet to make them go from 4 up to 5 eliminations further. So really good, able to successfully defend earlier versus Aurora. That was a big statement, but here you have it. It's Avalanche looking to be on the offensive. It's down to now just one member here on the front line, trying to go for the push. It's Molodon, he's going to be stranded, he's going to be alone, he will fall, and now it's over to the true final member of Avalanche. It was a risky push. They do get Demo Fearless put down extremely low, but Butcher, we saw what he can do with the nades earlier, but unfortunately does not connect onto Atomic or Fearless. In a distance, destined to rise, looking to third party this entire engagement, snatching and stealing away eliminations left, right, and center. They are looking so strong in this position as they do falter eventually. That is going to be the end for Avalanche. Making it to top 5, but the next in line is going to be the podium. Can Destined to Rise eliminate all of champions? It's looking good as Atomic is out, but also TT Project getting involved in their own fight with 777, and the defense is strong as 777 fully survived that encounter versus one of the top teams in this lobby.
We went from a slow grind to an explosion of elims in a matter of seconds, and Fearless's P90 is making the difference in the close quarters engagements. He's going to play medic though to save his mate, get Atomic back up on his legs. You know that bet's a 3-point conversion if they can flush him out from here as well, and that would throw D2R down to only 2 players, potentially an edge in favor of 777 in terms of the setup they've got and the players that are still alive. Warrior is someone that's so good in the clutch. 6 as well, displaying his aim capabilities with the long-range engage back over on the TT Project there, seeing just how far they can take this one.
I don't know why Destined to Rise. It was a really good third party over to the Eastern Avalanche and Champions, but why do you do it split? Send everyone, overwhelm with your man advantage. That would have been a way better engage. They would have had a higher chance of success. Unfortunately, that is going to put them down to just a duo. At the ending moments of this game, it's Ralph and Darling. Ralph has been a true MVP contender throughout a lot of the games in LCQ. This is a team that has been improving significantly, and the circle is going to be favorable to them once more. This is, by the way, Jackie, looking back at their spot, they were here since, I think it's circle 2, so they have not needed to budge whatsoever, meaning also they have not been able to loot anything more outside of this warehouse location, meaning some of the players, I think in particular, it's Darling, he's down to just a clip and a bit on his main AR, so you really got to be cautious. If you use too much of your ammo, that's going to be an easy fight to take for 777 or even the likes of Champions. Oh, it's Ralph too, he's low.
One missed shot, one missed placement in a final fight like this could be the difference. I'm glad as well you've kept it far more competitive, at least for the mid flow, but for Champions, it's the fact that they have so much to gain on this one. Mate, the opportunity, Max, that we go from what we were seeing in the LCQ to a back-to-back chicken dinner with decent elim distribution as well in 2 games in a row from Champions, that's a message and then some.
It really is. I'm seeing an assist feature. 777 trying to get 3TN on the roof. Yes, I love seeing this feature. Oh, he fails. Okay, well, if they get up there, it's a great use of the assist feature to get just a bit more elevation. So far, they are closest to the center of the circle. I'm going to say if he gets on top, 3TN's up there. That is a game-winning angle. 3TN, can it actually be enough to find the knocks, the damage onto Champions' 2-man team, or maybe the 2-man team of Destined to Rise? Depending on his aim, it could, but 3TN here, looking to get the chicken dinner from that angle alone.
I would not be surprised if 777 can somehow upset on this one. They've had so many good games, many encounters where they feel like they are just a thimble away from fully showing us the amount of potential they have, and they want to deny that point injection especially. Make it harder for Champions to balloon and bubble the initial point threshold in a matter of moments here going into the day. Nades across. Atomic throws the first. Ooh, Fearless eats that one as Ralph from Destined to Rise turns it on, and turns it on quick. Goodbye, Champions. The conversation of a double chicken dinner where you can forget about that. As will it be Destined to Rise or 777 for the win here on Erangel?
We were saying Ralph is low on ammo. You only needed nades, apparently, to secure that win. On to Champions, though. He's going to push down the blue. Warrior making the push with a two-seater, but it's going to be the blue zone to deny that point. And 777 taking home a Kazakhstan chicken dinner here to kick off the finals on Erangel.
Celebrations coming in there for the team. Good to see the high fives. Energy looking good in the 777 camp, and rightly so, mate. That's a deserved big W on that one. Played their cards right. Yeah, there you go. Little celebration. They are number one.
I mean, actually, you know what's great to see for this team, Jackie, is that we do not see Warrior alone at the late game. We do see a full squad. It was just Warrior, in particular on Rondo, just surviving, getting a few more placement points. We have yet to see a true, strong, full team finish from them at this kind of stage with this caliber of teams, and finally you do see it on the first Erangel of the day. Pick out some of the finishing shots and frags from this match. And this fight in particular seems right. That's such a good opportunity. But sending it as a duo, I'm going to say, was a clear mistake. Sending it as a full squad, I think they just maybe not only eliminate all of Avalanche, I think they also get rid of Champions, making it even easier for them to then focus their attention onto 777 at the end of that match and maybe take home that chicken dinner too. It was, though, just not meant to be. As 777 take home the win, and especially, sure, 3TN does not get any eliminations off the back of being on that rooftop with the assist feature. But it's not all about that. It's also about information and pressure you can maintain on the opposition. So that alone, I would say, made it so much easier for them to make sure that chicken dinner was not going to slip through their fingers.
Yeah, it was a contingency, right? It was a safety net that provided good utility for them that could have been an angle for him to swing out if it got dire. But otherwise, just good to see them actually activating that early and having the thought process, like you say, to make the most of these new features. Gain every edge you can in an important competition like this. If there was ever a time to bring it out, mate, this would be it, right? You're in the finals. Leave no strategies unplayed.
Exactly. You want to use every single feature to your advantage to, you know, create a bit of a situation where enemy teams really are going to struggle to take the fight up against you. Actually, I'm surprised. For Circle, it was very near Milta. We didn't see a lot, actually, if any, hovercraft. So maybe the spawns were just very few and far between. As overall, the elimination spread here is going to be 57 eliminations. A lot of players getting eliminated to the blue zone, which does make sense when you are headed into farm. Teams, I think, were just very unfortunate with positions, and just because you can't make that transition happen, you're just going to deny that point from any team around you. As we've seen in the past, 1 point can make all the difference at this level of gameplay. Looking at the MVP of the game is going to be good old Warrior, the survivor of LCQ, and he puts up 600 damage this game, so making a statement that he is one of the best players in this lobby by a significant margin.
Yeah, you know, you kind of touched on it there yourself, right? You were saying it's nice he had teammates around him, but this guy as an individual has really been the sculptor for 777. He has been carving through teams in situations where maybe he shouldn't even be able to, but very quick on his feet, good angles with Harry Peaks. Always nice to see him dealing damage. Let's have a look at the overall top players in the lobby, though, and of course it makes sense with that early meteoric rise that came out from AMIX. We got to give props to Default. 7 of those 8 elims from the skin of his own back, Max.
I mean, 7 eliminations in 17 minutes. I don't know what happened to AMIX, but this game, they did not want to have any neighbors. If you were in a 50 or to 100 meter radius around them, they would hard commit to the fight. It does make sense that they committed to the engagement upon Afterlife, because they found one initial knock and they're like, well, we have the man advantage, might as well commit and just get 4 early limbs early on. Then the fights they kept going for, I think it was with 27 plus. I think there was also a late rotation from Avalanche. I think they got just too overconfident. You got to dial it back after a big win that you just can't keep on fighting, because then they were out in the blue. They lost members for no real good reason. AMIX, we know you're good frag-oriented team, but there are fights that are just not worth taking, and hopefully they can take that one to the bank and learn from it headed into the next games today.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, right, even the fight versus 27 plus, as uncomfortable as it was, they just turned that around in a matter of seconds. It was miraculous they even made that one look so damn brilliant, with how it felt like they were going to get squeezed out. You'd play it down in the blue like a sliver of health. Somehow they effectively just clean house and then go on to take Mad with them as well. Weird encounter, but hey, like I said in the cast, right, I'd rather see this, an AMIX that's willing to fight and kind of get the blood pumping early, than an AMIX that's sort of limping through the lobby. So great stuff there in the moments of hype they had. Overall, though, of course, we can check out how the rankings break down from that one. Tied point earner for Avalanche and 777s, but in very different manners. Of course, plays placement points being the winning facet there for 777, whereas for Avalanche, it was all elims.
I mean, it's very nice to see Avalanche get some chicken nuggets on board that weren't able to tie the winning team, despite actually having quite significantly lower placement points. And I saw actually we had 3 teams on double digits, a lot of teams around 9, 8, 7 eliminations this match. So because of that, it's very top heavy. The bottom of the leaderboards, getting so little points. Actually, it's already gone, but Ozarox getting 0. Afterlife also getting 0. So it's very, very top heavy. The sponge effect is now in full swing as 777 able to jump up 11 ranks off the back of that chicken dinner, able to get himself 18 points total. But I'm looking at the big top 2 here in particular, Jackie. Avalanche 28 and Champions 33. That is a big lead to be created in only 2 matches.
Yeah, it could have bloated even more. That was the scary prospect, right? If both of those teams were able to go slightly deeper into that game, who knows how far this bubble could have been, especially Champions, if they got a repeat chicken dinner with what felt like it could have been a possibility at one point in that match. We'd be looking at 40, 45 points. It'd be a hellish chase already kicking off over just 2 games played. But thankfully, it wasn't that bad. On the downside of things, though, for the other teams towards the bottom, one sticks out more than others for me, mate, and that's the Vicious, currently in 14th place.
I mean, Vicious is very, very unfortunate. The thing is, I could generally not even tell you what's wrong because they've got 0 placement points. They haven't gone to any late stage, so it's just down to the early rotations that need to be maybe sped up slightly for them. And also GOAT team that have yet to get also a single placement point that I was like, they did so well during last chance qualifiers. Can they convert that into success heading into the finals with the big top 4 squads of Knockout? So far, the answer to that question would be no, but it's only 2 games in. They still have a lot of opportunities to get some points on board. But yeah, GOAT team and Vicious, we need to see something because you have to be in top 4. It's not like, oh, you're in top 12, you're good to go. No, top 4, it's do or die here for these finals.
Yeah, leaving any matches like this with no points, 2 points, it feels like it's just kind of, you know, throwing your fate up in the air at that point where you're really gambling later into the tournament to have massive results. You need to have some consistent point earners, even if they're not being able to get those big finishes. Placements do seem to be an issue for both of them as well, which is a bit uncharacteristic, I'd say, more so with the Vicious. For GOAT team, at times it feels like they can get away with just building up elims and then have a few big placement games. But consistency from the Vicious is something that was blowing us away, right? The way they were approaching these matchups, if that's not hitting early into the day, I wonder at what point they're going to wake up because they need to show us that. We'll see if it happens in our second Erangel. For now, though, we're going to head to a brief break, so join us in a few moments' time for some more action.
Start the war!
Bro, want to buy an account? Check it out. Conqueror tier, firearm finishes, and outfits are all available.
Nice account. I'll buy one. I'll go get the money first. Stay here. I'll be right back. Alright, got the account. See ya.
Damn it, I've been scammed.
Buying an account might not get you the account, but you'll still lose your money.
You might not receive payment for selling your account, but you'll still lose your account.
I'm Christopher Judge, and when PUBG Mobile approached me about being the voice architect for the Centaur, I knew this would be something very special.
Now, I'm bringing 2 souls to life through Helios.
One legend, 2 faces. Feel the epic. Stay tuned.
2 games already played out here in the finals, 2 champions already crowned, but much more to discuss, Max, as we set our focus on the upcoming games. Let's break it down a little bit whilst we've got a couple moments. Any key topics you feel like need to be addressed as the tournament's progressed so far?
I'm a little bit surprised that DG77 are struggling here, and they're the team I really want to kind of harp on about before we get into this game, is that DG77, you and me both, right, Jackie, saw that their gameplay style during the entirety of Knockout was central position, 2-2 split, hold it off until mid-game, where you then regroup into a better position as a full squad to defend it. That's been really successful in the past. Right now, the thing is, if you're in a 2-2 split and you're in a dire portion of the tournament, like right now, you are going to have teams able to overwhelm that 2-man split very easily. So I would say maybe we need to see a bit of a different change of strategy from them if they want to be more successful. Though, of course, if you want to be successful in-game, because, of course, skins equal skill, you do want to go ahead and redeem this code or this QR code if you want to also to get this Gold Line Ace VSS skin for free. And they're up to 75, so be quick, or otherwise you might just regret it. That was not a threat, by the way.
Max is going to come round. If he's going to check, he's going to have a look at your inventories. If you don't have the skin, he's going to be very upset. So, yeah, make sure you impress Maxman and get it scanned. And Maxman, of course, there impressing the community with his good takes. You know how normally people have, like, hot takes? I feel like you just have ice-cold takes because they're just always damn good, bro. But, yeah, like, genuinely, I mirror a lot of your sentiment. I hope we do see a bit more of an improvement, a bit more reason to sort of rant and rave about the DG77 team, because I won't lie, Max, I think, again, it's a team that I was glad to have back, right? Obviously, yes, for the individuals, I bet they were landed, that they were able to make it through confidently in the top 4. But I think for the viewers at home and non-biased talent ourselves, it's just good to have them in the lobby because they do have 2 very different sides of the coin in one nice umbrella. They're great in terms of the head-to-head fights. We see them very much thriving in how they clear their angles, how they effectively can manhandle a lobby when they're on point. But it's also that positioning, that placement, the thought process. So yeah, I hope we get to see some good signs of life from them. Seeing a bit of D2R here, though. Here we go. He's got the Stitch plushie. That's nice. I hope that gives him a nice little buff.
Yeah, I was about to do the impression of Stitch, but I'm not gonna do that to myself on broadcast.
What was your Stitch
No.
impression?
We don't.
Go on.
No.
Like, well, yeah, go on.
Look, if my prediction wins, I might do it. Okay, as like just a little gift. So if we do get a chicken dinner from Ozarox, I will do the Stitch impression later on. But you know what? Right now, we're focusing on the game, down to business. It's our second Erangel of today for day 1 of the grand finals of PMGO EEC8. Playing path a little bit more northern here, a little bit rough for teams, especially like the champions Aurora. Teams like to go around Milta or farm locations, so we'll have to stretch it just a tad. Even TT Project that usually tend to head towards Primorsk. So this will be throwing a bit of a spanners in the work. But just to really kind of also be transparent about my point I made earlier about DG77 here, Jackie.
Yeah.
I'm not saying stop the 2-2 split. I think they should commit to it, but be a bit more respectful that if any team is willing to challenge one of those split locations, regroup. It's not worth sticking to it for too long because you're going to sure hold the 2 positions maybe, but you're losing members, and that's going to really hinder your opportunity of converting a big podium or even a chicken dinner. So still commit to it, but just be respectful because this lobby is incredibly stacked at this level of play.
Yeah, you're going to be skill checked a lot more, right? I suppose that's kind of the idea behind it. Whereas, as much as maybe you'd be able to run that risk even back during Knockout, where we had a few lesser squads padding out some of the points that wouldn't be able to win the tussle as quickly. Now you've got a lot of teams that would be willing to collapse. And I suppose for some of these rosters as well, the difference of them being able to fight you 4v2, you know, they are just way more confident. It feels far easier. Oh my, look at that.
That's a lot of liquid in this circle to play with.
It looks like Earth. That's Earth. Look, you know when you get the zoomed out pictures of Earth, Max? Majority water. There's the continents.
Yeah, if you were an alien, you would only see the mainland as the USA. You would never go anywhere else. But, okay,
you
so...
wouldn't understand.
This is hovercraft value through the roof. If you invested early, you are looking good. You made triple X your money back right now. Any hovercraft is going to be looking really good to just be able to transition to wherever the island goes, because really this is this circle that you see. We see this quite often. This circle is quite common in PUBG Mobile Esports. I don't know what it is in particular, but it always goes to that western cliff of Military Island. It's 50-50. It can go to mainland. It can shift over to the island itself. Hovercraft to go for that even later rotation if you want to will be good. So you just keep your options open, which having the most amount of options is, of course, going to make your game so much smoother to execute. And actually talking about options, TGM going to loot up this loot truck. Let's see what kind of options of weapons they're getting. Maybe an MG3 or P90. Again, would be looking like a good start for Generation of Miracle.
Yeah, and again, this goes to show just how effective they are at being able to take control of these loot trucks consistently, right? This was one of the big elements of their strategy in the previous games we had in the LCQ, where they would always be able to target these drop locations, run the averages of it should be there, hope it is, and be able to make out like bandits with some good loot to project them further into games. Last time around, it didn't work out as well, where I think they accidentally sort of fed that P90 to a different team on their crash over the road. It was Sanich that got the weapon and then dropped it, I believe, when Avalanche took them down on the road engagement they went for.
Yeah.
So yeah, holding on to that high tier loot is definitely different than finding that high tier loot.
I mean, especially because we do see it having an impact not only for the team that looted it, but as you said, when you go down, other teams can loot it. So in the late game, in the past, when you wouldn't have the loot truck, you would see sometimes one, maybe two or three if you really have some lucky spawns in the airdrops in terms of airdrop weapons. But now you have so many more re-rolls of what weapons can spawn on this map. So you just see finishes where you have 2 MG3s, 2 P90s. If they want to be a bit, original, they might play with a Norm or a Lynx AMR. So you really do see a load of different loadouts at the end of these games, which I'm really enjoying. The shift of meta has been significant, and it's going to be even better as we shift towards update 4.4 in the future. Might be 4.4 for PMWC, actually, so for that global event, excited to see how the meta will be moving about. AMIX, going for a more passive route at the start of this game, which I'm enjoying. I like this. I want to see AMIX just make it towards the later stages here, though. They are going to attempt to cross over the bridge, and I'm seeing a team is set up for the defense. It is going to be ARCRED and Ozarox, but they're not on the bridge itself, so they might be able to make it out and not lose a single member for that transition. Oh, no. I take it back.
Yeah, not ideal. Spike on the bridge has been shot to bits, and ARCRED seem to have melted them down. So AMIX ingots being produced there. That's unfortunate. Yeah, okay, you know what? I was kind of in my head. I was like, oh, this would be nice. A bit of a slower start. Maybe they'll get some important picks when it matters. Down to a duo? Okay. Not as nice whatsoever. B-mix rather than A-mix here.
Yeah, they might go down to C-tier mix very soon if things keep going in this kind of trend. But it's actually interesting because I swear I did not lie. ARCRED were not at the bridge. They were in the compound east of the bridge, which is low ground. I think they saw from a distance a road, maybe even just heard the cars, and they're like, oh, actually, let's try and rock up and get some easy eliminations. Yeah. Because if you're AMIX, you're not going to stop on the bridge and fight back. Well, actually, it is AMIX, so maybe they would have. But usually a team would just try and continue and pass right through you and survive, but that has not been the case. A really good reaction from ARCRED, though. It's going to be a southern coastal line fight. Phase 1 fight between these two squads. It's going to be champions and Destined to Rise. Champions usually in the past having a really bad time with these early engages. It's going to be Destined to Rise. They had a strong podium finish last game, and that's going to be a beautiful nade right onto Fearless. I'm going to throw a bit more bits and bobs over that window frame. They can't quite confirm it. This crate's in the attic, making it really hard to get the ARCRED grenades onto that two-man of champions, though you will be able to go for the resale on his teammate Demo, and Atomic trying to also wrap around, join the festivities in this fight. The warehouse in full effect. But Destined to Rise, they got the advantage, forcing a 2v4. Though it's going to be a one-on-one trade. Darling, good nade to kick things off, but Fearless also will be the next to fall. Champions falling apart fully in this fight. So now, Atomic will try and redeem this fight up against good old Destined to Rise.
Oh, dude, yeah, the longer it goes on, the worse it gets. I mean, you can see the Demo just trapped in the corner, trying to top himself up with the limited meds he's got available, just spamming bandage after bandage. Meanwhile, the rest of the crew basically completely downed and out in seconds off the well-timed nade. The one saving grace, at least, is that they somewhat ruin the odds for D2R with that knock on the stairway with the shotgun against Darling. So it does make their time as a team a bit more tumultuous the longer this one goes on. But this fight currently feels like no one's really winning it. Even if you get out here, D2R, you got the 2 points, but you've lost a man. It's not the dream.
Actually, I'm going to say this is a terrible fight to happen. I believe Champions already parked up here, and Destined to Rise are Okay, that was a risky play. You could have gone... If they had a good angle, they could have really destroyed all of Destine to Rise. But look on the minimap, Jackie. Down south, there's an entire port you can play into. There is literally the same area, just slightly more low ground. You could go there and not have to force a fight. And yet they're committed to it. So I think this is just maybe lack of scouting ahead of time, just checking which one was free and you wouldn't have to fight for, and they just commit to it really blindly. I think that even if they do win it, I think they did lose a member for no good reason. So not really keeping their options open, as now they make into the second building of this compound. It's going to be Puzo looking to defend it. Good nade. That could be a strong bounce. Actually, not even a nade, I believe. That was just some smoke spinning on through, trying to blind the enemy. It's Destined to Rise so far. Good engage. Able to find him another one, down to just a solo. It's Demo in a 1v3. Currently a 1v2, actually, if they do not get that res. That's a good old Ralph. An absolute star-studded player last game in that farm finish, but even through the smoke, it's just not going to work out. Champions had a great banging start on Rondo, but they've just not been able to find that amount of success again on Erangel.
Yeah, it's a shame there. I mean, look, at the very least, you were able to flush them all out and convert it into the 4 points for the price of the one player. But yeah, bro, the weird early opener between those two. And an unfortunate run-in for the champions. Ozarox here, the Stitch representatives for Max, who could be delivering us with a nice impression if they pop off. Looking very uncomfortable. It's just blue in the upstairs. Back towards the building here. Nades raining in from all sides. And all he's really got is that shotgun whilst he cowers behind the limited cover, hoping they might get up close towards him.
Thing is, you got the rest of Ozarox. They're not in the building. You've got one player, Milaz, up north and near the water on the beach. And the two other players are going to be on the mountain to the west. It's not a mountain, it's like a big rock that gives you a lot of elevation. The thing is, TGM, I'm pretty sure, are aware of this, so they're really staying close to the buildings to make sure they don't give an opportunity for that two-man split to get damage or even a knock converted out. Leon in particular gets you really good high ground position, though Blue suffering the brunt of the damage from that nade from his way. Going to shift on over to the S12K, but he's not going to be able to overwhelm the competition. That's unfortunately falling apart fully. It's not worth going for the res onto Blue. He's going to get flushed out swiftly by Puzo. But AMIX also kind of pushing up. They're looking for the high ground, looking to bully Ozarox away, as Leon also going to be falling out from that rock. So everything was looking good setup-wise, but now everything is falling apart, and Ozarox will have to survive this game as only Bad Boy and Milaz.
That's a shame, dude. Powerful players, but again, you need the entire battle of attrition. You need the squad in a lobby like this. Although this could be hellish, couldn't it? The Vicious having a rough flow of the day already, and they get dove upon by the Aurora crew, hitting them with nades and barraging bullets. But again, another top team enters the battle. It's TT Project, but the shots towards the rear effect just leaning out from the trees. Shots on target to try and hold him back. Joel wants to go for the medic mission onto his mate in top. Spams the smokes down to provide some cover, but he needs to find that window to commit. Bit of hard spacing there with a sheet metal nearby, so he will be able to grab him. Top should once again enter combat.
You could just see there for a second, I believe it was Koa of Vicious was put in a car and they just got the hell out of there. It's just not worth it. Really good reaction from Vicious. Almost losing out player, but that is going to be a really strong saving play. Able to get them involved in this later stage of the match. By the way, we did see Circle 2 pop, and it shifted heavily towards the coast of mainland on Ferry Pier, but it could still technically pull back down south onto Military Island. So we could have an absolute ping-pong situation with these circles on phase 1s, 2, and 3. Things are getting hectic as DG going to be involved in a full-on skirmish with TGM. The scrap is going to get tough to defend, though they do have the hovercraft. Is going to be for pre-pod. Looking to reposition a bit deeper with his teammate. Keeping safe. Any nade coming his way, he can take it. Point blank, though. Those two players in the smokes, they want to confirm it. They will not be able to do it easily. That means he would have to jump out of that hovercraft. Smoke's about to dissipate. There's 0-1 to nade available, but Destined to Rise again. They love third partying today. Was not too good last match the way they did it, but now they've got the full squad involved in this conversation. This is looking way healthier for Destined to Rise.
Yeah, the triple threat of this team, off the back of the early blood spilled, look to continue that prospect, it seems. They rock up onto a confused DG there with their attention between two sides. Hard flash out onto Zadira and convert that man into a free, juicy point. Keep themselves nice and safe inside of the armored vehicle with the hovercraft whirring away. And it's TGM inside the building that could be lucrative to take down and loot as well, with the additional benefits of the airdrops they received from that loot truck. So they're just going to unload onto them. Isolated fights. We see another man falling. Sanic inside the building could eat that nade. It barely misses. And Ralph just parking up, waiting to catch LOS onto him.
The thing that sucks about the hovercraft, you can't throw nades while driving it, so he's going to have to go for the jump out. They actually have 2 members inside of it, but they're going to send it. Be careful. Don't go one by one. You don't want to give multiple solo fights to the opposition. As they're not even sure what to do. They're so hesitant to go for it. It took ages to wrap up. Eventually, they will come out on top. They've got to get moving. The blue zone's ticking really hard. TT Project got a hovercraft of their own. You want to hold on to that valuable resource. The nade going to do a bit of chip damage to that vehicle. Also will be spreading apart. And Neos, yeah, got to respect it a little bit more here. The damage is going to be scratching the armor of that hovercraft. And Bad Boy, sole survivor. You talked about it earlier, right? Involved in the fight on the elimination feed. They did not win that skirmish. As Bad Boy, MVP back-to-back in a few of the days of LCQ in some of those matches. But a full TT Project here with the hovercraft, things are not looking too good for Bad Boy.
Could Bad Boy blow them away, or will it be the nades that take him down? Heads up call to try and reposition and create some space between the two, but the chip damage is still on point to at least soften him up. It's a close range angle. He tries to bait the peak, but Neos with the spam through the smoke. His shots will not miss a beat. And Ozarox are removed. So the only 2 teams that we've currently waved goodbye to are Champions and Ozarox. TGM are on their last legs, of course, off the collapse we saw from D2R against them in the upper building. So that's only 1 player that lives on to fight another day there.
Whew, I'm saved. I'm not happy Ozarox got eliminated, but no Stitch impression after this. So I'll be okay. I can save my honor.
Not today.
Not for that one. By the way, we did see Circle 3 shift heavily towards the mainland, so it's not going to be a military island finish whatsoever. I'm sure Aurora were wishing it would have pulled down there, but it's just not going to be the case, at least for this game of the grassy pastures of Erangel. As Vicious, again, really good save, able to get Koa back up into the car, res him in this compound, dodging the altercation with Aurora. Really happy the Vicious are indeed trying to increase that average survival time of their players, because the first 2 games are just not quite it. They were in 14th position after 2 games. They need to pump up those rookie numbers. As also we've seen a clash with the TT Project, that they already were down to just a trio. Now might be down to just a duo, and even then they might get fully eliminated because they're in the madness of Fairy Pier. There's AMIX, there's Mad Esports, there's Destined to Rise, and they're especially Destined to Rise have been off to an absolute banging start. They got 8 elims looking to make it double digits, but AMIX being AMIX, I wouldn't be surprised if they want to get involved in this conversation.
Through the door. Gonna get that one on target. Effect making good moves as Bex has been completely removed from the equation. Ralph on the peak up actually connects that first shot. He's got the backup as well. He's being spammed upon. Oh no. He can't overcommit to it. Max forced off by the shots through the window there from the Vicious, so he's got to give up his mate, but he will at least remain alive for now. 10 elims total.
I should have known AMIX would want a slice of this pie, and they do get Puzo. Unfortunately, no reset whatsoever for Destined to Rise. No back over to a northern western fight next to Longwood. It's going to be in the warehouse. It's 777. Our previous chicken dinner squad here, taking a scrap fight. Not going to be an easy one with Afterlife that sure got squad wiped early on last game versus AMIX. So that was not the way they were expecting that first Erangel to go. But now they got every resource available for them. Though, playing from the warehouse in this particular compound, not too easy. You don't have really good angles to get a fight onto 777 and create an advantage for yourself. You only have 2 main doors, north and south of warehouse. Makes it very hard to actually get intel, but also makes it very hard for 777 to hit grenades or even just Molotovs on your location. So they're going to be very safe unless 777 decide to fully commit to the push and engage upon that building. There's going to be a bit of a standoff. I think this fight might last for a circle or 2 before we do see anything significant happening in that compound.
Yeah, a little bit of opportunity to catch your breath and at least reset mentally. Now, one team as well that's been very quiet that I'm surprised about because it felt like we kind of forgotten about them, but usually a big force. Goat team, right? No elims yet. Still alive, though. It is only a triple threat of that roster that's available. Seems like it's Force, Focus, and Moxie. That could still be a powerful trio late game, and we'd love to see them start to turn the needle a little bit, prove us what they're made of. Issue is they might have a running with the Avalanche crew that have been no snubs today. They've been playing some blinding PUBG Mobile. You can see the setup on screen there, nice little establisher. Meanwhile, Afterlife as well, just nearby the prior winners of 777, as AMIX once again go out of the runnings. They've left stage early, 2 elims being the only points they garner from this one.
Yeah, they took a bit too long on that transition away from Military Island, and that did really cause their demise in this match. Circle shift, once again, a lot of water actually in the circle. About 25% of the circle, maybe a bit less, around 20% of the circle is currently unplayable because of that water shift. Meaning also, actually, it's a decent position. If a solo is trying to survive, just send in the water, you might get top 5, even maybe top 3 off of that. So if you are solo at this point, that could be a godsend in this match. There's Aurora. Ooh, smoking car. Don't have a repair kit, it seems. No welding gun. Even Top's car is going to be smoking, so they might be limited in terms of potential motion this game. They're going to get close to 777, and 777 being respectful, not wanting to take this fight whatsoever with the Mongolian team, so they're going to go back into hiding into the warehouse. And actually, this is a good spot because teams on Heaven, oh, sorry, not Heaven, teams on Longwoods, which is where they are, and also the warehouse of 777 can work together because you don't have direct line of sight. So far, we have a bit of a symbiotic relationship between Aurora Gaming and 777.
Afterlife at least getting a couple of those shots down towards 27 plus for now from distance. It's good initial damage off there, but Reefus is just analysing the situation. Although this could be a complete change of fate. You get the instant re-engage up, the vehicle's on move, red leader go from Afterlife with a backstab developing from the Vicious onto the Aurora players. They've got to instantly bail on this one. Do not want to be trapped in a disadvantaged angle where Afterlife can farm towards them. So they peter further into the zone. Zixi actually gets that connection round there onto Vicious as well, with Koa having to assist. Good reposition from Icy, but the team they started fighting, 27 plus, now get a free opportunity to snatch some points from the down players as well. Ruzen comes alive with a scar, and you've got 5 squads here, all investing so much against one another.
This scramble of a fight is going to get real hectic, and it's going to be a good opportunity for Vicious to third party and maybe carve their way into the circle. Though it's going to be Afterlife getting fully overwhelmed. There wasn't much they could do here in that situation. There was just such a good, clean, fast execution of 27 plus, not losing a single member and getting 2 eliminations. Though you can see Aurora also. So they're making sure that everyone respects their location as Yol does get knocked. But Ruzen, they're all stacked on top of each other behind that tree. One nade could definitely cause a few issues for Vicious, but they're still 9 zone. They've got 45 seconds to work with. Vicious, or you fully commit to the fight, or you disengage, play passive, and go for an open location. Unfortunately, there aren't many open locations left in this circle, so I think Vicious got their work cut out for them. They have to commit to this fight. They don't have any option. 27 plus also in a similar vein, and the third party of Aurora could be full swing mode very soon, depending on how things unfold between these two teams. Oh, okay, no worries. We'll take it over as Vicious. Yep, here you go. The trades are back and forth. Icy first to fall on the side of Vicious. The nades doing some work. Syol Doc also got eliminated early on. Novalu's got himself the Groza. Could be a great airdrop weapon to save it. Reefus having the reflexes of a god. They're able to dodge the incoming buggy. But unfortunately, the nades have a different idea. Novalo next to go down, but Reefus also is just too much chucked in his direction. He will get overwhelmed. The buggy elimination is there. It's Top. He's dominating. He's getting rid of Vicious one by one, and Vicious get fully squad wiped in this game. Top will survive, but 27 plus are still there looking to find that one straggler of the Mongolian team.
Good to see. Getting Vision back at just the right time to be delivered the cinematics of that game. Wonderful response as the collapse came in. We were expecting this big bombardment It was bubbling for quite some time, but eventually boils over. Avalanche again, though, looking for a bit more against Tapok, with Mad Esports collapsing on top of the ARC roster. Ooh, up close with a DBS, jumps around the corner. Good close range engagement, one by one, thinning through the herd with Fleeke being the only man nearby, still really breathing. Nades over the top side. Bio wants to go for the pickup onto Absolute so they can try and reset from this one. They will still have all 4 players alive with potentially enough time to get the full meds in. And Fleeke's just looked for a new place to call home. Deviated further back to at least some semblance of cover for now.
He's got a little crate to call home for now, as he said, so he's going to try and just survive. He's not in his own. Mad Esports, by the way, really good setup in the gas station. You have this wall, we just saw the layout of the area just a few seconds ago, that kind of stretches up north and also to the western edge, and it's really slowing down the entire push-off. Initially, it was ARCRED and also 777. 777 don't want to have to deal with that wall. It's just really hard to kind of peek around it and get some good insight on where Mad Esports are currently set up. So, yeah, you can see it here. Perfect example of the wall. If you want to go for it, you've got to go all wide to the west, all wide over to the northern edge. So nobody really wants to go for that play. Committing to it would be a death sentence. As 777 so far successfully set up on this cliffside, but Mad Esports have a similar plan in mind, as they're going to do very similar plays here, and Bio will be the one to set up the anchor point in that ridgeline position.
777 with the connection onto Aslan Boy and Tapok in unison, so stereo frags coming through. It felt like 27 Plus were really starting to ramp into this game as well. They were hitting some good momentum, but this will slow them down massively. Only a single player remains alive, so perhaps those 5 elim points is where they will cap out on this one. Just Ruzen. He can be a real force, but vastly outnumbered with the other squads that are still nearby to his position. Becomes uncomfortable to make too much more from this one. Him and Freezer, the solo survivors that are just shoulder to shoulder. Mad on this delayed encounter versus Fleeke, still looking to put the final player in the dirt. Nade underneath, that's a nice bounce. Good underarm throw. Goodbye, ARCRED.
It was really smart from Fleeke. He was constantly jumping because your feet are visible below that wall, so he was trying to really make sure he doesn't get shot, but a grenade will do the job. Moxie, good upcoming utility, chucked in the face-up 6. And also Moxie's got himself his own M79 smoke grenade launcher, which is going to just deny lines of sight of Mad Esports, so keep him just alive a bit deep on that position. Though 777, they have one nade, genuinely one grenade, could result in a squad wipe. As I say that, one of the members here does go down on the lower side in the water, so 777 will be able to survive that one, though it might turn into Fishing Simulator very soon. For GOAT, or even maybe for Mad Esports, if they can also successfully make it fully over to this cliff. Though, Avalanche still alive in this game, Jackie. 777 also in this game. They're currently in 2nd and 4th place, respectively. This could be an absolute godsend game for them to not only look at it in the rankings, but also create a bit of a lead for themselves if they can convert this in an actual chicken dinner.
Oh yeah, you get the 10 placement points from this one, Max. Suddenly that bubble becomes far better for them. It puts them in a great spot to have a little bit more breathing room. And they've been consistent today as well, so that's the different element. If we're seeing another win here, the expectation that they have some good games throughout the last 3 of the day, it could leave them in a brilliant position when we kick off day 2 of the finals going into tomorrow. So a lot riding on this with the groundwork they've already done. Lower on the elim side, but chance to pad that out with the next few fights that will be coming their way, as a few of these squads are green around the gills. I mean, DG, it's just basically 1 free point in the form of Freezer there, trapped behind the tree line. GOAT team down to a trio, but still fighting with the power of an entire army. As 777 come unstuck, another player falls as they're able to get line of sight back onto them. Oh, their eyes lighting up now as well. They see how much damage they could distribute towards Mad. GOAT could be in a position to really throw a spanner in the works. Freezer's picked off by Avalanche. Avalanche as well getting lit up by the GOAT crew.
I really thought Freezer was going to get the entirety of Avalanche, but apparently he will not be the one to put the nail in the coffin. Avalanche still getting picked off one by one down to just Rosa, trying to dodge and weave his way through behind that tree, but that tree's a little bit too thin to be a real good hiding spot. So it's just not going to happen. Avalanche will be tumbling down the mountain and getting eliminated outside of the podium. Mad Esports now up against 777 and Goat Team from their position in particular are looking to be in full control of this game. Nade raining upon down onto Mad Esports. It's a mini red zone here in phase number 8. It's going to center up nicely away from most of these squads, but Goat Team with a high ground are truly able to leverage it to convert this into hopefully what should soon become a chicken dinner, their first chicken dinner of the finals. A team that has been able to do so well back in last chance qualifiers, and we were hoping to see if they can build up upon that base and do well in the finals. And so far in this game, the answer to that would be a striking yes. As Bio, with his own nades, looking to get rid of focus, which really could enable this chicken dinner to slip through the fingers of Goat.
Focus smart with the heads-up reposition, though. He's keeping them guessing in terms of which side he's peeking from, so the utility is being thrown out for naught, draining those resources for Mad. You get the picture-in-picture setup as well. That's the Goat Team focusing at the event, making sure that they can try and flush their way through to a victory on this one. Deep in fort, deep in focus. This triple threat doesn't want to give up the goose on this game. Meanwhile, Mad Esports coming down to around their last 4 nades here. Throw them out, close range peek, focus, swings from the right. He'd been peeking from the left for quite some time, and that's enough to upset Takanov in the close range fight. Oh, absolute slip down the hillside as well, so he's trapped out of the fight here. It's effectively just Bio in play, Max.
Really, Absolute's angle was keeping Bio alive. The moment he goes down, that's it, game over. Bio cannot survive the 1v3 encounter. And now it's just going to be turning fully into Fishing Simulator. Absolute getting absolutely peppered with bullets. And he makes it over to the mainland, but it's just not going to be enough. Goat Team, the comeback of the day here after a great LCQ. Here able to convert it into a chicken dinner. The second Erangel chicken dinner, in fact, on good old Erangel. What a game from Goat Team, playing from the Yellows compound and able to just exude so much pressure that every team that took a fight up against them faltered in the end.
There you go. So Goat do get a chicken dinner within this lobby early on into the run of things for our finals themselves. Deep in conversation after the celebration as well. So making the most of that one instantly there. And fair play, you know, again, this is a game where they went down to a trio pretty early into it, but were able to keep level heads on their shoulders and handle those head-to-head fights. Unfortunate for Absolute as well. Slippy on the hillside gives up that good Overwatch position, and it all crumbles off the back of it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I genuinely think if he doesn't slip, he's able to keep Bio alive way longer. It was such a good off angle to make sure that it was such a hard ridge to peek over for the entirety of Goat. But you saw the moment he fell, and I think even Goat Team saw him fall down. They're like, well, okay, this is an easy win. We can just surround, divide and conquer in that game to get that chicken dinner up against Bio. So very good execution. And so far, the elimination spread looking good for the 3 players that did make it to the end. We did see Ayato get picked off early, which usually is the king of grenades for Goat Team. But no, the nades from Really Force, Moxie, and even Focus that usually is good at long range here. The CQC was top tier from this squad.
Yeah, incredible stuff, being able to keep themselves very confident in the fight, peeking off one another nicely, keeping the other teams guessing as well in terms of the angles of how it was adapting over the flow of the head-to-head bouts they had. So great signs in terms of their mechanical prowess coming in fresh off the back of the off day. Overall match summary on that one. That's right, guys, it is already our 3rd game wrapped up. We had our initial Rondo, our 2 Erangels, and now we start to already reach a point where for some of these teams, performing better has to be a reality. A few squads further down the rankings than you'd expect. We'll touch on that in a minute, though. Moxie in the limelight on this one for the Goat Team, the MVP of the winning roster. 4 elims, decent damage as well. A player that's very self-proficient, Max. We saw that every time he's been on our screens, even back in the Club Open, and once again showing some of that tendency here.
Usually he would be one of the top players playing with the hovercraft, right? It would always be Moxie and the hovercraft as a duo. You would never see one without the other. But no, this time without that kind of a utility with a vehicle, he's going to be able to get some really good stats up on board of this game. Though Takanov will be your lobby leader in terms of overall frag and damage dealt to the rest of this lobby. So Kazakhstan doing so good at the start today. he's able to get himself almost 650 engagement damage. So Takenov has been able to do so well so far. But Ralph, this is another time where this player, I feel like, just came out of nowhere during Last Chance qualifiers, Jackie. And now he's just a consistent name that we tend to see on this graphic for the top players. So Ralph, hey, he took her time to build up that momentum and maybe that confidence in a lobby of this caliber. And now he's one of the big dogs that mean business in these games.
Yeah, it's awesome to see. Like, Ralph was starting to show up, more and more frequently, even on his quiet games, having good movement, good crosshair placement especially. So it's nice to give him some of his flowers and see D2R actually being a bit of a powerful force. Even if some of their engagements look risky, they have a scratching our heads early game. They clearly had the mindset to follow through with that and kind of make up for the transgressions of not being able to get as big of a placement finish off the back of the Elim points they fought for. And you can see even in the replays, right, this fight here was up against TGM that did have some far better loot to work with. Yeah, it was a bit scrappy, but they still flushed them out. They still take names, take no prisoners, and it was very good to see a true form of D2R. This whole sequence, Max, about 5-6 squads fighting for a good 2 minutes, was a bit of a chaotic one.
Oh, we didn't see Reefus just have his observation hacky activated and he just dodged that buggy last second. That was an absolute triumphant play. But yeah, when you're getting pincered, surrounded by literally at that point it was 3 teams, they went down to 2, it's still going to be a little bit too much for even Aurora Gaming to deal with. As then we get to the finishing moments of this game. And yeah, I hope we do see how Absolute oh no, we didn't see how he fell down the cliff, as unfortunately, yeah, a little bit of a slippery slope literally in that match. And then the moment that he goes down, Bio gets flushed by the nade, and it's just a moment of respite he gets before getting eliminated and getting that chicken dinner over to GOAT with those high eliminations of 6. So 16 elimination game, 16, sorry, point game, not elim, that would be a Rondo match, but 16-point game for GOAT. Again, LCQ, I was like, with the big top 4 teams of Knockout, can they put up big numbers? So far, the answer is yes, and I hope this is going to continue throughout the next 3 days worth of gameplay.
Absolutely, absolutely. This is a team that I do think they were one of the only squads out of those 12 teams that survived the LCQ that could vie to potentially have one of the top 4 spots, but they just needed to prove it to us, and the young guns, the squad of GOAT, has only been increasing that power level. So massive shout out to them. The reason why that becomes a bigger reality as well is if you look down towards the second page of the standings here, some of our known quantities, the squads that have the fandom, that have the firepower, well, they're just not hitting the mark right now. Aurora with a low point game, TT Project, The Vicious, similar things there. Even Champions and AMIX both faltering on this one. So GOAT rising, but the other squads around them drastically falling off.
Really, even Afterlife, not able to thrive whatsoever on Erangel. They get 2 0-point matches back-to-back, and one of those being up against AMIX, so they've really got to be cautious on those early transitions. Otherwise, it's really going to cause you some issues in the finals. Looking at our overall leaderboards, though, it's going to be Champions still up there in first, but they're going to be tied up with Avalanche. And the only reason why they're in first place is because of the tiebreaker, which is whoever has the most amount of chicken dinners will be first. So far, that is going to be Champions with that Rondo win earlier today. The GOAT team up 7 ranks here, Jackie, with that win, able to get 26 points and literally just 8 points away from first place. GOAT team maybe could be our first place team after that following match on Erangel.
Hey, dude, it would be wonderful to see. Really, really exciting stuff so far today, and the team's coming alive. This is such a crazy sort of leg of things, looking at some of the team's current placements. Unexpected results, man. There's so many teams that I thought would be way higher up that are just not clearing it right now. Yeah, I mean, look, Afterlife, they were kind of struggling throughout the LCQ, so I'm not that surprised they haven't had the best run yet, even though that's a team with talent, especially some of the individuals like Windy, right, that we were touching on. But the other squads around them, Max, it's crazy how different this looks right now than what I sort of had in my mind coming into the start of the show today. I know it's only off the back of a few games, but yeah, it feels like it's a bit topsy-turvy out there.
You have Vicious down there, right? They got 9 eliminations, 0 placement points, and you got 15 eliminations for AMIX, and they have 0 placement points. We've got to get some placement points on board. Winning off eliminations alone, only IHC could do that back in the day during PMGC. Though, of course, do remember that the entirety of PMGO EECA Spring 2026 split, and the entirety of PMGO 2026, in fact, is brought to you by the Infinix GT50 Pro. Cold mine, cold plays from every single team involved. And of course, the performance is top tier. You have the liquid cooling Hydro Flow, and also is the official gaming phone for the entire season, so you're going to see this phone around for a long time in 2026.
Yeah, if you're someone that has the money for it and wants to improve your PUBG Mobile, definitely pick yourself one up. You would be out there hitting some big chicken dinners, make the difference of the response time with that screen, it not overheating. Oh, you would be an absolute beast. But let's have a look at how things stand in terms of the tournament itself. For now, here's the schedule of day one of the finals, already coming up to the halfway point. We've had two of our Erangels played out. Rondo back at the start with champions winning that one. As you can see, no repeat chicken dinners yet. It was a champions win, 777 that looked mighty meaty on Erangel, and then GOAT team there on the third game, which means, Max, 3 games left to go. Only one of the known quantities of Erangel remaining in the roster today.
It does mean, Jackie, that because we have 2 Miramars to wrap up day one, no one's going to get the win outside of AMIX, because you said it, AMIX and Miramar. It is the duo for the ages in ECA. Little bit of trolling on my side, I'm sorry, man. But yeah, we'll see if they can do well maybe onto the Dusty Dunes. But yeah, final Erangel is now coming up. We'll see who's going to be able to secure themselves that chicken dinner. I really want to see something from Vicious. I think I've waited long enough. 9 eliminations over the course of those 3 matches. It's not a terrible ratio. You really would want way more, but it's not like atrocious. What's atrocious is the placement points. We need to see them get to the late game. So far, they keep getting involved in these early skirmishes. Last game in particular, they were forced in a 4-way fight. There were 3 teams up against them between themselves and the play zone. I think that if we just see a bit of a better setup macro-wise in the mid-game, maybe they have an easier way to make that move into the zone without having to force a fight. Or if you do force a fight, it's a secluded fight where you've really taken a proper 4v4 and you don't have other teams that could be looking to take a shot from a distance or third-party that engagement. Vicious is the team that I need to see something from them right now, because otherwise the top have really decent lead here, Jackie. It will be hard to overcome entering our second day's worth of action.
Yeah, it's a hump that you need to get over way sooner rather than later. Obviously, I'm remembering even sort of, the debut games and the rotation of groups for the Vicious. Game 1, they had a sour start, but that was the only game throughout the entirety of their match history that was a sour start, Max. Everything else was really clean, really mechanically played to perfection. The squad with how they were clearing angles, it just looked absolutely brilliant. Today, you've already played 3 games where we're not raving even really about the individuals to that much. Sure, Ko has had some shots, but that's about it. It's terrifying. It really is. So a big rise back from them needs to come sooner rather than later. Yeah, at least our finals here feel like proper finals, right? We get 3 days of competitions. There's a bit more room, but room to make mistakes, well, you need to fix that far, far quicker. Back in, though, last Erangel of the day. Let's see if this will change their overall flow of things. We get our plane path and our teams bailing out already.
Yeah, they're all going to be making a quick jump, parachuting down to their drop location. Aurora in Zaki. Whoa, okay. You don't see that every single day. It's a very northern plane, right? So it does make sense you want to avoid stretching it because you might clash with Vicious or Aurora. So, yeah. Aurora and Zaki, take pictures, everyone. You don't see this happening very often in PUBG Mobile Esports. Can we stop with this circle? Play it every time. Okay. Yeah, we keep getting it. I don't know what it is. It just if you get it once, it happens again. You get it multiple times per day. It's just a reoccurring factor, it seems. So teams are just. I know the team's reaction to this is just like, oh, not again. We have to. Okay, hovercraft. Let's go.
Mate, it's like buses, when one comes, they all come along at the same time. Yeah, I didn't expect this. It's kind of resulted in some wacky fights. Hovercrafts have been at an absolute premium today, like to an unbelievable level. The fact when we were cut in between, I think, 3 teams, different POVs, it was like, well, there's the hovercraft there, there's the hovercraft there, there's the other hovercraft. It's mental, the amount of situations where it's been such a big backbone. You're kind of getting everything you wanted, though, Max. Weird circles, very big loot drop orientation in terms of the trucks being a big factor. Hovercraft gameplay at an all-time high. This is like, a couple months ago, Max Man's dream. You'd be sat there going, this is the new meta.
I'm seeing everything. The hovercraft, you got the loot truck, you got the MG3, everything. I'm loving it. This is my meta. And 4.4 update. We're nuffing shotguns. We're nuffing ARs at long range. We're buffing DMRs and bolt action at long range. Top is like just salivating, like, yes, can't wait to pop heads with a Mini 14. So, yeah, I got to say, the meta, I would say 2 years ago, even just a year ago, it was just like shotgun, DBS, and it shifted over to S12K. It was very redundant. But I really got to give it to the PUBG Mobile devs that they have been doing, I think, some really good iterations upon the main casual or even now competitive and esports lobby systems and also numbers on some of these weapons. So big ups on that one. I'm loving it, and I'm sure the teams are loving hearing way less DBSs echoing throughout the entirety of these battlegrounds.
Oh, yeah, man. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's funny because it's kind of a distant memory now, but I remember that first PMWC that we did together back in, what was it, 2024, right? That was still pretty peak DBS meta period, and it was every fight. It was just bam, bam. You know, that's all we had. That was all the highlight plays. That was all the momentum. So it's been crazy to see such a stark contrast in the adaptation of the flow of the game. I think we were saying it back even during the LCQ, right? This has been one of the more fun sort of flavors of mobile that we've had in a while, and especially you tantalized me, I will say. You perked my interest with the idea of what's to come with the meta shift that could be on the horizon. So very excited to see how that kind of throws a curveball onto things. I think there's some players that would absolutely thrive in it, maybe some others that would take a little while to switch their play style. Obviously top being the easy one that you can always point at, right? But there's a few fellas you've seen in terms of like the instant response time, reaction time, and tracing being a big element of how they play. I think you give them stronger DMRs with less fall off, it could result in some crazy skill expression for the game.
100%. There's a few players that do come to mind also outside of just top, that usually when you think Mini 14 you think top. There's also an Alpha 7, a few players that like to play DMR. If you are a fan from Nepal, I think you all know that Sleepy in particular is incredibly efficient with the Mini 14, even just like any kind of DMR. I do wonder if he would play with the M1 Garand, so I think he's going to have a good time in Update 4.4 whenever that comes to esports, because do come in mind that even though we do get Update 4.4 literally, I think in like 2 or 3 days in the main game, in the esport lobbies, it usually catches up in like a month or two, sometimes 3 months after the initial update. So we might not get it right away for PMGO Main Event. We might get it for PMWC. That might be the time the meta shift does come in full effect. Aurora initiating their early rotation away from Zaki, which I never thought I would say. So weird having Aurora and Zaki in the same sentence. But it is going to be exactly what they're doing, as they're going for a little above an eastern rotate, making their way towards shooting range. But outside of this, usually we do not see any early hot drops or fights, and we have yet to see a single one. So again, this lobby's done their homework, Jackie. The breakdown, I think, was good in particular for the top 4 to make sure they don't get these bad altercations early on. So in terms of work done, in terms of homework being done ahead of time for these finals, everyone's done an absolutely stellar job. So respect to the lobby for that one.
Yeah, pay your dues. Shout outs. There was always that potential timeline, mate, that someone throws a curveball in and we still see the scrappy gameplay. So, yeah, it's nice to see everyone sort of dialed in.
You could technically, right, Jackie, still see hot drops when you get closer to the Smash ruling taking effect. Like at the end of day 2, if you want to kind of diminish the entry point to the Smash zone, or actually onto day 3. So we could still see somebody would be strategic rather than just, oh, I didn't care, I wanted to commit to it.
I think at that point it actually makes sense as a viable play to like target and try and reduce that bubble, like you say. Whereas today it kind of feels like you're shooting yourself in the foot, even if it does go well, right? Even we were sort of being critical there with D2R with the early sort of first 5-minute fight, where it's like, yeah, if you win it, you have to win it so unbelievably cleanly for it to not come back to bite you in the bottom. Even losing one player for D2R felt very risky, where it's like, ooh, is it worth the percentage that you take away from yourself getting a big finish? Only having 3 players for the 4 points. It's kind of odd, the economy of eliminations to sort of placement, trying to summarize how important it is. It's always an interesting gambit, seeing which teams are more willing to run that risk and who's a little bit more sort of self-proficient in survival.
Yeah, it's going to be an important aspect of the game. So I do see some teams that sometimes they should go for an early fight to just buy some times for themselves and their team. they just don't go for it. So I am hoping we're going to see some teams get very desperate just to kind of, or again, lower the point threshold to get into the Smash zone entering into day 3, or at the start of day 3 itself to make sure no Smash is converted. Because if we only have 2 games, that's the comeback of teams cut short. They cannot get those points to get themselves back up in the top 4 positions on the rankings. So a lot of cool storylines will be unfolding at the end of day 2 and at the start of day number 3. Aurora still on their rotation though. We did not see any teams committing to the island south except for 777. They're going to be the only team that has committed to the eastern bridge, so they did make an early cross. If we don't, I can't wait, Jackie. I'm really hoping it goes military. If it does, you're going to see the most hectic transition. I wish everyone could see the map right now because everyone is just ready to make the cross if it does pull south. AMIX having a little bit of a clash back and forth was destined to rise. Hopefully won't result in any early deaths, but no, in AMIX, they might want to go and full send it.
AMIX full sending it. I mean, look. When have we not had those 2 words put together in a sentence? Yeah, dude, I mean, look, you know, for the most part, I do think it is better seeing this little bit of confidence from where they are sort of involved in fights, be it through their own decisions or decisions of others, but it's still been a bit of a scary day, so maybe having a bit more of a reserved nature would be the better call in a game like this for the AMIX crew. This is a bit of an uncomfortable one to be thrown into, though. You can see sharing very limited space here down towards the shed side for Ozarox. An Ozarox team that was giving us so much to be excited about in the LCQ that's been hit with the unlucky stick today in some of their fights. Almost down towards Afterlife in 15th place on the bottom of the standings. Having an uncomfortable run in to kick it off. That's TT Project as well that they're sending bullets up towards. Seems like they will bow out and not overcommit onto it. Ephes has the hovercraft, so trying to get shots onto that bad boy is just going to drain your resources as well.
Especially as a duo. If you have a full team just spraying down on hovercraft, that is going to make it way easier. But okay, TT Project going on a bit of the offensive. I would say not worth it. I think we saw a bounce, thinking it was maybe a nade outside that window. The thing is, just getting range, 1 Molotov or 1 nade inside that shed. That is a full duo down for the count. That could be looking good for TT Project. Though Demo jumping, leaping through that window in an animation. He can't fight back, unfortunately. And that is Champions losing every member. Again, we're seeing this echo, right, from back in the day, back in LCQ, where they take these early fights. It was looking so good earlier on Rondo and even the first Erangel, but now they're just falling apart. That's a 0-pointer for our lobby leaders and also Ozarox involved in a fight. Though getting third-party from a distance by the likes of Afterlife. There's also the likes of, I think, Aurora at some point we're getting involved from a distance. So I don't know what's happening over there, but the field fight is not working out for anyone involved.
Yeah, this is very, very scrappy. And the Champions are terrific to see once again. No conversion on this. Aurora, though, the other Mongolian representatives going aggro versus DG77. And they ain't got time to bury them 6 foot deep, 2 foot shallow as they steal away those points and move themselves into the 6 elim territory. So Aurora shining bright as Champions start to lose some of that oomph.
It's not looking too good, though. One team that you highlighted, Jackie, that you wanted to see have a good game. It's Vicious. They're looking at their position on the map. They are set up on Pachinki Hill. Pachinki Hill, if it's in play, is always the better position to go for. The amount of information you gather from that spot is absolutely mental. And if you have some decent long-range weaponry, mini 14s, even bolt action, if that is going to be your playstyle, could be looking good. Even if you don't want to fight, just know where every team are located and you can play the best rotation ever based on that information. Whew, Vicious could be off to a good start. But the thing is, because it's a high-value location, teams would be willing to fight you for it. So, will the defense work out? That is going to be the question for this game. And for Vicious, the circle did shift down south of Pachinki. It's going to be in the open area near ARCRED on Box Compound. 14 teams alive. Teams going to have to go for a bit of a push here with their vehicles, but AMIX are set up perfectly also in the field. They've got these little dips to work with and keep them alive and especially hide their cars. So AMIX, this is not an aggressive position, so hopefully they won't decide to fight back because that would be a big mistake in a position where if you're spotted, there's no way you can survive.
You're hanging yourself out to dry there. So let's hope they've got a little bit of self-preservation on this one. Not going to overly put all their eggs in one basket and kick off an unwinnable fight. Meanwhile, Afterlife here are the nades on target. Oh, he's lucky he made the call to reposition. Leon dodges the first, but Windy's nade will be on target towards blue, and Leon eats the shrapnel that's thrown towards him from the Afterlife members. So they do still go down. Effect lurking out in the hillside as well. Keeps vision on Afterlife and does deny that 1 point back over onto Zixi. So they're down to a duo. First time we've seen them get any points today whatsoever, Max, and that's where already it starts to unravel.
It's going to be falling apart. Got to be careful. You want to hold this position under control. 7 elims already. Yeah, Aurora having an absolute field day for Zarka team. That's a lot of eliminations in a crude early match. Big focal point is, of course, be careful you don't get third party. This position so far is a secluded fight, but you do have some teams kind of moving around, in particular TT Project. If they hear this fight unfolding, that could be their free ticket to get into the zone. So you just got to keep your mind open to potential engage from a team that initially was not involved in this conversation early game. And Mad, at least, Absolute does not have a cliff to fall from. So he's going to be on steady ground. But everything's slowed off. One Molotov would be huge, by the way. Every single one of these buildings in yellow compound are wooden floor. It spreads very easily. But if you don't have that resource, which right now I see Reefus, no Molotov in his arsenal, that's going to make it a little bit harder to really push players of Mad Balls exactly where you want them with that strong, strong utility.
Yeah, trying to bully them and force them out of cover won't be as simple, at least right now. Reefus up on a rooftop. Will he spot out some feet? Looking around to see if he can get some lines of sight, an angle to peek from, a way to try and backstab onto this. Nade going to arc in towards the building on Takanov. Luckily for him, he's just off from the main area of the compound, so that won't land. Doc doing Doc things, though, ahead of the pack. He's on the low ground, just throwing the nades directly through the doorway and making them panic. That one looks good for damage onto Takanov. Leaves him on a sliver of health as Joel wants to follow up with the actual rifle. Doc's nade is primed and delivers as the payload detonates there. Creates some space for himself with the smokes being chucked out and looks to clear inside of the buildings. Wants to do it himself.
That's such a good play here. The entire squad just surrounding them. Takanov actually going to get mollied by his ally. Unfortunate, but it was still an elim that was going to get flushed out eventually. This fight's not too big of a deal. Aurora, yeah, just suffocating all of Mad Esports. The response is looking so good. The timing, the synergy, everything is perfectly executed. And Mad Esports weren't even giving a fighting chance. That's an easy 4-0 headed the way of Aurora. Now that puts them up to 10 eliminations. Double digit upon circle 4 here, Jackie. Now, this is Aurora when they're not trolling.
Yeah, this is Aurora playing to win in a lobby where they absolutely want to dominate. They've sniffed out the weakness of the other teams beneath them, so they're just giving it their best. I mean, 10 elims already, dude, is a hell of a feat. But you don't imagine they're going to start to slow down anytime soon. That's the crazy element, right? They're looking very scary.
Yeah, it's looking a bit spooky if you have to go up against them. Still not October, but it's feeling like Halloween in the lobby. Actually, Vicious still in circle. I mentioned it earlier. They had access to Pachinki Hill. They still have it. It's barely in zone. So they can get some insight, but you can see with the cars here, they're already looking to set up their rotation upon phase 5. Just pulls away, which is looking very likely at this point. And I think Aurora, yeah, they know there's one big threat to their potential rotation. It's going to be ARCRED's compound straight up north of them, as you can see on the minimap, or Vicious over to the west on Pachinki Hill. Otherwise, they can go far to the east and just send in a compound with very little information, which would be a risk to be taken. But in Aurora, maybe they're feeling confident after the early 10 elimination, which, you know what, would be deserved. You can feel confident when you have such a banging start. They pretty much eliminated every player that is dead in this match, so they are on an absolute killing spree. But go. And also in the center is going to be TT Project looking to maybe clash, but so far they're going to work together to zone teams away.
Let's see if they can make a slow approach into the zone and keep everyone scared to fight them. You absolutely wouldn't want to turn down a dark alley and see this Aurora roster right now with how on point they're looking. Top armed with a weapon he's going to feel very comfortable with as well. So that could be another element to discuss later. Kvik with the shots up towards TT Project leaves Zerich in a hellish position. Just trying to stay breathing, trying to stay tucked in behind the limited cover he's got to his name. And there's other squads nearby as well that could try and swoop in on this one if they do see signs of weakness. Default eventually being able to make the adjustment shot onto Zerich also, so that's the complete flush onto him, snatching away another member of TT Project and leaving them down to just that solo. Shots fired towards Aurora on their great migration. The car's burning, the wheels are popped, and the players are low on health, and Tapok will flush through. Good damage on Arifus. The rotate leaves them so susceptible, Max, and one by one we're losing Aurora quickly.
I think that's a misplay, a missed call from Aurora. I think you have to send in ARCRED's compound, because if you go anywhere else, so many teams are just going to be locked on that rotation. And you saw here, I think it was, what, 2-3 teams spraying on those vehicles on march towards the zone. So I think that here going for ARCRED compound would not only be a shorter rotation, but also it would be way harder to third party from a distance. So unfortunately, it was just not meant to be for 3 of the members. They still have one. It is top. So we'll see if he can pull a rabbit out of the hat this game. Generation of MIRACL also near the Pachinki Fields. Got 3 members in the car. That would be 3 easy eliminations if one player has the perfect AR angle to spray it down. The top still moving around with the buggy here. Jackie, who knows, maybe can squash a player. It's not quite a hovercraft, but if you can find a good hiding spot, that could get some placement points on board. But everyone can hear the buggy. He's going to be spotted out from a mile away.
Audio cues giving the game away. Shots on range as well. Back here in AMIX, the AMIX on top of Goat Fight results in the stalemate for TGM effectively, with AMIX being able to flush out a few of those points. But Force fighting. Ooh, quick switch to the POV of 777 as we see some fancy footwork from 3TN there with the shotty up close, pumping his way through with a big buckshot and leaving 27 plus low on resources with only 1 player left alive. Avalanche team as well up on the ridge side. 3 of the 4 alive and kicking here. It's only Molodoy that's not in the runnings, and Groza looks to try and get gory. Exchange of nades, decent chip damage to make him crater away so he can't overcommit to the fight, and they should be able to attempt to reset. But that just gives a window for AMIX to continue pulling no punches. Big knocks onto Goat team. They might flush the entire roster here.
Oh yeah, they're on a triumphant run right now. 6 of them's only down to a duo, but it's Devolt and Havlik. If there's any of the members you want to keep alive, it's going to be those 2. Who knows what they can bring to the equation in this game. So I say that also we can have a bit of a fight. It's going to be vicious clashing with Afterlife. If you get one, it'll be Windy fully out for the count. Has 27 plus also eliminated, so that's not going to be a lot of points this game, unfortunately secured for the Uzbeki team. Avalanche, I love their position. I don't know if we saw early on the minimap that Timmy, he was in the fields on those dips, and he was really controlling a strong angle that was slowing down the push-up from both Goat Team and AMIX. So sure, maybe Tommy wasn't able to get a crap ton of eliminations here, but he was still able to get the angle to keep his team in a very healthy position. So far, Avalanche able to be successful on those pivots. The Vicious on the minimap to the west. They've got 4 players driving about, getting so much insight. The circle shifting heavily over to Pachinki Hill. Vicious, if there's any time for them to convert a game into a chicken dinner, it is right here, right now. We need to see this Romanian team take home the dub.
They've got to come alive. They've got to show us how much firepower they've got, live up to that name, and get Vicious out there amongst the weakened teams that are all currently infighting against one another. The barrage of mortar nades being cast out here from Destine to Rise, but all of it being wasted utility with the movement from the sole survivor of AMIX being able to keep his head down and tuck in further around the corner. That's Default, who can still be a beastly key member as well. You give him an opportunity to peek back when your head's turned, he'll rip it clean off. So they need to stay suspicious about him. They're instead going to turn their attention back on the zone with a drive up from Ralph.
Whoa.
Default spotted by Avalanche as the reposition comes around. That's actually Ravo as well in the back line there, somehow finding ways to be a nuisance.
I mean, that's not just an extra elimination, that's an extra placement point also. So that's really an impactful knock and flush found by that solo. Everything calming down. The one team, again, if Aurora went for the push onto ARCRED, they could have made it so much further in this game. You can see their position is such an easy transition because as you leave this city, you just have a natural ridgeline created in front of you. The terraforming of the area is heavily favored for anyone trying to make an exit from Box Compound up north. Thing is, do you have the vehicles to do it? And I can see, yeah, from the POV of Glory, he's got, what is that, 2 cars, maybe even a third for his teammates. So they're looking so comfortable when it comes to vehicle percentage owned in this game. But come on. I mean, you look at Vicious, they got all of the ridge control. They're peeking with a third-person perspective. They got the vehicles to move around to keep themselves mobile, to make sure they are not an easy target for upcoming nades. If this is not a Vicious win here, Jackie, I don't know what is. Because this, unless a massive fumble happens while everyone else is going to be fighting each other to the east, this would be one of the biggest throws I've seen in a hot minute. Come on. They need to take it.
Yeah, you got to grab this opportunity with both hands. One of the few chances that's been presented to them today that could save their running. That conversation of us saying if they just keep sandbagging in these games, with us now being over the halfway point especially, it'd be a hell of a slippery slope. Whereas here, they can actually start to begin a comeback and even leap quite far up with the point bubble towards the mid area not being that drastic. The difference of getting off this 13-point lead would be substantial. TT Project there, flushed out, so that's one more elim and one more step closer towards a potential chicken dinner.
Got to keep the eye on the ball. Vicious still having the cars. Icy's been the one in this 3-1 split. He is the off-angle player, trying to get some insight from a distance, keeping Doran, Koa, and Narvalo in a healthy condition. He's truly just kind of the guardian angel at this point. He's got the angle on Butcher. The thing is, do you want to give your position away? Also, keep in mind, because they've been on Potato Hill, not Potato Hill, sorry, on Pachinki Hill, they were low on ammo. Here, it's only a clip and a half available for the Org of Icy. You need to be very cautious about how you use your remaining ammo. As Destine to Rise going to get pushed up, that's going to be a good breach from ARCRED. Actually, a really good entry point too, because it's making sure that you don't get third party by Vicious. You need to take this one up. You need to win it dominantly. Well, otherwise, that third-party opening is going to be available for Vicious. So far, it's going to be a bit of a trade-off. Ralph going to be knocked, and so will Darling. He's down to just a solo. Puzo swapping on over to his Org, and things are getting a bit hectic as he goes into the Molotov in that smoke, but will tank the damage, and Butcher behind that tree might get mollied as Icy finds the knock. So far, Vicious in full control of this lobby.
Yeah, the vultures of Vicious able to just swoop around and circle everyone else that is just scrapping one another, making it so incredibly uncomfortable that at a certain point, when their chips are down, they can come in to try and flush them out. Koa making sure he gets what he wanted out of that one onto Butcher. Groza will fall in the meantime to D2R. Tommy eating the nade of Narvalo as well as he throws it straight towards them, and the pressure gets so much thicker for both ARCRED and D2R, whereas Vicious, they are just expanding their reach over the battleground right now.
Vicious are counting the amount of players remaining in this lobby. They've got 4 players, meaning 6 players are still alive. It could be still 2 teams, or you could have a few solos, so you don't want to overcommit. Any push could really be your demise. Could cause your demise in these finishing moments, as there you go. That's a good angle for Koa. He's able to get himself one, able to convert a second, actually. Vicious looking to be the overlords of this match. They're dead set on getting this chicken dinner, and anyone going up against them is going to get absolutely wrecked. Put 6 feet under. That's going to be the nade. Koa in full dominant form this game as Destine to Rise is getting bullied over to the edge of the circle. Can he survive? It's not looking good as they're swapping on over to the nade, and that car is going to go up in fumes very soon. The nade is there. A nice throw. Will it get the knock though? It will not find Darling.
Darling. Ooh, 0.5 seconds of being able to get the meds off. He has to go for the reposition, forced out by the shots of Doran that will spook him. And it all falls down to the head-to-head then, with ARCRED being the side that want to upset Vicious. A team that's been running their way through this final encounter, making smart decisions. You've got their POV at the LAN event as well. In the bottom of your screen, you can see how dialed in they are. But can they capitalize on the hard work they've done?
They're locked in on their Infinix GT50 Pro. And the elimination spread, everyone putting up big numbers. except for Narvalo, but he was playing a bit of a support off-angle position, so can't be too surprised about it. They've got to be careful, Narvalo, to not go too far. You could get punished, takes a bit of a beating. Still got 4/5 of his HP bar remaining. Demanding respect with those nades, zoning Glory away back into the shadows of this game. ARCRED, the fact they still have cars, that could really be the difference maker, but Dorian in the distance, making sure they don't overpeak the ridge. As I said, that Kawhi is going to be knocked. This could be falling apart for Vicious, and he's going to be instantly flushed out. It's down to a 2v3.
More to be done here as the shots from Icy are on target towards Glory, but the rest of the team wants to go ruthless. Charging in, it looks like it should be a fairly easy conversion. And the Vicious, after all their hard work, the good positional placement of themselves in the zone, they answer the question, they heed the call, and find a way back in, Max. A chicken dinner and a pipeline to get themselves into a good spot in the standings there.
I thought Vicious were going to have a bit of an issue to wrap it up because they weren't using cars to scout proactively with the elevated POV with a TPP, but no, they are just going to be able to be so confident in their utility game and especially in their sprays, and with the shotguns they do take it home. He's even taking a picture, look at that.
Quick selfie, quick selfie.
Post-chicken dinner selfie right there for Dorian, making sure he remembers this moment of absolute glory on Erangel. Last Erangel of day one of the finals for PMGO EECA, but look at that. Genuinely, I know I said it like 4 circles ago. If this was not a Vicious win, I was going to be so genuinely surprised and also a little bit upset. But the timing, they split in these 2-2 splits, even 3-1 split at time. I would say the way they were splitting their team apart, Jackie, was absolute perfection in this match.
Yeah, very fun to watch. Great to see a return to form there for the Vicious. Obviously, a side that we were expecting to come out shining very bright into the finals lobby based off their performance in Knockout. Took a bit of time to get there, but late is better than never, and they do start to achieve a few points then in day one. Comes just after the halfway point of the flow of games. The final Erangel going very well for them. In terms of the breakdown, again, you can see Icy being a key force on this team, hitting some beautiful shots.
Yeah, able to get himself some good angles the entirety of this game. 61 eliminations on board, of course, one of those being a quad that got flushed out, unfortunately, for the Vicious. But it's good time to see them get a comeback here. I was a little bit scared, like, oh, they got no placement points. They went from no placement points over 3 games here to get themselves 10 with that chicken dinner. So infinitely more placement points technically compared to their first 3 matches. So good step up from them. Of course, 1 win is good to see. We need to see a bit of a follow-up, right? Even if you just get top 5s and a few eliminations, that is going to be fine for me. But Vicious, we know this is one of the best teams in this lobby. We want to see if they can convert even more top finishes in these matches in the finals. As our MVP of the game is going to be good old Icy. And Icy, I've been here since the start of his career until today. And Jackie, genuinely, he's one of the best players in the bloody region here of Eastern Europe. And it's good to see his name again showing up on these rankings.
Yeah, very, very fun individual to watch. You know, super talented, always being able to hit the mark no matter what range someone is. It feels like his tracking and his tracing are just on point. So, yeah, awesome to see him get his flowers on that one. And way better to finally have an opportunity where we can focus on the Vicious a bit, right? We're seeing him in real life. We're seeing some of that energy there. I love to see it, bud.
Doc is docketing on the graphics too. He's just like, I'm just here. I guess 18 minutes of hyper time and 6 minutes. Sorry for interrupting your point, but I just find it so funny, man. You keep like, oh, it's a funny thing how docketing, haha, but it really is a thing. It's been proven by science.
Yeah, no, it's true. It always comes to fruition. I mean, hell, literally in that game, like, he had all of the elims for the team. Yeah. Even if he wasn't getting all the damage, he was the one that was flushing them out. I think there was, like, 1 elim that went to one of the other players. So, goes to show that, you know, big start from Aurora. It mostly done off the back of a very aggressive Doc once again.
Yeah, the entire team are like, please, sir, can we have some more? No! They're all for me! My elimination! Elimination steal, elimination steal, elimination steal. That is typical Doc fashion as we go and check out some of the good old replays of this game. And yeah, from the get-go, we had some fun fights in yellows. You can see this is how Aurora won it. Initially, it was a champions fight up against Mad Esports, and they kind of just surround it in a 2-2 split and get himself a really good engagement. So that really put this game off to a good start for the Mongolian team. Though, I want to see, hopefully in these replays, we're going to see the POV of Vicious because they had complete overview of basically any fight happening. They were the true overlords of this lobby, which if you were in that game, chances are you were spotted out at one point by Vicious. So yeah, the scouting, the position, everything was just beautifully executed from start to the end of this game for the Romanian team.
Yeah, saying salut to the competition. That's hello in
that's
Romanian.
French. What is it?
No,
Also?
no, salute. Yeah.
Oh, that's also high in French. I was like, that's
Oh, there
not.
you
But
go.
Novalo is French, so technically, actually, he could. Yeah, that's good.
I guess it works. It works
Yeah.
for both sides of the coins, Max. Yeah. Bloody hell. Okay, we both learnt something on that one. That's fun. But yeah, dude, saying hello to the competition in fine form, which I'm really glad to see, Max. I was a bit worried. You know, it's kind of similar to what we had with the AMIX situation, right? Where it felt like you always want, you're always sat on the edge of your seat expecting, and then it just doesn't come through. It doesn't start. So really glad to see Vicious showing up here. Again, there's a reason why we want this team to perform well, because I think individually they're the sort of side that the bigger the competition gets, the larger the prize pool, right? You think about Jakarta in the future, if they're there, they will take that in their stride, possibly play some great global tier PUBG Mobile. It would be a shame to not have them in that position. But of course, nothing's granted, right? Everything's earned. So they've got to keep fighting.
Oh, of course, they've got to keep bringing their A game to the PUBG Mobile Esports table. Though, looking at the rankings, we did see a really good finish again from ARCRED. And this is a team that they were in 6th place during knockout, just behind the likes of Champions Esports, and did so well during also the next stage, which was going to be Last Chance, LCQ, where they got themselves 2nd place with 110 points. This is a team that was looking good towards the top. Did they have what it takes to maybe be 1st place? I was a bit hesitant, but top 4, maybe. That is going to be in the cards for that roster. So ARCRED definitely surprising me so far today with a few consistent points every game, it feels like. As here they are going to be jumping up an extra 5 ranks up to 29 points total. So ARCRED really happy with today. But Vicious, that's the main talking point here, Jackie. They jump up 8 extra ranks, 31 points with that chicken dinner. Vicious are back in the race.
There they are, climbing up massively. Those 8 placements climbed will do wonders for the confidence, especially when you look at the squads that are only a thimble of points above them, right? It's not that far off. Crazy that the 2 in Destined to Rise is currently also their place in the rankings, bro. An incredible run of day for them. A team that felt like, you know, they were a periphery. They were on the outlier. Now, they're first and center. Very, very great to see that change of fate for D2R.
Now everyone's got placement points, by the way, so we can't use the point of like, they don't really know what eliminations are, no, except for Ozarox, actually. They're the only one missing out on placements. Even Afterlife, despite their back-to-back 0-pointers, will be able to get 2 placement points in these games. But yeah, Ozarox not able to really play their game, which actually I'm going to say the main reason why this is happening for them, Jackie, is because they can't get access to Pachinki, which was their golden goose the entirety of LCQ. They had so many good times over there, getting the loot truck for free every time, getting MG3s, getting P90s, getting tier 3 vests and helmets. Here, the loot's running dry, the position is running dry, and Ozarox are not able to reach the late game in a single one of today's 4 matches. So we need to see also some presence, because otherwise it's a very short format tournament, and with the smash ruling in full effect, Ozarox might be fully out of the race in the next few games.
Yeah, it could slip away from them very quickly. And they're a team that we were getting quite excited about as well, so it'd be a shame if the Serbian side does start to slow down and fall off. We'll answer those questions soon, though, as we get back into our last 2 games of the day. Double Miramar coming up following the break.
Start the war!
Hello everyone and welcome back as we carry on with the action here today. Already 4 of our 6 games wrapped up under our belt. We start to set our focus on what is yet to come. Of course, Max, the last 2 Miramar madnesses that are just around the corner.
Yeah, I was looking a little bit shocked there because I'm like, yeah, it is 4 games done. It went so quickly.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, we only played 3 games. No way, Jackie's right. But no, it has been 4 matches played already, which is crazy to imagine. But no, it's going to be exciting. And you know what's also exciting is we have another giveaway happening right now, but it's not a VSS skin, which is still available if you want to go back on the stream and get it. But right now it's going to be the Urban Herald set, which you can all enter the code on the redemption website, official one of PUBG Mobile, or you can also scan the QR code to redeem it right now in game. There's only 75 available, so you better be quick or you might just miss out. We'll also show you a little bit later on in the broadcast, but some 6 skins are being given away, and we also might have some other skins to give away on the other days, so make sure to stay tuned on those other broadcast streams.
Yeah, definitely scout around, get your viewership distributed, enjoy all the action that's going down in the PUBG Mobile Esports circuit, and put yourself in a good spot to not only get those skins, but possibly improve your game by watching some of the best in the upcoming scenes. Moving on, let's have a look at the schedule. As we touched on, 4 games already played, 2 left to go. Like you say, mate, moving quickly today. We join back with our teams, of course, at the live event. How are they looking at the LAN? Goat Team POV here, deep in thought, eyes on their phones.
Yeah, well, one of the members a bit, yeah, deep in thought right as you said. He's just a bit, oh, damn it, it's Miramar. How are we going to play this one? We're not sure, though. AMIX, Jackie, not to bring back bad memories as to how they used to play in LCQ, but Miramar had some golden opportunities. They could have gotten themselves that win. I think it was next to El Azhar just a few days ago, and then there was a big fumble. They sent, I believe it was also Havlik in that position, a bit too far. And then they just completely lose control, things go bad, and they don't get the chicken dinner. We can't afford to see similar mistakes on Miramar from AMIX, so I'm hoping we do at least see them get towards the late game because they're all about elims. Placement points, it would be good to see some more on board for this roster. We know they can achieve absolute greatness. Though, here we go, playing high up in the sky. They're going to kick off on D+ Island right now, if you guys know, you know. And we're going to be shifting down south over Los Leones over to Valle del Mar. Chumacera mostly, which is going to be great for Aurora and all the teams that like to go for Parteno too, which we did have a team do that back in LCQ. I believe actually it was Motion, so actually no one's going to maybe do it now. But hot drops, just like Erangel, nothing should be happening in phase 1 to phase 2 of this game.
No, you should be calm. Should be strategical PUBG Mobile rather than instant slaying that's occurring. So it should be a little bit more calmer towards the tail end here, but we'll see if any shenanigans somehow pop up. Any caught off rotations, any missed mistakes, if there's any dominoes that will fall and change the outcome on this one. We'll see which of our teams as well are going to have a better run of things. If perhaps a squad like Champions that started the day off well, but have quickly been following down the rankings step by step and really looking like they're struggling in the early game, might be able to change their fate a little bit here.
Hopefully. I think that, yeah, some teams at the bottom in particular really want to try and change their fate for the better. Just kind of change their future and just have a better opportunity to do well in day 2. Okay, this is a terrible phase 1 circle and plane path combo. Southern plane, northern phase 1, and it could keep on pulling north towards Torre Almada. So some teams going to have to be a little bit quick on that pivot if they want to avoid any early confrontations on their rotation path. But looking at the drop locations itself, not really seeing anything that could result in an early squad wipe. Maybe a few players here and there upon early rotations because it was very... Actually, you know what? I take that back. I was blind. Jackie, Valle del Mar, you got a full-on hot drop happening over there. It's going to be Afterlife, and I can't see the other team over there. They're hidden on my minimap. There are 2 teams indeed over there, and it's going to be AMIX. Oh, no. Okay, well, placement points might not be coming their way.
Ooh. Yeah, this isn't the sort of fight that I expected to kick things off, to tell you the truth. But let's see who walks away in a better position off the back of it. Zixi with a nade straight over onto Havlik. Going to land that one. It's a 1-for-1 trade thus far, but potential to pick Misha back up, so it isn't the end of the world for the Afterlife team. This could be a way for them to get some early points. For AMIX, don't let it all blow up in your face. See if they can find a way to fight back.
Vengeance is a dish best served cold, and right now, Afterlife are looking to avenge themselves after being eliminated just a few games ago on Erangel by AMIX. They got 4 eliminations, AMIX, 0 headed the way of Afterlife, and also a 0-pointer. So this is their way of showing they can indeed take a 4v4 fight the way of AMIX. Maybe they are going to be quite split. Same for Zixi, as Spike going to be spotted away with the DBS. Really good knock found. And now's the time to go on a full aggression mode. You have the man advantage. They're going to surround it here in the building, able to find a third. AMIX falling apart. And even as I say that, in the background, you have that final elimination right onto that solo. And that is going to be AMIX fully eliminated. Zixi with the UMP doing the work on default. And yeah, it seems like they cannot get to these late game scenarios, Jackie. And Afterlife did get their revenge.
Damn, yeah, there you go. Okay, you drop on us, we'll give you the business then. So for AMIX, Battleground that at times has boded better for them of Miramar will once again be an early grave for this roster. So in 9th place with 24 points, and a lot of teams very close to being able to thrust themselves quite further up the standings with one good game nearby. This could leave them in the dust a little bit through really their own fault on this one.
Well, yeah, they've been looting up that loot truck. Not sure what they got inside of it. You do have, so again, if you guys are unaware of where the loot trucks go on Miramar in particular, one goes around Crater Field, one goes around the area of Picado, San Martin, around there, all around Power Grid, one goes around Los Leones, and one goes on the southern island of Minas del Sur. So teams that do drop around there, like Goat, for example, also got himself access to the very easy early loot truck of Los Leones. Hopefully he got himself some good airdrop weapons like the P90. Though DG77, again, an early altercation. Really struggling to keep 4 players alive later on in these matches. Those up against Ozarox that have yet to secure a single placement point. Hopefully this is going to be a turn for them. Able to kind of get themselves some points on board. But DG, sure it's a duo, it's a DRAM pre-pod, but Zadira in particular has been an absolute destructive force on the battlegrounds. Play you don't want to underestimate, as Ozarox looking to now make their push into the building of the opposition. This is a fight that, again, I'm not happy seeing happening at this stage, Jackie, but the Ozarox are the one who initiated it, and it was off to a good start as Zadira finds an amazing opening knock, but Melaz will get the counter as a knock on pre-pod will also come through.
Oh, Zadira moving differently though. It's a nice lineup with the arc on the nade, great use of the trigonometry, and then the trigger discipline on the peak behind the vehicle. Ooh, keeps him guessing, tries to shut down another man, but comes unstuck. So DG77, what looked like a good answer back, quickly results in another one of our teams that we expect great things from, being removed from the battleground in mere moments into this game.
Wait, Destined to Rise are now third-partying it, so... Okay, well, no break apparently for Ozarox yet. Back to the POV, and that's going to be just Milas standing in a 1v4. Not going to be looking good, though, holding the staircases with the smoke of Longhouse. It's going to be a tough one. Good Molotov, by the way. They're able to get some good tick damage onto Ralph, though it will not be enough. Just a slight scratch onto their armor, and that is going to be game over for now 3 teams on Miramar. I thought this was going to be off to a slow start as expected on the Dusty Dunes, Jackie, but no, we already lost Ozarox, DG77, AMIX, and maybe Vicious or the likes of TT Project. What is going on?
I don't know, dude. This is ridiculous. Early fights all over the shop. We thought it would be calm. We thought it would be teams playing reserve, looking for late game placements and some big points on this one. Instead, it's some of our biggest squads going head-to-head versus one another. I mean, even TT here, barely limping away from being crashed down upon by the might of Vicious as they escape with only 2 players left alive. Neos and Zerich got to bail out as well and be picked up there. Passenger as they just peace out.
It sucks for TT Project in particular because they did win a game around water treatment, right? It was, I think it was Aurora remaining at the end there, and there was also no, it was TT Project and also DG77 at the end of that game, and there was also a few players I think of AMIX at the end of that match, and they were able to win it. So it's very unfortunate. They were hoping to do well off the back of this because they've had success here in the past. But down to a duo, Zerich, Neos, they're good players. Are they good enough to take a 2 versus, what is that, 48 players? I doubt so. Will be a bit rough. As now, teams that have yet to make their push into the zone are going to be Avalanche, Afterlife, Aurora Gaming, 777, and 27 Plus. So they're slowly going to be making their ascent down south and over to the west for Avalanche in particular. But water treatment's always good area to see games head towards on Miramar because it really forces your IGL and the entirety of your team ready to showcase their map knowledge. Do you know where the good dips, the good footholds are in this circle, and can you use it to its full potential to not only gather information but also have a bit of an advantage against teams that maybe are pushing on you or when you decide to push certain locations. So this is a circle that is really going to show who are the best macro-wise in this Miramar lobby.
Yeah, who's going to be the most on point when all sides are tested? Got to have the best head on your shoulders in a lobby like this with how competitive it's been, but with the amount of infighting we're seeing with a lot of our top teams willing to really run some big risks, it does potentially make it a little bit easier for our periphery teams to climb on this one. You look at that sort of mid-portion there, from 6th to 8th, right? Even sort of 5th with the Vicious being in close proximity in terms of the point scorer. You have one big affair on this one. You can rocket into a far better position, looking relatively comfortable with only one game left to go today before we run it back for day 2 tomorrow. Everyone moving their way up towards the zone now. 777 coming in. You can see down towards the north side there. They'll be running in on top of 27 Plus potentially. That had a good opening sort of flow to things today and then cooled off quite quickly.
Yeah, which is unfortunate. They had a really good third-party opening on, I think it was Longwood on Erangel. Not the last one, the one before that, versus the likes of it. There was Aurora, there was Vicious, there was another team also up there, and they had a good third party, but unfortunately I think they got a little bit too slow on that push up the ridgeline, and they just kind of fell apart instantly off the back of that. So, a team that has a lot of potential, I would definitely say, but not able to capitalize on that success that was created initially during LCQ here in the finals, because of course now teams a little bit more serious, a bit more desperate, especially being those top 4 teams of Knockout, making this lobby even more stacked in reality. So it's going to take a lot more for 27 Plus to get those points on board. And Circle did shift. It did pull towards the location of El Azahar, in particular this game. There's some really good ridges to the west of that city. I think ARCRED are the one that have set up shop over there successfully, so they got some really good insight as to where teams might be rotating from. So ARCRED, definitely keep them in the back of your mind as a potential contender for hopefully top 5 from the position like that. You would like to see it converted that far in the game. But teams around them know the value of that location, so they need to be able to defend it successfully if push comes to shove, because they will be tested at some point, and when that happens, they need to get the win on that fight.
Yeah, it's all well and good surviving your way through, but at some point, one of our teams will come and knock in. We're going to be ready to answer that call instantaneously. No mistakes can be made, really. It's such an important point of the day. Some teams on the precipice of having a good amount of distance between the squads beneath them. The others barely starting their comeback journey. So a lot riding on the Miramar action here. 27 Plus popping the tires of the Aurora vehicle and making it harder for that squad to reposition, even being able to follow through into the initial knock. So Joel exits stage left and Aurora fall down to a triple threat quite early here. Only 11 minutes deep into the action on their first Miramar today. Can they get any more? They're going to turn their attention, tuck tail, and try and split off, see if they can get to a safer location here. But getting past 27 Plus has proven to be a bit of an issue.
They need to be quick here, Aurora, because they don't only have 27 Plus right next to them, there's also Champions north or west of their location, so they need to disengage, which they are doing. Dipping a little bit deeper out in the blue, taking that tick damage, but still phase 3, so it's fine. It's not going to be that much. When it gets to phase 4 and 5, that's when the blue zone damage is really significant, and you need a lot of meds to tank that damage. But they're going to go in mid-ast, wrapping behind 27 Plus, but even then, you're still going to be encountering 27 Plus, so they got to go for a wide rotation. You can't go for a slight rotation here. You need to go the long way around into truck stop. So Aurora, if they do die upon rotation, unfortunately, I wouldn't be surprised because this is going to be very, very hard to execute. As teams that are looking to be in a very healthy position is going to be destined to rise, and here you go, you got some players that made it over to the roof and also the first floor of Warehouse, which is not easy to access usually, so that extra bit of elevation on the flat terrain around it could really be a big, big advantage if any team looks to encroach on their terrain. So actually, Destine to Rise really showing some good knowledge of these buildings and how to use every position to its full potential.
Tommy in the Elim feed once again as well, up against TGM. TGM, in terms of some of the initial flow we had today, it felt like they were living up to their old tricks. They had good control over some of the drops that they wanted. They were getting the loot trucks. They were easing in, but never quite blossoming in the same way. Whereas Avalanche, to stark contrast, they looked very consistent in today's games. And again, look to follow through with some additional damage here onto TGM. Shots out look good. Nice bit of damage there.
Able to get himself a bit of an engage. Nicely done. Demo knocked on down. That's going to be a nice flush. Ruzen securing his first elimination of Miramar. If you are champions, yeah, definitely not worth committing to it. You're still not going to be in a comfortable position in zone. So better to completely disengage that altercation. That's vicious here. That's going to be another big fight next to Cruz del Valle. So far, off to a decent start, able to get a good knock here. It's going to be Koa, though, going to put their focus onto Absolute. He's around the corner, cooking his own nade. Got to be careful, you can't get for that revive in the building. Got to make sure you eliminate him, because that nade might do a lot of work, a lot of damage. Absolute looking to go for the push. He's on the offensive with a UMP in hand. The nade is beautifully cooked from Icy, and this guy, not only does he have the spray and the shotgun skills to back it up, but also he is such a good jack of all trades. That utility is so strong in his hands. Though Novalo next to full. Doran Novalo in a really tricky spot, might get flushed out. Put solo actually for Novalo, and he's going to be fully eliminated out of this game. Though it will be Icy to wrap things up with a cherry on top and get those 6 eliminations to kick off this Miramar match.
So coming out swinging. Vicious, carrying on from the good spring in their step that we had just seen. Bodes well for fans of the roster. D2R as well, still trying to keep their heads above water, adding to their overall collection of elims. But 2 players do fall in the scrap over the long house. Ravo with a nade being primed. If you can get that on target through the doorway, that could be 2 smooth flushes, but it arcs off of the lip, bounces round the corner, and Darling's just waiting for his push. DBS spotted on the third person peek there. Ravo back in through the window, switches to first person as he scopes up towards trying to punish. Darling will chase. Oh, you'd think he'd be able to best him on that fight, but no. Ravo stays alive.
I'm going to say Ravo deserves to go down because he made that jump through the window. For that alone, he should have been knocked and flushed. That was such a risky push into Longhouse, but he did survive a little bit longer than I initially expected. Still, the win will be headed the way of Destine to Rise. Hopefully, able to get himself a decent reset up to a healthy amount of members on their team. But Champions have a different plan in mind. They are looking to surround the vicinity, actually leapfrog the entire area of the warehouse and go to the east in the zone and just kind of hold off all of Destine to Rise. So Champions, sure, did lose a member in demo early match, but they're looking to get himself a bit of a comeback this game. This generation of MIRACL. Uzo able to keep the dreams alive last game, right, on Erangel. But here, he will be one of the early casualties for TGM. The elimination is in full effect. It's going to be 777. ARCRED even overlooking the entirety of this skirmish as it's unfolding in the city of El Azahar. Whoever wins this fight, even if you do win the fight, genuinely, Jackie, I think you just don't survive because ARCRED's position is looking to be just so damn oppressive.
And ARCRED have been no strangers to being able to upset some teams as well. Squads that have been going on big runs, you run into them, they'll take it in their stride, shut you down, and turn you into more points. To avoid that encounter, if a possibility, 777 at least, shoulder to soldier, near the TGM roster. That at times have had some good moves. Issue is, it feels like they've been hit with a similar stick where they have a good early game, they're able to get themselves looted, but then as soon as they're thrown into an important fight, it just starts to fragment and chip away bit by bit. They're going to attempt to get that pickup play on the go. Meanwhile, you can see D2R have been spotted once again by 27+. And that has effectively ruined some of the players, leaving 2 of them trying to teeter out of there in the back of the vehicle to still be breathing into another encounter. Sanic spamming the smoke, expecting a potential push on this stairway, but this is free information given to the 777 roster.
Some good nade. get a bit of a tickle of damage. Actually, that's going to be way more than a tickle. Samus is going to get knocked and flushed down to now just Bullzo. He was rezzed up by his teammates, but here he's trying to get a quick exit, looking to reposition, use that movement tech to hopefully force multiple 1v1s, but even then the shots just don't connect with the shotgun, and it's going to be 3 TNs, S12K to wrap up that fight and take another good elimination. So far, so good. 777 having a lot of wins under their belt today. But now looking at their position in the rankings, then top 4 could be looking to overtake Vicious. One more elimination would tie them up. But oh no, with the monster truck, it's Zerich. He confirms one, looking to find that second player. Just knocked on down in the smoke. Zerich, after 4 eliminations for the entirety of TT Project, Neos hard carrying this game.
Yeah, nasty Neos. Spitting some sick bars, making good plays with the elims he's finding to keep them treading water, at least in this dangerous lobby as it stands right now. Champions still alive as well with 3 players, something that feels like it hasn't been a very consistent trend for them today. So glad to see the roster is at least still in contest as it stands, with GOAT team losing a lot of their stock on one individual. You can see it's Moxie that likes to play ahead of the pack. This has been a common split off from him that he reps himself in. Very close down towards the setup of that duo from Avalanche in Butcher and Molodoy. So maybe he can make a move onto him in this situation. Need to be careful with the trade potential from that though.
I'm actually happy you bring up Avalanche. They got such a strong 2-2 split on the valley up northeast on that roadside. We can't see them right now on their POV, but I tell you that 2-2 split, if anyone gets remotely close, they can get some good angles against anyone looking to push up on the area. Oh, 777, I really expected this to be a very hard transition to leave El Azahar, despite their win on that previous fight. Leaving this area is going to be such an almost impossible task at hand, unless you can really get on top of that ridge line and contest the GOAT team or ARCRED. ARCRED did move away, but GOAT team did not, and they're just going to keep on raining down this location, peppering bullets from the range. And GOAT team, though, still know this 2-2 split is not in zone, so they're just going to rethink better of it. Like, okay, we kept the pressure on, we sent the message, we also denied those cars, we popped the wheels, made sure they were not in working condition. So 777, you're going to be still wounded after that interaction. So they're going to move on back, and GOAT team looking to put now their focus onto Avalanche as another team gets eliminated. Now down to our 9 last teams, and all of those teams actually, Jackie, are the top 9 teams in the ranking. So this is a big opportunity for them to create a gap, and the bottom teams will fall even deeper on the leaderboards.
Yeah, you could send them spiraling whilst you actually leave yourself in a very good position come the end of this game. So one of the more intense bouts we've had here, cutting off the bottom members of the lobby and leaving only the top 9 squads, as you say, in perfect numerical order. D2R with a peek out. Ralph, usually good in these kind of situations. Oh, stepping stone plays. Terrified about the nade that's going to run into the building. The 1v1 versus Fearless. It bounces off the wood. Oh, it's not nice. It's not clean. And it's going to be D2R going down with Ralph removed by Kino.
Ah, the fumble while under pressure happens to the best of us, and here Ralph was just not able to deal with that pressure coming from the entire wrap-up of Champions. Champions, off to a decent start in terms of eliminations, right? They're up to 2, and they still have a 3-man squad. Did lose Demo, again, for no real good, valid reason early on this match, but a trio is more than enough in a circle like this to, who knows, maybe divide and conquer and get themselves the win. That could be good for Mongolia to finally get one. As Avalanche finally, you can see their 2-2 split. If you pay attention to the map feed, they've got 2 players south of the road, 2 players to the northwestern side of the road. Though, as GOAT team look to encroach on the area, maybe it would be time for Avalanche to regroup, but GOAT, a little bit pincered. They got 777 behind them. They can't show vulnerability. They can't show they're scared, or otherwise, maybe the entire setup falls apart. You've got to be confident in a position like this. But the circle is going to force them over the road, so GOAT team, they have to go for a mad dash. They're going to send it on the roadside here, Jackie. It's going to be risky when so many teams are actively looking your direction.
If you peek up and you're not instantly ready, the capitalization from this team could be on point. At least for 3TN, he's able to get the meds off in the safety of the limited space created by the shed over here, so he can top his HP back up. TT Project as well, eventually going to be making their move up this way, with Six spotting that out on his scouting mission inside of the vehicles. Reefer spotted there by Kino as well. So the Aurora roster that has been pushed around in this lobby tonight here on this map, struggling once again in their next encounter, down to just Doc. Focus with a flick back over onto 777, punishes them. TT Project removed by ARCRED as they started to advance towards them, leaving only Zerich, who is cratering into the arms of champions and will be finished. That's another one going down. Our squad's getting smaller and smaller.
Good to see, by the way, another strong result from Vicious. They got 6 of them. Sure did lose. I think it was Narvalo earlier this game. Yeah, it's just down to Dorian, Koa, and Icy. They make it up to top 7, meaning the placement points are going to start rolling on in for every team still alive at this point. 777, you have to make a decision. Or you commit onto ARCRED's compound, or you push onto GOAT team. You can't just play it passive here, because otherwise your true late game is just not going to be happening in any confident way. They need to get involved. They need to pull a trick out of the hat right now. Actually, hey, there you go. 310 getting a strong angle onto Butcher. Doesn't find the knock. Actually, wait, what he does at the end? Oh, that was literally on the last bullet. Able to get the headshot onto Butcher. I talked too soon. As 310 going to buy himself a little bit more time, but now his focus from that shed is going to be fully in the direction of GOAT. I don't think he has any nades. One nade would have been huge as GOAT team. Despite that smoke coming out, that should be an easy nade, and 310 will fall the nade, hitting him full damage and no chance of a revive.
Focus with the molly on point towards 3TN, fully committing to burn him out then and leave 777 down to just this duo. It is still a powerful duo to contend with, and Warrior and Six that can get an awful lot done in the clutch. Star timing out on the nade as well, wanted to pull the pin on that one, see if he can get it on target. Casts it over and it's decent chip damage. Warrior taking that one on the chin. Left with a little bit of health and just enough time to top his HP back up before the zone starts to nibble away at him. Doran tagged as well by Fearless as Champions Esports turn their attention over to Vicious and see if they can capitalize. They send in the boys in the vehicles, closing the gap. Nades being cooked for either team as well. That one's going to be nearby Atomic, but he's able to smoothly shuffle out of the line of sight of it. Another one primed in. Koa cooking one of his own as he tucks further back. Icy forced to reposition to stay alive there.
Quick Doc update, by the way. He's in the middle of this circle, almost in the middle of the circle. No one sees him just now, and everyone's fighting over the ridgeline. So actually, Doc could survive very far in this game unless anyone pushes him directly, which actually, as I say that, Doc is going to start smoking his location, so I think that Champions saw him in particular. ARCRED also going to be bleeding over this ridgeline, trying to get some insight and angles onto Champions, Vicious, and Avalanche in the distance. But for Vicious in particular, this is looking like absolute hell. You have Champions and also Avalanche surrounding your location. Sure, you're in circle, but you're going to consistently get peppered with bullets all over the place. So they're going to have a bad time surviving, as Doc was indeed spotted out, eliminated, and Atomic will snatch away that position for himself. Unfortunately, no extra placement point secured for Aurora Gaming. Good angles, good damage. Hard boy on Longhouse, able to get himself the sprays to connect at that kind of range. Impressive. Around 300 meters away from his location. It's Atomic here. Jackie looking to put those nades. That was the last piece of utility as Avalanche looking to just peek over the ridgeline, tumble down the ridge, down this hilltop, and able to get himself a great opening nade. That's Smolodoy once again on the money. And they still got the 4 players up, 1 player knocked. But that should be an easy reset. As Champions down to Keenan Fearless, falling apart here in this fight.
I think I'm back, Max. Can you hear me?
I think you're back. I can hear you now.
Hello.
Yes.
Okay, there we go. All right, no worries. Things have recovered. I vaguely heard some crackling of what I think was going on, but I can see we do have this final circle going down now with the 3 teams left to go. Fleek onto Force, making it look good for ARCRED as he'll punish Goat team down a man as Flique swings back out onto the Avalanche POV and looks to try and put pen to paper here to write their funeral note into this action on Miramar. The crash up from ARCRED round the corner. Star with the DBS punishing onto Molodoy. Flique finished off. Butcher and the rest of the Avalanche crew go down, and it falls then just onto Goat versus ARCRED. Limited time to try and save their teammates here, so Goat are going to be licking their lips at the prospect of this one. Could be an easy clean-up for them, but they don't want to over-egg it. Take the respite to heal themselves.
I mean, yeah, Avalanche instantly folded, but the fact that you'd have two players getting knocked on ARCRED is just making this so much easier for Goat Team. You got to respect it still. You got to be cautious. They've got the angles, they've got the spray and recoil control to punish that kind of disrespect. Glory going to be brought back to life, has a second opportunity to dominate in this finishing moment. So we're down to a proper 4v4 fight. But look at the minimap, the control of Goat Team. They've got every position, every angle under their reign. ARCRED now, the only way you can really get this chicken dinner is getting rid of those of two of the players on this two-man split. You got 2-2 for Goat Team. If you can get rid of Ayato in particular and Moxie, then that should be an easy wrap-up for the chicken dinner. The thing is, I don't think ARCRED have a lot of nades. They haven't been using any. Oh, actually, I saw a few in the utility bar. Yeah, they're ready to chuck it on through. Flique, first nade coming away of Force. Going to be hitting anyone, and Flique punished for that. It's going to be Force getting the first knock of the fight. Everything's unfolding poorly, and it's going to be Goat Team finally securing their second chicken dinner here on day one of the PMGO EECA Grand Finals.
There you go. An Aurora celebration as well. Good to see them soaking that one in. So Goat Team coming out absolutely swinging today. Brilliant signs there. Can't believe it, mate. They're chuffed. Look at them.
Yeah, but they're feeling it. To be honest, I didn't even know what was happening at the end of that fight because I feel like all the eliminations happened at the same time. So I was like, who got knocked or not? I don't know, but Goat were able to survive, so really good setup. That 2-2 split at the end too was great. I do wish they got a little bit more aggressive, as ARCRED did lose 2 players, right? They had 2 players knocked, 2 players up. I think they gave them a little bit too much space to go for the full reset, so that would have been a mistake that could have cost them the game. But luckily enough, they do find that opening Nox in particular Force, I think, kind of enabled the fight to head the direction of Goat Team. But look at that replay. Avalanche, that did not even look like a fight, genuinely here, Jackie. They just got engaged upon and got eliminated in, what, like 5 seconds? That was so bloody quick.
Yeah, rapid, literally collapsed on them. The entire thing just falls over. And they were gone, eliminated and buried in a matter of seconds. But hey, Goat Team, far, far from being eliminated. They are the eliminators out there swinging the scythe, just taking down every team, looking like the GOATs on the battleground. So very good to witness. Focusing as well, you can see why he was popping off after the game. Very happy, not only with his team's performance, but with his own individual gameplay there.
Yeah, so far the greatest of all today is going to be Goat Team. Really good games indeed. But yeah, I actually saw Moxie, what was that, around like 70 damage dealt, so he was the... a little bit more passive. He didn't have his hovercraft, so he was maybe a little bit upset, but that is fine. It's still a team-wide effort with the angles they were getting throughout the entirety of that game, really. It was such a hard transition on the East, trying to make it over the road, but they take fight after fight. They were secluded too, so really there was no option for third parties onto Goat Team, so they're very efficient at knowing what fights they were taking and how to execute them to remain safe while committing to the engagement. And looking at the overall match summary, of course, is going to be 2 airdrops looted. Didn't see a lot of airdrop weapons being used in this game in particular, but it was definitely a good showing. And Goat Team being the first team to get 2 chicken dinners, they should be looking very healthy on the leaderboards, just like Focus, as he is your game MVP on match number 5.
There he is. Yeah, I mean, rightly so. Deserved the performance he had. Looking like a good bit of energy for this team as well, man. Keeping their heads held high in moments when it's not going as well, and certainly relishing in their victories when available. The energy in the camp looks great for Goat today, which does bode well considering there's only one more game to go, and that's another Miramar. If they can end themselves in a very high position in the rankings come the closer of our 6th game, you got to think that's going to raise some eyebrows at the LAN max. The amount of teams that'll be thinking, damn, okay, they came alive in LCQ, but now they're living their movie in finals. We need to stop this team.
I was expecting them to maybe have no, not as good results as LCQ because the big four teams of Knockout are back in the lobby. But no, they've been doing so good today, getting a win on Erangel and Miramar, the two battlegrounds in particular that you play more compared to your Rondo. So really good. But I'm especially happy to see Focus doing well. I want to sing his praises a bit because this guy's long-range spray ability is through the roof. He's second to none in this lobby. He's really good. He's up there with the big names in this lobby of EECA. So good to see him up there. Though he will not be #1 top player of this game, as it will be Fleeky of ARCRED, followed then by Icy, then Neos, and Star. And Icy, I said it earlier, the jack of all trades. He's good at everything in this game, Jackie, it feels like. And those nades in particular, when fighting on the West, were literally the saving grace for Vicious in that match.
It's awesome to see Icy getting his flowers more consistently, bro. Absolutely. You're very, very fun to watch as an individual of how he's approaching these fights and what he can get up to. Utility legend at times. So big signs of life there. Some regular stars in our top players off the back of our 5th game. Will it be any different on the second outing of Miramar, though? Wonder who's going to be rearing their head there. If teams will be feeling a little bit more antsy, perhaps, considering you realise it's all sort of come to a close quite quick for day one, Max. Been very rapid between games.
Yeah, I think we need to add match 7 right now because I'm not satisfied. We need more action on the battlegrounds here and hopefully maybe just add a little Rondo, maybe. I don't think the dev team would be willing to do that change, but maybe in the distant future that will be happening. Though, back onto the highlights of this game. AMIX and Afterlife, not sure why. I do think that maybe this is AMIX. Tell me if you agree or not, actually, Jackie. I think this is maybe then disrespecting Afterlife a little bit. Like, oh, it's an easy fight. We beat them early on Erangel. Let's hot drop them. I don't like it, but that might be the mentality they have in this lobby.
I wouldn't be surprised because at times that sort of does feel like the more slapdash calls that come out from AMIX, where if they get into a position where they do think, okay, we can bully X or we can attack against Y, they'll go for it. And sometimes they do come unstuck, right? Especially where, I think if they were hitting their true form that we know they have, very animalistic, right? They can ruin teams at times. Maybe there'd be a little bit more sort of leniency for that to be the call. But it still feels like they're playing at maybe sort of, 60 to 70% of the power level we could get out of this team, Max, in terms of the head-to-head fight. So yeah, I don't know if it's the right call. I mean, Afterlife are no pushovers. They've just had a bit of a slow start today.
It's unfortunate that Afterlife are being forced in these early skirmishes because I can assure you, seeing how the team plays, they do not want to fight early game. But they're just forced in these constant fights in phase 1, phase 2 by AMIX. They just can't really escape unless they drop somewhere completely different, which would force them to reshape the entirety of their game. They work so hard to improve headed into the finals, so they're really put in the hot seat. It's really tough if you're an Afterlife fan to see things go down this way, but it's all because of AMIX. Though I would say AMIX is kind of throwing right now because you can't even see them on the top half of these match rankings. And looking at this points taken home, it's tied at the top between GOAT Team and ARCRED. Uzbekistan in particular, good to see ARCRED being, again, consistent, a team that was very high up on the rankings during both Knockout and Last Chance, Jackie, able to put up numbers once again.
Yeah, absolutely. ARCRED, they've been causing meltdowns all over the battlegrounds and making it very rough for other teams. Definitely good to see their return to form, looking like a side that can be incredibly powerful. Surprised that was one of the few games where Avalanche as well haven't been able to actually massively spread their wings, right? They've been a real beast on the battlegrounds today. This is the bottom end of the standings, though, where once again, many names of notoriety that you'd expect to be higher up haven't been able to live up to the hype. DG7E7 there, only the 2 points. AMIX as well with a nil point, leaving that one in 16th place. A lot of unfortunate signs, which results in more movement towards the top end of our standings. Avalanche in first place with 48 points. ARCRED moving up 5 places into second with 47 points. And 1 point behind them is our new third place team, GOAT Team.
Yeah, I mean, this is such a good jump up from GOAT Team, able to get an extra 5 ranks on board. But right now, it's domain expansion, Uzbekistan, because right now, ARCRED and Avalanche are dominating right now, representing their country in full stride. 48 points for Avalanche, 1 point behind is going to be ARCRED. They have been looking so good so far. But keep in mind, the point lead is not that big, meaning any team could look to overtake it in our final game of today as we kick off the grand finals of PMGO EECA. Though second page, TT Project and DG77. TT Project in particular, I would not expect them to be on the second half of the rankings here, Jackie, based on their initial performance during Knockout. This is a team that I think is looking to hopefully increase their position in the rankings, right? They're not happy with the 9th position. So we need to see a big step up because right now their placement points are a total of 9 over 5 matches. That is just not good enough at this stage.
No, it's not, and it doesn't really sort of match their characteristics of what we know this team can do either. It's a big surprise that they're there, to be honest with you, mate. So them finding a way to answer for these mistakes feels like it should be a necessity and possibly a known quantity, right? Because I can't imagine them leaving day one on the second page based on what we had in knockout would be a hell of a different outcome in my mind. But today doesn't seem like it is full of known quantities. Day one of finals has been all over the shop in terms of predictions when it's come to reality.
For TT Project, it feels like they really pull most of their strength from having a full team, which of course makes sense for most of the squads. But if they lose even just a single member or two, the entire game plan falls apart because it really feels like their strategy is holding positions as a 4-man. If we don't have a member, we have a clear weakness in that position and we just fall apart instantly. So hopefully we can see the full team survive a little bit deeper in the last game and especially going into tomorrow's 6 matches. Though what we're going to be hoping to see is you guys redeeming the Urban Herald set right now in the chat. Make sure to enter the code or also scan the QR code for yourself and you will be getting this one. But again, there's only 75. It's very limited supply, so be quick or otherwise you might just be missing out on this cool skin right here.
There it is down there. It's gone. It's gone already. Like Max said, make sure you scan that bad boy quick. You can always pause the stream and rewind, so it is what it is. Let's move on, though, swiftly into the schedule, of course. As you can see, there's now one team that has completed the unachievable today and got themselves the double chicken dinner. So 2 main course meals there for GOAT team. And that allowed them to move up to 3rd place with a very tiny point gap between them and the 2nd and 1st place team. So it could make a world of difference towards the end of the day. Who's going to have that top spot come the closer of our 2nd and final Miramar here, Max?
But this never happens. A team getting 2 chicken dinners on the same day in this region of EECA, or as I saw some people online call it ICA, which is a little bit weird. I don't like that personally, Jackie. I don't know about you, but I prefer EECA. Or ICA can be funny. I don't know. Some people can go for it if they want.
It's not awful. It's not awful. But yeah, it is an interesting one. Unique take there. Ooh, quick switches on the power cable for the phone going on for the GOAT team. Relishing in their prior victory. Bit of giggling there. Good to see smiles all round for this team. I think they've earned it, Max.
I think so. I mean, definitely looking at their overall performances today, they can have a smile on their face. I mean, they've had an absolute banger day, able to eclipse some of the bigger names in this tournament of PMGO ICA. ECA. So it's very funny. So they'll be happy indeed. Same for ARCRED. Though, no, despite being in 2nd place, not looking too happy. Though I'm looking at their Infinix devices here, and I'm only seeing, I think, the base blue / dark color one. They didn't send any of the red Infinix GT50 Pros, which, Jackie, we know as a fact is the fastest color. So, yeah, I don't know. A little bit of a throw there. We need the red devices on board.
I think it's red stripes, isn't it? Not just the color red itself. It's usually the stripes that manifest the increase of speed.
Is it? I don't know. I just like the color, really. If I would get one, I would get the red one. But I'm just
you want the red
it's just
stripes,
a base color.
mate. That's how you go faster. Adds a couple miles per hour or frames per second, depending on your preference. You can choose.
Or just take your Infinix device to the workshop, get it repainted as you want, and just
customize it. You say?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, maybe. We'll see. Maybe the players will come back with some arts and crafts added on tomorrow. But they've got no time for that now, Max. They've got PUBG Mobile to play as we're going in. It's our last game of the day. Match 6, Miramar, number 2 for these teams as we kick it off with one last playing path.
And we already got a win in the bag. AMIX will not go to Valle del Mar. Hopefully, they're not going to chase down, I don't know, Avalanche or another team towards Crater Fields or La Cobreria. But that is good to see. We are not going to see that altercation between themselves and good old Afterlife. That's going to give them an opportunity to get more points on board. Looking at the rest of this playing path, it was not really because of the hot drops that we saw teams get eliminated. It was because of the Phase 1 rotations. And it was mainly a knockoff effect of a southern plane combined with a Phase 1 circle high up north towards Cruz del Valle, Torre Ahumada. So hopefully this circle is going to be a little bit kinder to these 16 teams, because last game it was absolutely horrendous. Almost as bad as the Erangel circles. They were also incredibly tough to work with. I'm looking at the drops. Champions going to get a little bit closer to Picado, which is the main drop location of DG. But they're going to be split. I'm looking at Demo in particular. He just stole a car, if I'm not mistaken, from a member of DG. He can't afford to go out early once again. That would be twice in a row on the Dusty Tunes. And as I say that, he gets knocked on the map feed. You can see him, Demo, taken down by DG77. Again, Champions just can't keep a full squad alive, it seems.
No, not possible. Physically not been possible. I don't know why, but that's just the way it's been going for this team. It's been a very slippery slope, mate. The helter-skelter gameplay for Champions, always having someone going down.
I mean, it's rare that you see an elimination so early. You only witness it on the map feed.
I know.
It doesn't happen every day. But they're going to at least move away. The thing is, you need to respect the location of DG because they always tend to stretch out a bit their drop near Picado to get those car spawns and then get all the cars back into Picado just so they have more vehicles available for whenever they want to rotate later on in that match. So yeah, Champions need to learn to respect their lobby brethrens, as in DG77. Looking outside of that weird, engage shenanigans happening in the Hippocado. No big clashes happening on the map. You only have the Los Leones hot drop between 27 plus and also 777, but that's Los Leones, so it's big enough for 2 teams. And Go Team, because they always drop near Puerto Pariso here, Jackie, they always have access for free for the early spawn point of the loot truck. So again, could be looking to get himself some good airdrop weapons early on.
Yeah, get suited and booted right from the get-go and give yourself the extra firepower to play with. As hey, Goat Team have been pretty consistent on this. Another side that's been doing their homework in terms of the sheer viability of the loot trucks. So let's find out. We'll catch a glimpse of that at some point, I'm sure. See what they were able to scavenge for themselves. Meanwhile, Afterlife, they get their moment in the sun on the stream. We don't see them too much at the minute, mate. Been very, very quiet for the roster. Limited success here and there. No, can't fit that shape into that hole, Windy. That's the wrong shape.
Where does it go? It goes in the square hole. No, that one unfortunately doesn't head into the church area with that car. Oh, the camel
That's
though.
A circle. Ooh.
Yeah. The horse strats, the horse meta is real, but what about the camel meta, Jackie? Ooh.
Well, it depends, mate. Sometimes you can have some humps with a camel. It can go wrong.
Yes, you are correct. Actually, yes, it is also being consistent. So there are a few humps, literally, as you take the camel for yourself. Also, a good way to get rid of cacti as you push with it on Miramar. There aren't that many, but there are a few. Sometimes you can encounter them. Actually, I'm really happy with Afterlife. They pulled up northeast very early on next to Torre Ahumada. So they just want to try and get away from the lobby because Circle, we saw, it's very northeast. It's centered up around the eastern edge of Hacienda del Patron. So anyone near Tierra Bronca or Torre Ahumada are going to have a very safe early game. No one should be encroaching on your terrain too early on this match. So I think this is a very good respect play that we saw a glimpse of, right, back in, especially during the last chance stage. And when they don't go out early, they really know how to move their way around the map. So I think that this is going to be the opportunity Afterlife have been hoping for, vying for the entirety of today. And it might just be the last game where they can get some really significant points on board.
Yeah, go out with a bang. Have a nice big finish and, try and do yourself as best of a job as you can of making your life easier tomorrow. As I'm sure for a lot of teams at this point, with how slippery of a day it's been, some of them are all probably already thinking about the chance of that big Rondo tomorrow, imagining, all right, let's just come in strong, have a great Rondo, we can make up for some of these mistakes, because it has been a bit of a weird one. I mean, even if you look towards the middle of the pack still in terms of the point distribution, still an easy chance to climb the ladder here for a lot of teams, Max. So yeah. As much as it's doom and gloom for some, it is still your opportunity to find some time in the sun for others.
The thing is, you could also be very close to the halfway point of the tournament. So sure, points-wise, there's a lot of comeback for literally anyone from the likes of Afterlife, Ozarox, TGM, Mad Esports, AMIX. All of those guys could catch up to the top in literally one solid performance. As you see, TGM apparently also did loot San Martin loot truck. But the main issue is we could be at the halfway point of the tournament because of the smash ruling. And, well, apparently this player is going to be put in, not going to be able to reach the halfway point of this game, as that was an easy elimination spotted out by Champion. So they're going to be happy to get that easy trade-off and find just one elim around the map. Bad start for good old TGM.
Yeah, not ideal. Not ideal for the MIRACL boys. Losing your boy Pudding early on. Puzo out, leaving 3 of them left to play with, making it a little bit harder. Yeah, they'll just slowly teeter their way along, jump back in the vehicles and look to live for another day. Avalanche coming down eventually as well, taking their time. No one really nearby to interrupt their slow and steady looting as they begin their move. They'll be content with that. You've got that bottom entry point as well from Aurora that may be more of a topic later on into this one. Usually, if no one tests them early, being able to kind of choose their opportunities rather than being forced into fights. Talking of fighting, AMIX, they catch line of sight of the movement from TGM, instantly shoot out a few bullets in their general area, but nothing really to write home about off of that.
Just trying to scare your opposition away, right? Just make it known this area has been occupied by AMIX. Please don't get close or we will fight back. We do bite. Now, how did it get? Just going for a quick spray with the M4, making it known again that their position is currently taken up. Teams that have yet to get themselves in the circle. And I feel like it's just always the same names I'm repeating when it comes to slow rotating teams. Avalanche, Aurora Gaming, 777, GOAT Team. Also, you could somewhat say that a 27 plus on the outskirts up north of Los Leones. So some teams definitely don't want to try and play center. They want to try and play edge, which is great unless you do have a hard shift, then it's really going to cause you to all go for wide rotation or to fight to claim real estate in that zone. So it's just always, there is going to be a double-edged sword when you decide to play edge. It's just, do you have what it takes to play based on the situation that's coming your way? Because phase 2, it's on the horizon here, Jackie, and this game could get absolutely wrecked if we do get a terrible circle shift. Though, what the hell is happening in Hacienda? It's just a 1v1. Kino, parked up, not moving, refueling the car. Hopefully he doesn't get flushed out, though. Please don't.
Yeah, don't let it all fall through your fingertips instantly. Would not be nice whatsoever.
He's fine.
Mate, there you go. Look at this as well. You can suddenly see the great migration for all of our teams with a zone on the move. Everyone trying to set their focus on a better position inside of the zone. The Vicious just making contact with it. Destined to rise here, taking shots though. It's not good for them. That's DG being able to get LOS on and punish onto a few of the players. Ralph's low. It's Darling that falls. And your only best bet is to move up towards the compound. But look who sat there. AMIX, you are feeding points their way.
Yeah, just keep going. It's not worth it, but unfortunately doesn't pick up enough momentum. That's Puzo knocked on out by Havlik. Finally, a fight that AMIX are taking that does make somewhat sense as they defend their compound. Well, not even somewhat. It makes a lot of sense. They're defending their location, making sure Destine can't snatch it away from themselves. It's a good similar play also for DG77 in their 2-1-1 split. 2 of the other players over to the east, trying to zone away Ozarox. Ozarox, we're looking to see some placement points. We've got 12 points so far the entirety of today's first 5 matches, so we got to see a bit of a redemption arc. So they do get right onto AMIX too, so Ozarox really just can't catch a break today. It's Zerich for the win with the M4, well actually with the Scar. And he does get the headshot at the end to wrap things up. Ozarox now sending a few stragglers back into the fight, hopefully trying to get himself a bit of a redemption going their way once more. But it's Milaz and Bad Boy, the nades coming up, damaging their vehicle. It's TGM this time, so Ozarox didn't know where to commit, it seems like. Now they got a compound that they can actually try and win a fight. But even then, teams around them have an angle on the compound, so they're just not safe even if they come out on top.
No, it doesn't get any easier. Lots of angles for everyone to be watching you like a hawk. Nades on top. Zerich throwing those in. Seeing if he can cook it to perfection to blow them away. That one will shut down Sanage. So for TGM, it all rides on one man. Retro. He's had to bail out from the rest of the crew, knowing these nades probably won't stop anytime soon. There's still 3 in the back pocket for Zerich, whilst Neos can get the adjustment shot off into Misha. Ooh, stuck exposed for too long, Zerich. He was confident no one was taking shots towards him, but AMIX do eventually get an angle. and pull that trigger quite quickly.
TT Project are being very smart of the way they're taking these fights because they're doing it slightly over ridgeline, meaning in this case, just like we saw with that one solo, if he does get knocked, that's going to be an easy way for him to go back into hide-in and survive. Though, Bad Boy steps up with the Mini 14 and finds that final elimination, able to snatch it from the grasp of TT Project and also AMIX from a distance, so able to hog at least a few limbs. That's going to be the first one actually for Ozarox, so they're going to be happy to get at least 1 point on board. But now TT Project would be just about time to reposition because here you have been spotted by good old DG77. Those players are not looking to make any friends in this lobby, not taking any prisoners. So yeah, as they do affect, Zerecht's going to respect it. They don't have a good spot anymore. They have to get back to their teammate. It's going to be FEs in the distance. They're looking to regroup too. But the West is getting a bit hectic here, Jack. As I'm seeing, we have Destine to rise, and we also have Aurora looking to push up. So TT Project might have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, it will be a little bit more uncomfortable there. This is TT Project that have been faltering in some of the more important plays today. So will this be the straw that breaks the camel's back if they get overwhelmed on a bit of a split from multiple squads? AMIX, we get their POV for the meantime. This is going to be Spike looking around to try and spot out where everyone else is. And everyone else is fighting. Neos takes the shots straight from D2R, whilst Aurora also take a clash towards the Vicious. So a lot of infighting occurring. Freezer with the reposition round towards 777. Couple nice shots there as they're battling over 777's entry towards the zone, just guarding on the edge of the blue. Six goes for the pickup play back onto free TM and should be able to save him fairly comfortably at least.
It's going to be a bit of a hard exit here versus DG. I would say if you're 777, don't go straight to the zone. Go for the wide Eastern wrap. I'm happy they're doing exactly that. Not worth taking a fight because even if you do win it, guess what? You're still not going to have a good position in the zone. DG trying to take a few little shots at long range. It's not going to result in anything of significance being dealt to 777. So they're going to be on a quick wide Eastern rotate towards Cruz del Valle. So far, enjoying the IGLing of 777. They've been having a decent day so far, in 7th place in the ranking, 38 points, literally just 10 points away from first place. So who knows, maybe if they get a win here, this could be looking like Kazakhstan domination. But over to the West, there's a few teams we need to highlight here in particular. It's going to be Aurora, Vicious, and 27 Plus. They have access to the Western high ground. They have so much value whenever you have circles next to water treatment. So far, they're able to really use it to get a lot of intel. The thing is, the moment it shifts away, 90% of the lobby is going to be look in your direction to deny your rotation in zone. So it's good right now, but you need to have a game plan for when you have to move, which I am expecting, Jackie. We're not going to have multiple hard shifts to the West in a row. Teams will have to leave at some point.
Yeah, your time will eventually come where you'll have to bail. And that's when it could get a whole lot more scrappy out on our last Miramar for today. Tapok scoped up, looking for success. Can he line up the moneymaker, though? He doesn't want to reveal himself unless it's a guaranteed connection. The rest of 27 Plus starting to achieve a bit of a split on this as well. Top side of the hill, just behind the Vicious. You can see a nice collection of established fights.
That's a decent POV to get for DG. Both of these teams, Champion DG77, don't have to clash. They can just coexist. Be neighbors for the time being, and upon Circle 5, then maybe they'll have to actually encounter each other inside the buildings. They can be friends for a little bit. As GOAT team, though, they've had an absolute banging day, being the only team with 2 chicken dinners in these finals. They're getting close. They're getting very, very close, actually, to Afterlife. Got to be a bit cautious. You want to commit to it or just hold on to your dip, your ridge line, and survive. Phase 5 pop. But actually, as I talk about Phase 5, it does pop, and it does go down south heavily. In the center is going to be AMIX, also Ozarox's duo of Milaz and Bad Boy. One team to steal on the high ground to the west. Actually, 2 teams are going to be Vicious and Aurora, so keep an eye out for them. They could be getting a ton of eliminations off the back of that position in the very near future in this match. Ooh.
Nearly. Misha. Can he get him on target? Chip damage is good. There's the knock. Zeruzum buckles over from the bullets that are being spat towards him from that Mini 14. Butcher and co. looking a bit uncomfortable as well as the boys from Avalanche begin to reposition around, and Tommy's dropped. Knocked for now. A lot of quick cuts here because there's so much fighting going on. Trying to catch the action. As Ravo assists with the reply back over onto 27 plus. Just one man standing for that team. You don't imagine he'll be around for very long as Misha finally gets what he wanted with 27 plus dropping out there. Our second team removed nearly 17 minutes into this Miramar. So a lot of squads fighting over limited play space.
Those were some really good shots with the Mini 14 from Misha, as you said. I'm sure Top would be proud. Oh, I'm hearing the welding gun looking to repair their cars. That means there's going to be a rotation coming up very soon for all of Avalanche. Thing is, there's a lot of teams around them. It's not going to be easy. You've got Mad Esports, you've got Vicious. Actually, Vicious leaving their Western High Ground in a 2-2 split fashion, leaving Dorian and Koa parked up there, sending Novalo and Icy into engagements. Not sure why they were sent to the trenches as a duo. I think it's a bit of a risk play from Vicious. You could lose members for no real good reason. But they're still going to commit to it. It's Mad trying to get into the zone. One of the players in the background is going to be HESX, taking a lot of damage, but will be able to tank it. Not sure if I can say the case for the rest of the team as Takinov. Good nade from Molodoy. Tommy able to find also one to Bio. Mad Esport getting absolutely wrecked and demolished. 6 feet under now. That's going to be it. 3 teams eliminated in this game. 13 teams still alive, but Phase 5 is where things are going to get really hectic here on the Battlegrounds.
Scrapping over the small space, wanting to establish and carve your place into the cover positions, the better angles. It'll all come down to some smooth moves from our team soon. Butcher popping the meds, rest of the squad starting to assess the situation with a duo from Vicious close by. Goat team on the periphery as well, debating how they want to play this with Afterlife right on top of them. Chances the third party here could be big. Moxie with the read back. Spots out a few players, but might go down for his troubles to Groza, who hits that one from quite far on the range there. Nice punish. He was trying to hop back towards the cover of the vehicles, but couldn't get into position. Is this another game where Avalanche show us some great firepower and potentially throw themselves into a good position late game?
It is a good one. We've seen what they could do on Rondo in the past with that 22 elimination chicken dinner bomb they dropped upon the lobby. Oh, this one's going to be a bit of a different kind of game coming their way. They have to move. They're going to be pincered between the 2-2 split of Vicious and the entirety of Goat Team, and also Afterlife to the east. I would say what would be best is or you pick a fight and fully commit to it, or you fully disengage and send it in the zone in the dip you know is free. Thing is, that is also going to be a risky play. There's no good, safe, passive option available for Avalanche. They kind of have to commit to a big Hail Mary push or a big Hail Mary fight. As actually, as we see this fight unfolding, Tommy a little bit too far away from his teammate. Will get knocked. Still possible to go for the res. But Afterlife, with the pressure they're maintaining, they're just going for these sprays. They know they're not going to hit the shots. They just want to scare Avalanche away. They don't want to commit to the fight. They want to focus on their own rotation for the play zone. The Avalanche, they will go for the quick reset. Tommy should be brought back in this game.
Get Tommy up. It could be a big piece for the squad, but that's if the rest of the squad can even stay alive as it is. Shots on target from all angles. Groza buckles under the pressure. Butcher down and out too. So from one man knocked, it's quickly turning into the entirety of Avalanche being down and out here on the last game of Miramar. Going to be uncomfortable to turn this one around from the position they're in. The Goat team rocking up to the party as well. Focus falls in the fight. Spat out a load of bullets, but no joy on the engagement. Tommy, still alive up top. Windy, the MVP contender for this team of Afterlife, looking to do something on his own.
Ooh.
Nade in, but near miss. Dives back into the driving seat. Pulls up onto them, but they're going to pepper him. Goodbye, Windy. As we say hello to another pick for Tommy there. So Afterlife out, Avalanche climbing on elims, but only a duo left.
Close but no cigar. Indeed, that's the end for Afterlife. Windy tried his best, but it was just not meant to be with that buggy solo push. Circle about to go into phase 5 very soon in the next 25 seconds. Over to the western side. We didn't really look at their POV too much. Aurora still have access of that high ground. Vicious had for the first time in this game actually had to leave that kind of nest they created for themselves in this game. So they're back into the lower realm. might actually look to fight with Aurora, so that could be a cool upcoming engagement to the west. It's now 10 seconds to go for the circle shift, and we see how the story is going to be told. How this game is going to wrap up for all of these teams. 9 teams still alive, meaning you could not make any placement points if you get eliminated right now. And I talk about it here. Jackie, it's Vicious, it's Aurora in a full-on clash and getting third-partied by AMIX over to the west. Whoever wins this fight could be looking like the kings of the west, but Vicious are doing so much work. I know only Zyol and Top remain.
It's a big play. They need to withstand the brunt of the damage from Aurora, but 1-for-1 trades make it messy as Aurora fall to just a single player. And Icy, with that cold blood pumping in his veins, is able to withstand at least 4 now, but will buckle to Spike. AMIX stealing the point and denying that squad's survival. And a very broken Aurora's dreams all rely on Joel somehow reviving the squad.
You better buy a drink for AMIX after that one. They literally just saved the entirety of Aurora. They got the eliminations onto those players of Vicious, and that allows, as you said, Zyol to maybe save the day for their team, get the reset onto both Doc and Reefus. Top, unfortunately, did get flushed out by Mini14 earlier. But there's still some hope lingering in this game for the Mongolian super team. Let's go now down to just a solo player. It's Force. The odds of a triple chicken din on the day looking incredibly slim. Though, still able to get some good damage onto Ralph, making a push with those dips. Making sure the Ridge keeps him safe from an upcoming fight, possibly with AMIX. But the nade is beautiful. Ooh. Bonks him right on the head. And that will be a hard nade to tank, as that is going to be Go Team. Still top 7 with 4 eliminations. Sure, it's not a big win like we saw earlier here, Jackie. But there's still some consistent points that are going to keep them in that conversation at the top of the rankings.
It's better than nothing. It's certainly better than nothing. And with the other games affording them the luxury of being able to not have these gigantic balloon games every time, they'll still be happy with their overall finish on the day here, as this is our last game. And as it stands, we're coming down to the last few squads that even have a chance to win this one. You can see everyone's looking pretty broken and bruised in terms of the battle of attrition. Aurora do recover all 3 players, but that's all they have, a triple threat. D2R, only the one man, spotted there and blown to bits as he's going to go down. And now we're left with a few squads max. Top-down POV on this one, as you've got champions falling. Now we're back over with AMIX.
Oh, we're going RTS mode right now for this one, able to oversee every position of the players. But of course, it was really good to see the map feed for a second there. You can see the amount of control DG77 have down southeast of the circle on phase 6. So the name of the game ready for them is delay the fight as much as possible, maybe force AMIX to clash on the compound of Ozarox and champions, and then you can maybe convert that into an actual win. Because this is a team that we've seen DG77 struggling to get to the late game because of early casualties. This might just be the start of their redemption here in PMGO ECA Spring 2026. At default, though, locked and loaded on Champions location. But it's still not a full squad. Even though we see Champions survive, they're still missing out on some members here, Jackie. If they did have a full team, did not lose demo. Minute 1 of this game, who knows? Maybe we could be looking at a possible chicken dinner headed their way.
Yeah, you say that, but now it seems like they're just going to be feeding the chicken nuggets to the rest of the rosters that are still alive and kicking nades, coming right at them. Oh. That should be it. And there we go. Atomic blown away as he'll be taken down by Ozarox. So the 2 Serbians there flying the flag high for the roster to try and get a big finish on this one. And who else would it be but Bad Boy that's leading the storm? He has been a real powerhouse player for this roster. DG77, AMIX and Ozarox then scrapping for the W. Is this where DG once again show us just how powerful they can be in this lobby? It's been tempered today, Max. There's been limited times where they've lived up to the expectations, but in terms of the individuals, it's a great roster and they should be able to thrive in this sort of encounter.
Regardless of how things go down, this will be the first chicken dinner for any of these 3 squads, Ozarox, AMIX, or DG, which is going to be huge in the early days of these grand finals on match 6. Though AMIX with a cast, with a bug, he's sending it forward over the ridges, literally looking for that one solo player, but it takes them so long, everything falls apart. DG creating a massive advantage for themselves, because now they have the man advantage. Spike, Havlik left stranded. That res on Quick is going to be very hard to pull off, but Havlik, you never doubt this guy. He's able to pull it out of nowhere. Get himself one knock with the pre-pod. Yet to flush a single one, but Zadira going solo once again, almost getting taken down again by Havlik. This guy is just the survivor, able to take clutch after clutch, it seems. But Zadira will pull the first aid, though. Backup is here. Havlik going to be left stranded, knocked on down, and it's going to be down to just one solo player. It's Spike for the win here as he takes down an extra one. It's a 1v1, AMIX versus DG77, but the third party is in full effect. It's going to be Bad Boy with a mini. Almost able to get some damage, but that is still going to be it. DG77 and Ozarox remaining for the chicken dinner of match number 6.
This is Ozarox's opportunity to lop the head off of the DG77 roster and close it right here, right now. They nearly denied the points and got the final knock with Bad Boy's peak from the Mini 14. But it's all down to Nomi. Realistically can't go for the pickup play on his teammates. But can he somehow win it in the 1v2 clutch? That's the question. The rest of the roster's watching on here, as you can see with the IRL POV. Bad Boy with the adjustment to flash out another man, so the opportunity of saving his friends is smaller and smaller. Wants to rotate back round through the smoke, maybe go for that one pickup play. They're not necessarily pushing him, they're not charging in, so maybe he feels confident now that he can reset on the fight. Ozarox giving too much respect there to Nomi, so now they're back against the 2v2.
It actually makes sense because Miraz does not have a single nade. He's got, I think it was one grenade, one Molotov, no nades. If he had a grenade, I think he would be a bit more confident to push onto that initial knock on DG, onto Zadira. But not having a nade in a finish like this, when you've got so many dips, nook and crannies to really hide your character model, nade would really do an entire world of difference. So it's going to be down to the angle. Those 5 nades in the hands of Nomi, that actually could be the difference maker for DG. They're still not in zone, so Milaz clearly trying to play the long game, trying to hold them out in the blue zone. And actually, Bad Boy, maybe trying to smoke his UAZ. Could be good to have a vehicle here to try and get some insight. A bit of extra mobility, making you a hard-moving target for the likes of DG that will be very complicated to convert into a point. But they make it over to the ridgeline, and again, the nades in the hand of Nomi. This could be what gets them that win.
Could be. It could be indeed. First 2 nades thrown out, though. Spams them down into the smoke, using a bit of that utility for some early scouting, not getting much from it. These are a prime-time piece of kit for this roster, so if they run dry, it could be risky. That one's nice for the chip damage onto Milaz. About half HP left for him, tucked in behind the tree. Still 6 nades between the 2 players. And Nomi taking risky peeks, trying to get a read onto the situation. Going to be ushered forward eventually. Which duo comes out on top? Who gets the chicken dinner to close down day 1 of the finals? A lot riding on this. But who will be our champion in this match? Bad Boy wants to advance. He's got the smoke wall in front of him to shroud his peak. Nomi with a pre-fire just in case he can connect. And Zadira's eyes locked in on the same angle.
It's going to be a risky peak on Whiskey Peak. We'll see if the bounty hunters can claim their treasure. As DG, no Bad Boys right there. And I was going to say, you should just try and nade those smokes. But very smart Bad Boy. He's staying very far back. He knows this is just asking to get naded. Actually, they go for the long throw. And because of that, it's going to zone him away from the rest of these smokes and making that rotate so much harder to pull off. Bad Boy, in a world of hurt, able to join up with his comrade of Milaz. With that nade, good bounce, puts him down to about 1/3 HP. But now Nomi Zadira getting forced by the blue zone to go over the lip of that ridge. The Molotov spreading far and wide. But Milaz hopefully will have enough time to heal it up, because here Nomi Zadira could have to go over the ridge line. This is going to be so hard to execute, especially when you have no more nades in your arsenal. He's going to be out in the open. Bad Boy yet to go for his own spray, and he lets it happen. Nomi makes it to the next point. Now, having to go on over to the CQC, it's Nomi with the DBS finding Milaz. Bad Boy left in a 1v2 scenario, but he's got 3 nades in his backpack.
Yeah, couldn't play off his teammate, now has to do it individually. He will switch to the nades and throw out the first. Scopes back in as well, but the 1v2 peak inside of the zone. I think it might just be all said and done here as he looks uncomfortable in this encounter. Throws 1 nade towards Nomi, gonna swing back in, but no, not happening. The Serbian side can't find the victory on that one, as we will see DG77 erupt as they close down the game. and walk away with our last chicken dinner of the day here on Miramar.
I wish we saw if Bad Boy was in nade range. I think he might have been slightly out of nade range, but those 3 nades, especially when Nomi and Zadiro getting forced over the lip of that ridge, would have been an amazing opportunity for him to use it and actually even maybe not get knocks, but at least get a bit of damage so he can easily spray transfer that 1v2. There was an attempt, but it was just not going to be enough to take it from the hands of DG77 that really had their work cut out for them, Jackie. This was not looking like a DG77 win. They had this hardest transition away from the edge of the circle towards the center, towards Melas and Bad Boy, and even before that against the likes of AMIX, and yet they prevail, they stand strong, and show that they mean business in these grand finals. And this feels a lot more like the DG77 we saw initially back in that knockout stage.
Yeah, way more, absolutely. Showing us some good signs of life, bringing the fight out, great decision making and slowing down the pace when they needed to as well. So wonderful to see the response from a better DG77 side there, keeping their heads level to close it out, mate. No me with 8 elims and 1001 damage, living up. Massive display from him, but the entire squad has a ton of power. Freezer, Zadiro, we know at times they're the left and right hand of this team, throwing out fists, and Prepod as well, always good for some smarter plays. So DG77 back to their winning ways, even if it did come late into the day, Max. Late is better than never.
Feels good, man. Feels good. I mean, especially for Nomi, because in the past, we've seen a lot. If there's one player that gets knocked out and flushed early in these matches, it tends to be Nomi, especially back in PMCO Eastern Europe. But no, in this tournament, Nomi's able to just increase that survival time by a significant amount and get some good numbers on board. So really happy overall with Nomi and DG77, as here you go. Here are your match summaries. Someone got apparently a 383-meter longest elimination, so quite on the lip of that render distance. So good at whoever was able to get that knock and flush for themselves. But overall, this game, I can tell the 2 Miramars in particular here, Jackie, were very tense teams, really avoiding to take any unnecessary fights. Unless you're AMIX, then they'll take every fight under the sun. But outside of that, the pressure is at an all-time high, and maybe it will be enough to make some diamonds.
Yeah, exactly. Don't crumble under that added pressure. Instead, blossom into something incredible. And for some of these players, we're certainly seeing that. They're being able to contend blow for blow quite nicely and show us a great degree of understanding of high-level PUBG Mobile here in our finals. For some of the other squads, it's been a bit too much today. It's felt like they've had the sea legs. They've looked a bit shaky. So got to get that ring rust off, Max. You can't afford that to happen when we go back into tomorrow. As we touched on, right, with Smash Rule being in effect on day 3 and the lobby looking a bit topsy-turvy today in terms of the prediction of who should be really cruising through, well, some strange things could occur.
That clock is ticking, and it's ticking fast. You got to make sure you don't miss out on big points tomorrow, because otherwise, as you said, with the Smash ruling, you might be so far behind that comeback is going to be almost impossible if we do get a team get the Smash on day number 3. Though, here are your top players of today. It's going to be Nomi, Bad Boy, Kino, Spike, and Force. And champions, I'm starting to get a little bit frustrated here. Can we see the full team alive? Even on their chicken dinner on Rondo, it was down to a duo there, making it their way through on that map. But here, they lose a player early on, trying to fight over a car with DG77. Got to try and fix that, champion. Their late game can be some of the best in the lobby. It's just the early game that really is a hindrance for the entirety of that roster.
Yeah, they're not very risk averse. They are just kind of throwing themselves into the blender very early on, and it's been quite an issue for them, which is odd, man. We've had some crazy ups and downs from them, right? Knockout, they look like everything was on point. Then we get into LCQ, and it's like a slow, awkward bubble. And then we get back here, and it's kind of all over the shop once again with them just going for these early fights, but not even converting them this time. So I don't know what to think about this team, Max, but I imagine for themselves, for the players, limited time before tomorrow kicks off. Soon as today's over, around now, you imagine they're probably going to have an opportunity to talk amongst themselves as a team, but need to figure something out, unpack what's going wrong, try resolve these issues.
And we already lost so many big names in like all the multiple regions that led to PMGO ECA, right? We lost the Mongols, we lost the side of Major Pride, we lost Virtus Pro back in the Eastern European region. I would like to not lose an extra big name. Well, I say that, there's only 4 slots. So we're definitely going to lose some big names actually at the end of these finals, but it would still be good to see a bit of a resurgence from this team trying to come out in triumph in day 2. But I can't wait to really see the leaderboards and see what's happening there, because from what I've seen in the past, right, It was very top-heavy during the knockout stage, and especially also during the last chance. I feel like it's a lot less top-heavy right now, Jackie, where a lot of the teams are actually very close in terms of points, where one good game, not even just a good game, a good top 5 with a bunch of eliminations could be enough to push you up in the top 4.
No, absolutely. It feels like quite a lot of our squads aren't that far away from lapping each other. So opportunities to rise quickly could very well be there. We'll get confirmation of that soon once we see the graphic. But of course, towards the bottom side as well, you're thinking about some of the big names that possibly should be higher up the rankings are obviously down towards the tail end. So it's all in a bit of a weird, wacky area that could result in, like we touched on, that Rondo game, both Rondo games yet to come, actually being an even bigger backbone for some of these teams, where if you don't follow through massively on Rondo, you might be leaving yourself hung out to dry. We'll come back to that, though, in the days yet to come. For now, let's have a look, of course, at the overall match ranking and see how things went down. This is our point distribution from our last Miramar.
A little bit top-heavy here too, 24 points followed up by them, 13 by Ozarox, AMIX 11, and Champions getting 10 to their name, and then it slowly trickles down to single digits. But yeah, very good for the top 4 in this game in particular. AMIX able to actually get to the late game, and it's even more frustrating. Sorry, I had to complain about Champions, and I'm going to complain about AMIX. AMIX, this is what you can do as a full team in the last few phases of a game. Stop the terrible early game hot drops, because if they keep doing it, I'm going to say I don't want to see them in top 4. If they adjust it, and it's literally just down to making one single early game decision. If they adjust it, top 4's in the cards for AMIX. They just need to stop going for those big ego fights and just chasing down Afterlife. It's really not helping out on their cause. Though, second half of the game rankings, Vicious only 2 points, not able to really capitalize on that initial success we saw earlier today.
Yeah, no, not particularly. It was better to see them actually at least get a few points, but feels like that same firepower that was shown wasn't followed through, which was a bit of a shock. You know, I was expecting Vicious to come out absolutely swinging here in the finals, but it is what it is. Let's check out our overall rankings then. How do the final standings look? Well, I tell you what, Avalanche in the top spot at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking really good for Avalanche being now a first place team with 54 points. Even though I'm being critical about Champions, you know, they're still able to get themselves 52 points. So I feel like they might not care too much about my criticism, but it's just like they could be in first place. Okay, I'm going to shut up. They're still in top 4. It's still really good coming out from Champions, GOAT Team, and ARCRED. If we stopped right now, those 4 teams would be the ones to represent the Eastern European Central Asia region at PMGO Main Event over in Jakarta. But DG77, this was the best time for them to get an absolute banger performance with that chicken dinner that's going to make them jump an extra 5 ranks up in 5th place. But one team that we have to highlight here has a bit of a middling performance today, I would say, Jackie, would be Aurora Gaming. They tend to start relatively slow, so I have high expectations for tomorrow, but 8th place, they need to send everything they have in their arsenal tomorrow to make sure they make it to the LAN event of PMGO.
Yeah, make sure that they're able to lock in that spot, get themselves comfortably out there to Jakarta and bring the firepower. Would be a very cool storyline there, so looking good. Bottom end of the rankings on screen now as well. Surprising to see some big names here, most notably TT Project, that of course have slipped themselves down to 11th place, falling from 9th before that last Miramar of the day with 32 points. AMIX, again, it's been kind of up and down the whole damn day, so we'll just focus on their run tomorrow. Let's, of course, move on, though, to our MVP of the day, our Infinix Daily MVP, and fair enough, Default deserves it. He was the one-man army in some of our games, racking up upwards of 8 elims all on his lonesome. 16 in total, 2.3k damage, looking very good, even with that low survival time.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's grinding my gears that we see an MVP with 17 minutes of survival time, just like Doc. It's very Doc-esque in terms of numbers on his stats chart. But still good on default, right? When it comes to the fragger, I think every player on AMIX has the potential to get some clutches up their sleeve. Default is being one of those bigger names on the squad here. He had some good engages earlier versus the likes of DG77 and even onto Afterlife. But yeah, that survival time currently is the main hindrance for AMIX, so That's one stat they've got to try and focus on heading into tomorrow, but really happy overall with their performances. Will he still be the number one tomorrow? That is going to be the big question. But when it comes to top elimination leaders, of today, it's going to be Default, followed by then Kino of Champions, then Fleekir, Icy, and Rusenboss. So good spread of players from different teams. So good to see a bit of disparity here on this graphic.
Yeah, seeing some movement, seeing some new faces, some different qualities in terms of our overall elim leaders, and a nice mixed bag of teams, which is always a bit more fun there. Goes to show quality of competition in terms of the fighting is at a relatively good position for all of our squads. So shout out to these 5 players for giving it the absolute beans on the server today. Rusen, obviously very fun to watch there as well for 27 plus. That actually had a better run of things, even with, when you think back about the last time they played some of these top 4 teams that re-entered the lobby, it was way worse for them. So definitely rising up. Good to see that the LCQ paid off in terms of warm-up. This is the overall breakdown of the day. Of course, we have that one notable takeaway, that is GOAT Team getting 2 chicken dinners on the day. Otherwise, everyone else picking up only the one in Champions 777, Vicious, and DG77.
And also one thing to highlight, which is the highest elimination game was not on Rondo with Champions Chicken Dinner. It was actually on Miramar for DG77. So kind of a turnaround, which you wouldn't expect. Usually Rondo is the biggest one, but we still got 99 total eliminations on their map. So it was just spread out a bit more evenly throughout the lobby. So interesting to see if tomorrow we're going to see some Avalanche-esque numbers on that game. If we're going to get a big 20 elimination bomb chicken dinner on that map, that could really do a big dent in these overall finals for PMGO EECA. But good presence, especially from Vicious, right? They had a very slow start to the day. Good to see a bit of a redemption arc with that chicken dinner on Erangel. They did slow off towards the very bitter end of today, but they showed that glimmer of hope for me, at least that Jackie. I am hopeful that Vicious could be a top 4 team at the end of the day, but with the smash rolling in into effect, as you mentioned earlier, they don't have a lot of time, so they can't afford that topsy-turvy kind of result. They need to be consistent if they want to be in those positions at the top.
Yeah, it's got to be really clean. They've got to give it their absolute best coming into tomorrow. So we'll see what they're able to muster up and just what that form's looking like, mate. At the end of the day, then obviously some good results from a mixed bag of teams, but that is all we have time for. Thanks for tuning in for today's broadcast. The finals will continue tomorrow. Myself and Max will be back to guide you through the action. So we'll see you then. Bye-bye for now.